Oh, and the guy comes another much. Sir, the color was not the only game of art control. Like, as a very high piece, like, made it lessons in the idea. That was here. That's what I said once. They noticed you have on with the students and the manuscripts. Triangles. It was given the people. I'm not interested. I have. We heard from children. Yeah. It's a good way for me. You from the thank you so much for coming here. Yeah. Yes, no. Maybe. You have this as well as you know. Yeah, like you. That was funny. Another absolutely.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, mic check.
heritage, retrospection, and roadmap of archaeology and museums. I welcome all the dignitaries. This conference is being jointly organized by Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Maharashtra, and Aegis Somaya Institute of Dharma Studies, Somaya Vidya Vihar University, Mumbai. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and request them to please light the lamp.
Hello, hello, hello. इसका जब माइक में बोलेगा तभी उसका आएगा ना भाई। मेरे पास हाउ टू
Thank you all. As per the tradition of Somaya Vidya Vihar, we will begin this ceremony with the campus prayer. I request Dr. Rudraksha Sakarikar to recite the campus prayer, and the campus prayer will be followed by Maharashtra Geet. So that will be played on record. So I request all of you to please remain to please remain stood as the campus prayer will be followed by the Maharashtra Geet immediately. Thank you.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथा मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम् मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम् ॐ प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतु ॐ चोदयित्री सूनृतानां चेतन्ती सुमतीनां यज्ञं दधे सरस्वती ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतङ्गमय ॐ सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै सर्वेऽत्र सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखमाप्नुयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
ईशा कट्टानाय यमुने देवाणी पाताय आवती विभा सह्याद्रीता जुमदर्शक नाद कुंदरा महाराष्ट्र माधव हिमालयाची देणी नादी वनते खेळती वधेणी परिज्ञान हातची जला शिखराच्या घामाने तेज कमलाची जला तेज कमलाची जला चिन्नी देही अकरा किलो राज माता of Sumaya Vidya Vihar. Now I request my colleague Mr. Varasai Park to recite Sanskrit invocation.
सरस्वती महाभागे विद्ये कमललोचने विद्यारूपे विशालाक्षी विद्यां देहि नमोस्तुते। सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। उपस्थितेभ्यः मान्यवरेभ्यः पंडित प्रवरेभ्यः नमो नमः। महाराष्ट्र राज्यस्य पुरातत्वं वस्तुसंग्रहालयः इत्यस्य सञ्चालनालयः तथा च कजसुमया धर्माध्ययन संस्थायाः इत्यनयोः संयुक्त आयासेन आयोजितायां त्रिदिवसीय परिषदि सर्वेषां हार्दं स्वागतम्। अस्यां परिषदि मञ्चे उपस्थिताः सन्ति अस्य विभागस्य उपसञ्चालकः भालचन्द्र कुलकर्णिवर्यः, सोमया विद्याविहार विद्यापीठस्य कुलपतयः श्री समीर सोमया महाभागः, मुख्य वक्तृरूपेण समागताः सन्ति डॉक्टर सव्यसाची मुखर्जी महोदयः, सोमया विद्याविहार विद्यापीठस्य कुलगुरवः मान्यः वीएन राजशेखरन पिल्लै महाभागः तथा च सभागारे उपस्थितानां महाराष्ट्र राज्यस्य प्रशासकानां तथा च अध्यापकानां छात्राणां च शब्दसुमनैः हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। अस्याः परिषदः आयोजकौ स्तः महाराष्ट्र राज्यस्य पुरातत्वं वस्तुसंग्रहालयः इत्यस्य सञ्चालनालयस्य डॉक्टर तेजस गर्गे वर्यः अद्य कार्यबाहुल्यात् उपस्थिताः न सन्ति, अतः तेषामपि स्वागतं। तथा मञ्चे उपस्थिताः सन्ति सह आयोजकरूपेण कजसोमया धर्माध्ययन संस्थायाः निर्देशिका डॉक्टर सुप्रिया राय महाभागः, तेषामपि विद्यापीठपक्षतः हार्दं स्वागतम्। इदमिदानीमेव अस्माभिः महाराष्ट्रगीतं श्रुतम्। महत् राष्ट्रमिव भाति इति महाराष्ट्रम्। पश्चिमभारते विद्यमानेषु राज्येषु ऐतिह्यदृष्ट्या सांस्कृतिकदृष्ट्या समृद्धं विशालं प्रगतिशीलं राज्यं नाम महाराष्ट्रराज्यम्। प्रागैतिहासिककालात् आरभ्य मानवजीवनम् अस्मिन् राज्ये विद्यमानम् आसीत् इति पाषाणकलेभ्यः दरीदृश्यते। महाराष्ट्रराज्यं प्राचीनकाले दक्षिणापथप्रान्तस्य एकः भागः तथैव मध्ययुगे दख्खन इति नाम्ना प्रसिद्धमासीत्। भारतस्य इतिहासे यानि प्रमुखानि साम्राज्यानि संस्थापितानि तेषु मुख्यतया सातवाहनं, वाकाटकं, चालुक्यं, राष्ट्रकूटं, यादवं तथा च मराठा साम्राज्यम्। एतैः स्वसाम्राज्यस्य अस्तित्वं विशेषतया महाराष्ट्रराज्ये प्रस्थापितम् इति दृश्यते। एतेषां साम्राज्यकाले ऐतिह्यदृष्ट्या महत्त्वपूर्णाः कन्दराः नाम केव्स्, मन्दिराणि, दुर्गाः तथा स्मारकानि एतेषां निर्माणं कृतम्। एतेन एव महाराष्ट्रराज्यं समृद्धम् इति भाति। महाराष्ट्रराज्ये स्थितानि वस्तुसङ्ग्रहालयाः, ऐतिहासिकस्थलानि, स्मारकानि तथा च पुरातत्त्वशास्त्रम् एतद्विषये अध्ययनार्थम् एषा परिषत् समर्पिता। अतः पुरातत्त्वशास्त्रस्य संशोधकाः, अभ्यासकाः, इतिहासप्रेमिणः एतान् सर्वान् एकस्मिन् स्थाने अध्ययनस्य तथा च संशोधनस्य वैचारिकम् आदानप्रदानस्य अवसरः भवतु इति मनसि निधाय एषा परिषत् आयोजिता। एतैः सर्वैः सम्मिल्य महाराष्ट्रस्य समृद्धा पुरातत्त्वीया परम्परा इत्यस्याः संशोधनं, संवर्धनं, संरक्षणं च करणीयं तथैव नूतनसंशोधनस्य पुनरावलोकनं कृत्वा अग्रिमसंशोधनाय नूतनाः विषयाः चिन्तनीयाः इति अस्याः परिषदः मुख्य हेतुः वर्तते। महाराष्ट्रराज्यस्य सांस्कृतिकी परम्परा, पुरातत्त्वशास्त्रं, वस्तुसङ्ग्रहालयः एतेषां पुनरावलोकनं भविष्यत्कालीन दिशश्च एतं विषयम् अधिकृत्य एषा परिषत् आयोजिता। एषा परिषत् मुख्यतया पञ्चसत्रेषु विभाजिता अस्ति। प्रप्रथमं प्रागैतिहासिकं, द्वितीयम् आद्य ऐतिहासिकम्, ऐतिहासिकं च, तृतीयं कला स्थापत्यं, चतुर्थं वस्तुसङ्ग्रहालयम् अध्ययनं, पञ्चमं जागतिकपरम्परा विषयकः शिलालेखः। एतेषु विषयेषु ज्येष्ठाः संशोधकाः तेषां विचारान् प्रकटीकुर्वन्ति। युवा संशोधकाः शोधनिबन्धान् पठिष्यन्ति। तथैव अस्यां परिषदि पाषाणशस्त्रनिर्माणकार्यशाला अपि परिचाल्यते। तथैव महाराष्ट्रराज्यस्य पुरातत्त्वं, वस्तुसङ्ग्रहालयः इत्यस्य सञ्चालनालयद्वारा संरक्षण संवर्धन प्रकल्पस्य कार्यशाला अपि आयोजिता अस्ति। अस्याः परिषदः उद्दिष्टानि सन्ति 1947 7/4/91तमतः 3/20 तमपर्यन्तं नाम 1947 to 2023 पर्यन्तं महाराष्ट्रे जातानि पुरातत्त्वीय संशोधनम् इत्यस्य पुनरावलोकनं करणीयम्। तथैव 2047 पर्यन्तं भविष्यत्कालीनः नूतन संशोधनं तस्य विषये चर्चा करणीया। जागतिकपरम्पराः, शिलालेखाः तेषां परिचयः कारणीयः। पुरातत्त्वशास्त्रज्ञः, संशोधकाः, अभ्यासकाः एतेषां परस्परसंवादः, सहकार्यं च वर्धनीयम्। तथैव महाराष्ट्रस्य पुरातत्त्वीयाः याः परम्पराः वर्तन्ते इत्यस्याः ज्ञानविषयकः प्रचारः, बोधः करणीयः इति एतस्याः परिषदः उद्दिष्टानि सन्ति। सर्वेषां पुनरेकवारं स्वागतं। धन्यवादः।
Dhanyavada. Thank you, sir. As we talk about the heritage, this Sanskrit learning is one of the great heritage things in Somaya campus. And we are beginning our every program with this Sanskrit invocation. So, as the tradition says, we have also begun this program with invocation. And now we move forward, and I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor V.N. Rajajikaran Pillai, to deliver a welcome address.
Good morning, Honorable Chancellor of the University, Mr. Samir Somaiya. who is also a, an advocate for promotion of culture, tradition, and Aboriginal arts in not only in this part of the country, across the world. Dr. Sabisa Mukherjee, he has given the foundation lecture last year in Mumbai, lecture session. Dr. Balachandra Kulkarni, Deputy Director, Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Maharashtra State. Distinguished participants for this event from the government institutions as well as the academic institutions in Maharashtra, my colleagues from the university, dear students, and other distinguished invitees. First of all, let me congratulate the Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Maharashtra, and the K.J. Somaya Institute of Dharma Studies for organizing a very unique and important event of this kind. I understand that this program is part of the mission of the state government in promoting archaeology museums across the state and also uh, the, uh, creating awareness among education institutions the importance of preserving such traditions and cultures. There is no need of, emphasizing the importance of such an activity, and the education institutions play a great role in promoting culture, tradition, and other activities, and it's very important that such activities should happen in education institutions. When it comes to archaeology and museums, they play a great role in preserving and understanding the culture. Archaeology helps uncover and preserve artifacts, structures, and sites that hold significant cultural value. Through careful excavation, documentation, and conservation, archaeologists ensure that cultural heritage is protected for future generations to study and appreciate. Archaeology also provides insights into the evolution and development of human societies over time. By studying artifacts, architecture, and other archaeological remains, we can trace the cultural changes, societal practices, and technological advancements that have shaped in different cultures. Archaeological discoveries uncover lost or forgotten knowledge such as ancient languages, art forms, agricultural practices, medical treatments, and religious rituals. The knowledge contributes to our understanding of cultural traditions and provide valuable historical context. Uh, Going through the program, I could see that several several sectors from this area are represented. Good number of papers and good number and lectures are being arranged. Very eminent scientists speak about the importance of archaeology and all the preserving within and the ways of preserving them. And I'm very confident that this activity has to be continued in universities and institutions like this. In this connection, I would also like to inform this audience that we are thinking, the university is thinking of a Center for Civilization Studies. Because this university started Center of Buddhist Studies, Center of Jainism Studies, Center of Bharatiya Sanskriti, and now this is the Faculty of Dharma Studies, solely a university, the Faculty of Dharma Studies. We have already started, I don't know whether Dr. Yami Shah is here, we have already started a Center of Touch Studies. We are thinking of probably in the next governing board, we will discuss about the possibility of introducing a Center for Civilizational Studies in a very large perspective in this university and especially government. Of course, it is not at announce, but we are thinking of it. One or two discussions with the chancellor and some experts in this field have already happened. I would definitely request Sabisa to support us in this endeavor as well. we will be, hopefully we are going to start it from this academy, coming academy. It's just probably Chancellor will say more. That's it. And thank you very much. Because my job is to welcome all of you and congratulate. I am really proud that I am part of this university, venturing into probably areas where universities are concerned. University stands for excellence in these areas. Of course, we provide knowledge and skills, but the context of the society of the knowledge and skills is our culture, tradition, all these things. Understand until we are aware of this context, we focus on this context. I think the complete education will not happen, and that is the motto of this university. And let me congratulate each and every one of you for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, not only for the welcome address, but for always supporting and encouraging us for all our activities. Now it is a time to express our gratitude through the felicitation of the dignitaries who are present here for us. I request our Chancellor, Shri Samir Somaya, to felicitate Shri Bhalachandra Kulkarni, Deputy Director, Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra.
ये पोडियम पकड़े रखो.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor V. N. Rajashekaran Pillai to please felicitate Dr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee, Director General of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we move ahead, I want to specially mention that Dr. Zamkhedkar, who is the former director of Directorate of Archaeology and Museums and honorary professor of Buddhist Center and our mentor for last 20 years, he has joined us online as he is in Canada. If he would have been here in India, he would have definitely remained present for this conference because for all our conferences and activities, we always seek his blessings. And now also he is there present online with us. So I welcome you, sir. And he will be delivering the valedictory address tomorrow for this conference. But today, especially, he has that affection for us, and he has made it a point to be here in online mode for this inaugural function. So I thank you, sir, and I welcome you.
Thank you.
Now I request Shri Bhalachandra Kulkarni, Deputy Director, Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra, to please deliver the introductory note for this conference.
All the dignitaries, Mr. Sachin Mukherjee, Dr. Sumaya, and all the scholars present for this conference. I thank you all for providing me the opportunity to deliver this note. First of all, I would like to say that preserving the heritage is a very wide task. It does not only limit with archaeology, does not limit with history or with certain old documents that provide us some information, right, wrong, or exaggerated about the past. Its scope is very vast. And in fact, whatever we are living today, our habits, our what we call our customs and all those are evolved from the past, exchanging with other cultures during the several centuries. So we have that heritage intact with us in some or the other form. It may be modified, it may be somewhat deviated, but we still have that. And to understand that heritage, to understand that long walk in the period of time towards today is a very wonderful exercise. And now one can easily envisage that whatever is useful remains and whatever is not useful, gets forgotten or is thrown away. In the same manner, whatever good deeds were from the past are automatically getting preserved. But sometimes we fail to understand where from they come, to where from they come, what is their origin, and sometimes with other context, it becomes something very uh, not so much convincing or able to understand those things. So for that matter, if we get that clear link from the past till today, and then we can be proud of our heritage, and we can really cherish that. But in order to do that, we must understand what heritage is and we should preserve it. Heritage is in various forms. Heritage is, for example, as I told you, the customs which are coming from age-old habits. That is one part. Second part is the tangible evidence of the past, tangible evidence of the heritage. That we can call the remains of the buildings, temples, uh, then palaces, then, for example, stepwells, and all such remains are one part of this big heritage. And archaeology mainly deals with the tangible heritage. And for a long time, this study of the tangible heritage was done rigorously by so many renowned scholars. Now, when you come to the problem of preserving this kind of evidence or this kind of physical heritage, then we just the knowledge of archaeology doesn't suffice. There are so many modern techniques. Modern techniques. I don't mean that you should use modern techniques to build ancient monuments, but technique to preserve them, to unlock the stones, or to remove. For example, if you have to completely remove in the sense you get down the stones of the structure and rebuild it. There are so many techniques available. There are so many techniques available to know the strength of the monument, the strength of that particular building, how long it can bear the uh, weight of the upper portion of that particular structure. And all those techniques should be really used. Before doing all that conservation work, whatever is there, whatever we inherit, should be documented thoroughly. And for that documentation work, a clear, precise photography, clear, precise mapping is also a must task to be done. So now we can understand that so many other kind of disciplines have to come together to document it, to understand the heritage, and then to preserve that. So, in order to do all that, lot of other faculties, other teams should join the hands with archaeology, keeping in the mind that our sole objective is to protect our heritage. We have to this cultural heritage should be preserved so that we may understand it as a cultural heritage. Not so many deviations and alterations should be made that we will not be able to know what that particular building was. So it has to be done in that way. And so many new techniques are happily evolving. And this particular conferences brings all such experts together so that we can really comprehend what kind of, in what line we are going. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for this introductory note. We indeed appreciate the active engagement and the remarkable contribution from your side to the field of archaeology, especially preservation and conservation of the forts, and your books on the preservation of forts like Gada Samvardhanacha Margavar. So we knew your expertise through the books, but it is indeed our privilege to have you amongst us today and to bless us. Thank you so much for that. Our Honorable Cabinet Minister Shri Sudhir Mungantiwar, who was invited as the chief guest for this conference, could not remain present here due to some urgent work. So he has sent his message for us for the official inauguration of this conference, and I request my colleague Dr. Bhagyashri Bare to please read out that message for us.
नमस्कार. माननीय मंत्री महोदयांचा संदेश वाचून दाखवत आहे. वंदे मातरम. महाराष्ट्राचा सांस्कृतिक वारसा, पुरातत्व व संग्रहालय शास्त्राचे पुनरावलोकन व भविष्यातील दिशा या परिषदेच्या उद्घाटन कार्यक्रमास उपस्थित असणारे श्री विकास खारगे, प्रधान सचिव, सांस्कृतिक कार्य विभाग, श्री समीर सोमय्या, माननीय कुलपती व प्रोफेसर BN राजशेखरन पिल्लई, माननीय कुलगुरू, सोमय्या विद्याविहार विद्यापीठ, डॉक्टर सब्यसाची मुखर्जी, महासंचालक, छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज वस्तू संग्रहालय, डॉक्टर तेजस गर्गे, संचालक, पुरातत्व आणि उपस्थित सर्व. स्वातंत्र्याच्या अमृत महोत्सवी वर्षात सांस्कृतिक कार्य विभागातर्फे महाराष्ट्राची प्राचीन संस्कृती, पुरातत्व, प्राचीन कला यांच्यावरील मूलभूत संशोधन चर्चासत्रात मांडले जावे, जतन संवर्धन कार्यात आधुनिक तंत्रज्ञानाचा वापर व्हावा, त्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या कार्यशाळा व्हाव्यात, महाराष्ट्रातील वारसा हा जागतिक वारसा म्हणून जगतमान्य व्हावा म्हणून हा सेमिनार असे सेमिनार आयोजित व्हावेत अशी संकल्पना मी मांडली होती. या संकल्पाचे मूर्त रूप म्हणून अशा 75 अमृत महोत्सवी परिषदा, चर्चासत्रे आणि कार्यशाळा करण्याचा निर्णय या शासनाने घेतला आहे. या कार्यक्रमाचे उद्घाटन महाराष्ट्र शासनाच्या सांस्कृतिक कार्य विभागाच्या अंतर्गत असणाऱ्या पुरातत्व व वस्तू संग्रहालय संचालनालय आणि क.जे. सोमय्या विद्याविहार विद्यापीठ यांच्या संयुक्त विद्यमाने आयोजित प्रस्तुत 3 दिवसीय परिषदेपासून होणार आहे. ऐतिहासिक स्मारके, स्थळे आणि कलाकृतींचा शोध, अभ्यास आणि दस्तऐवजीकरण, तसेच त्यांना कायदेशीर संरक्षण देणे, वारशाचे जतन, संवर्धन आणि संरक्षण यात पुरातत्व संचालनालय महत्वाची भूमिका बजावते. या परिसंवादामुळे महाराष्ट्राच्या भूतकाळाच्या वैभवाची शास्त्रशुद्ध ओळख या निमित्ताने होईल. दिल्लीचे तख्त राखणारा महाराष्ट्र ही जागतिक वारसा राखणारी भूमी म्हणून ओळखली जाईल, यासाठी सांस्कृतिक कार्य विभाग कटिबद्ध आहे. आमच्या अथक प्रयत्नातून छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांची परत आलेली वाघनखे मराठा इतिहासावरील संशोधनाला चालना देणारी ठरतील, असे हे भारत भूमीची नवीन ओळख करून देणारी संशोधन राष्ट्राभिमान, राष्ट्रप्रेमाचे संस्कार नवीन पिढीला देतील यात काही शंका नाही. सांस्कृतिक वारसा या सॉफ्ट पॉवरच्या आधारे आपण जागतिक नेतृत्वाचे माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदीजी यांनी पाहिलेले स्वप्न साकारू शकतो. त्यासाठी हे परिसंवाद आवश्यक आहेत. या परिसंवादामध्ये पुरातत्वीय इतिहासाबरोबरच वारसा जतन, स्थापत्यशास्त्र, छायाचित्रण, 3D स्कॅनिंग यासारख्या विषयातील तज्ज्ञांचाही सहभाग आहे. वारसा जतनासाठी सर्वांगीण प्रयत्न होण्याच्या दृष्टीने या सर्वांचा सहभाग अत्यंत महत्वाचा आहे. अशा प्रकारच्या चर्चासत्रांचे आयोजन होणे ही उल्लेखनीय बाब आहे. यासाठी परिसंवादाला उपस्थित असलेल्या विद्वानांना आणि वारसा प्रेमींना शुभेच्छा, तसेच या परिसंवादाचे आयोजन करणाऱ्या पुरातत्व व वस्तू संग्रहालय संचालनालयाचेही अभिनंदन. आता या परिसंवादाचे उद्घाटन झाले आहे असे मी घोषित करतो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Bhagyasri. Now I request Dr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee to please deliver the keynote address. Just to introduce him in brief, he is the Director General of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, that is CSMBS Mumbai, a premier cultural institution and museum in India, which is also part of the Victorian and Art Deco Ensemble UNESCO World Heritage Site. He is also director of the postgraduate program in museology and art conservation at CSMBS, affiliated to University of Mumbai. Under his leadership from 2007, CSMBS has undergone extensive modernization that includes the comprehensive conservation restoration, the establishment of well-equipped conservation center, a new children's museum, an institutional archive, new galleries, and several research and educational initiatives. In 2010, in recognition of his initiatives, UNESCO awarded the museum the 2010 Asia Pacific Heritage Award for Cultural Heritage Conservation. He has organized numerous art exhibitions and international shows, written and overseen publications, and devised conservation projects, exchange programs, and archive projects in partnership with museums worldwide. He has also been the fellow of the Nehru Trust and the Salzburg Global Seminar. The Bombay Management Association has conferred Special Jury Mention Award 2016-17 on him in recognition of his outstanding contribution towards the preservation of Indian culture and enhancing the glory of the museum. And the Rotary Club of Mumbai has conferred upon him the Citizen of Mumbai 21-22 Award for his outstanding work in the field of culture. We are indeed privileged to have you amongst us, sir, and I request you to please deliver the keynote address for this conference. Thank you.
Whom I know for many years. Happy to see you, Dr. Kulkarni. It's opportunity to share my thoughts on this insightful subject. And I hope you won't mind if I try to be a little critical in my approaches. I don't know. I'm just asking a very simple question. How many of you know the ancient names of Maharashtra? How many of you know? Maharashtra, that is, the state of Maharashtra was officially formed on May 1st, 1960. Before that, Bombay Presidency. But ancient time, Maharashtra was, anybody has any idea? Aparanta, Vidarbha, Mulak, Asmaka, and Kuntala. Maharashtra lived in the hearts and minds of millions of Marathi speaking people scattered all over India in different regions of geography in India. Desh 13th century document was one such region from Fulton down south to the Balghat range was another. The Godavari Valley a third, while the Bharat or Vidarbha was the last. I begin my keynote address in slightly unconventional way. Please bear with me. Practically every alternate day, I meet a visitor or friend or colleague in another state or country outside asking me a single common question. We have heard about Maharashtra's glorious history, but is there any particular museum or short film showing Maharashtra's cultural heritage? Do you find any museum in Maharashtra showcasing Maharashtra's history? This thought came in some state where I was involved in 2013-14, that was Bihar. Bihar government, they thought about that if somebody coming to Patna, Bihar, and willing to know about the history of Bihar, then how that person will get that information? Somebody coming to Maharashtra wants to know about Maharashtra and heard about Maharashtra. But is there one single museum or a 15 minutes 3D digital film on Maharashtra? I don't know. I can't see. So Bihar government took the initiative and Bihar Museum came up. It's a huge museum. If I'm not even promoting Bihar here, but I'm giving an example. But I will be happy to collaborate with the Directorate of Museums and Archaeology Government of Maharashtra on making a high quality digital film on cultural heritage of Maharashtra. Looking at the increasing interest in Maharashtra and the cultural hunger of people in mind, we propose setting up a state of the art museum in Maharashtra, preferably outside South Mumbai or Mumbai, dedicated to the history of Maharashtra past and present. I'm not mentioning the future part here because I believe our past and present jointly give birth to the future. But there is nothing wrong if a futuristic section is added within the proposed museum. Now the question arises, why do we need a separate Maharashtra museum after 75 years of India's independence? Because we believe Maharashtra's history is one of the oldest and unique history. And this history needs to be recorded, highlighted, and narrated in a simple, accessible language. If you are going to tell the history of a land as vast as Maharashtra, you cannot do it through text alone. Through textbook, you can't manage. We all know that Maharashtra's long history is revealed across a number of themes: the development of agriculture, the art of writing, urban life, states and empires, commerce and courtly life, interaction with the world, and of religion and politics. To make sense of Maharashtra and its rich cultural heritage, one must understand its relationship with the country and outside world, its interaction, its analogies, its shifting identity over time and across space. The great question now would be, what purpose would this museum serve today? Adam Cooper, the author of a most controversial book, The Museum of Other People, writes, I quote, imagine a cosmopolitan museum, one that transcends ethnic and national identities, makes comparisons, draws out connections, track exchanges across political frontiers, challenges boundaries, a museum set in the shifting sands of the past and the present, but which is informed by rigorous, critical, independent scholarship, unquote. Such museums would need to make Such museums would need to make room for challenging perspectives and contrasting points of view and to create partnerships that place equal value on different cultures. I was once asked by none other than my own daughter, how do you describe Maharashtra in 5 sentences? It's insane. Who can describe Maharashtra in 5 sentences? So I asked, look, 5 sentences is impossible, maybe in 5 paragraphs. I can try. So I said, let me explain that the question, you are asking, maybe, simple, but it's extremely complicated to me because I'm not the right person. However, I accepted the challenge. I thought I will not disappoint her. Let me try. And that question actually encouraged me to read a lot on Maharashtra. And I take this opportunity to acknowledge, because this is the right place to acknowledge some of the stalwarts who I consider as my guides. Justice M.G. Ranade, G.S. Sardeshai, Jadunath Sarkar, V.K. Rajwade, V.B. Khare, D.B. Parsanis, A.R. Kulkarni, M.N. Deshpande, M.K. Dhaulikar, S.B. Deo, S.D. Sankaria, R.P. Joshi, B. Arunachalam, Meenat Alim, Ashok Ranade, Baburao Sadwalkar, P.L. Deshpande, Karl Khandalawala, Professor Kenny, Bashan Sinde, and of course our Jankirkar sir. Please maaf kara if I have missed out some important authors. I'll be happy if you could share their names and articles with me. Now I describe the Maharashtra in 5 paragraphs. Firstly, the beautiful mountain range of Shayadri, the rivers that rise from its peaks, and the Arabian Sea forming its western boundary. The traces of human history in Maharashtra go back to 200,000 years. In the prehistoric terminology, these are the relics of lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, and upper Paleolithic cultures. What is interesting is the geography and positioning of natural rivers. Can you name the 5 great rivers of Maharashtra? See, we forgot everything, unfortunately. How many you can name? All 5? BFIN, Ganga, UP, Godavari, Krishna, and Bhima. Secondly, the love of Maharashtrian for the Kalimati or Mati, black soil, on which the first agricultural community settlement developed and villages sprang up, is so intense and intimate that people even today swear by the Mother Earth, the god Vithoba, who is also black in color, and the river which flows through the heart of Maharashtra known as the Krishna, between Karat and Kolhapur. The Jorwe farmers around 1300 BC cultivated barley, wheat, lentil, and peas, charred grains of which have been found at Inamgam. It is evident that many places along the river were used for cultivation. There is every possibility that community later cultivated cotton. So the history of cotton, this is something, I'm doing research, goes back to that period. New research shows us that the Indus Valley people supplied cotton to Egypt and Mesopotamia. Now, Egypt used to get cotton from Africa and India, and Indian cotton was quite popular then, and some kind of research is going on uh, whether they used extensively Indian cotton or African cotton. We all know that ancient India traded with many countries, and Indian cotton was one of the most popular items and in great demand. Commerce with the Roman world had a deep and lasting impact on Indian life, and more particularly Maharashtra and the northwestern part of India some 2000 years ago. How many of we know that Maharashtra was global state, global country in 5th, 6th century BC? Tell me honestly, how many of we know? We have evidences, plenty of evidences. We could not highlight it's very sad that, mm, in our history, always northern part of India was highlighted, but western part of India was not highlighted so much. I'm sorry, history is great. It's glorious, painful, and full of surprises. But we need to share facts. The Pericles of the Erythraean Sea, a travelogue of the first century, attributed to an Alexandrian Greek, is a veritable mine of information of the ports and commodities of trade during that period. The implications of this activity can be judged by the archaeological remains at such sites as there and in the Buddhist caves temples of Pitolkhora, Karle, and Kaneli. Thirdly, the message of love, bhakti, and humanity from the innumerable number of poet saints from this land, such as Yaneshwar and Namdev, Ramdas and Tukaram, Mukundraj and Eknath, Swami Samarth and Sai Baba, bring relief to troubled minds, and the devotional literature of these saint poets is a valuable heritage of Maharashtra. And their abiding influence will ever inspire the future generation to selfless action and glory. This is the land of the saints, Sant Bhumi. The Bhakti movement of Maharashtra gave birth to certain form of popular devotional traditions such as Abhang, Pat, Bharut, Arti, Katha, and Virani. It is interesting to know that Satyendranath Tagore, the first ICS officer and elder brother of Rabindranath Tagore, was hugely influenced by Sant Tukaram. His early essay on Tukaram was published in book form in Navratnamala, Necklace of Nine Gems, in 1907. Fourthly, the establishment of Maratha Empire under the great son of this great land, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who waged a heroic battle against the onslaught of Mughals and ushered an era of the common man. The hill and seaports of Maharashtra, even to this day, convey the message of sacrifice, fearless, and freedom. There is a reason to believe that Pauda, an important song type in this genre, received impetus during Chhatrapati Shivaji's time. These songs were composed in the 17th century in praise of heroes. How many of us we remember? A.R. Kulkarni writes in his book Maratha Historiography, a must-read book for everyone. I quote, Scott Waring, a British historian of the early 19th century, wrote, the Marathas were once a mighty nation. How they fell may surely challenge inquiry. This was perhaps the main reason why administrators, researchers, and historians, both Indian and foreign, have been attracted towards the history of Marathas from 17th century till this date. It is needless to mention that Rabindranath Tagore was greatly inspired by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. He composed the poem in 1905, Shivaji Utsav, inspired by the Shivaji festival introduced by Bal Gangadhar Tilak in Bengal. Another poem, Pratinidhi by Tagore on Shivaji, is popular throughout India. How many of you know about that, the Pratinidhi? In the poem, Tagore describes how Shivaji Maharaj adopted Bhagavad Dhwaj, saffron flag, to represent Hinduism. Do you know the history? Bhagavad Dhwaj? I'm sharing, because the whole poem was based on that. Whatever little I understood. When Chhatrapati was in Raigad after coronation, he got to know through somebody that Swami Ramdas begging in that area. So he came out from the fort that how can my guru beg in my own state? So he came out and he approached Guru Ramdas, Swami Ramdas. Gurudev, what is this? This empire belongs to you. This is yours. And you are begging. So he said, if you feel that belongs to me, then why don't you join? Let's beg together. And they started begging. At the end of the day, they sat down, started cooking underneath the tree, and then they had meal. And after the meal, Swami Ramdas said, you are the king of the kings. You have all Mahalakshanas because you have no desire. You don't believe in materialistic world. And I'm giving you responsibility. Unite this country. And then he offered his company. That was Bhagwan. So Swami Ramdas offered, and that became the Dhwaj. And based on that, Rabindranath Tagore, just imagine that another personality in East composed a poem. Relationship between guru and disciple. You must read. Finally, the fifth para, the people of Maharashtra, our beautiful language and dialects. When I say our, I feel, Maharashtra is my adopted mother. I was born in Bengal, but I was grown in Maharashtra, so I consider Maharashtra is my adopted mother. Our beautiful language and dialects, traditions, rich literature, music, theater, film, food, art and crafts, scientific temperament, cooperative sense, inclusive approach, and progressive minds. I hope I could capture essence of Maharashtra and its rich culture. If you are going to be telling the history of Maharashtra, you cannot be doing it through text alone. A history told through objects has many virtues. One is the potential to be more inclusive. The written record privileges the writers who write their version of what occurred. If you want to tell a story that does not unduly favor one part of humanity, you can do it only through objects which escapes the official record or survive where no other record does. Neil MacGregor, a former director of the British Museum, described this phenomenon. I quote, "The things we make have one supreme quality. The things we make, in the sense, any object, what you see, there are two kinds of heritage, natural heritage and man-made. So things we make have one supreme quality. They live longer than us. We perish, they survive. We have one life, they have many lives. And in each life, they can mean different things, which means that while we all have one biography, they have many." Unquote. How do we present the above history in a museum? Keeping the time restriction in mind, I have decided to show you slides, 24 slides, evidences of human creativity that makes us really proud about us and our state. It may seem widely ambitious to tell the history of Maharashtra in 9 stories. 900 might have been likelier, or even 9,000. The narrative I'm going to narrate is, however, not the history of Maharashtra, but a history. All these objects I'm going to show. You want me to quickly? I just want to show what I was talking about. Very few of us know the Maharashtra's history goes back 100,000 BC from Dhule. Even history students, when I enter, they say that 3rd century BC, Sopara, Ashokanidhi. This is something we must know. The next. Fossil remains of animals now in Deccan College. The rhinoceros. Look at the beauty. Daimabad, this collection, it was the group of 4. It came to our museum, Chhatrapati Shivaji, and then the government or ASI, decided to hand over this beautiful collection to National Museum. Can't we claim back? I'm just asking a question. It belongs to Maharashtra. So when we create, Maharashtra Museum, why not? Next. The fragment comes from the ancient port town of Sopara in Thane, Ashoka Nidit, at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya. And what is interesting, Ashoka clarifies that Dhamma propagates respect for elders, courtesy towards slaves and servants. Like courtesy for slaves and servants. How many of you teach your children to respect domestic help, servants? The first king of India, 3rd century BC, through public inscription, teaching people respect for elders, courtesy towards slaves and servants, gentleness towards all living beings. It's a proclamation of human values. That is the way I look at 3rd century BC from Sopara, Nala. Next. Look at the beautiful Yaksha from Satavarna, again in National Museum. I just wanted to show, because many of you never ever seen your own heritage, your own culture. Next. Gajalakshmi. 2nd century BC, with iconography of Hindu gods and goddess developed much later. So this is one of the early representation of Lakshmi that goes back to 2nd century, and Lakshmi was associated with all three religions, Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism, at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya. Next, look at coin with the portrait of Emperor Theodosius. I was telling you that Maharashtra was global. Found at Ajanta, 4th century, it was found with ASI, that the coin is with ASI. Next, Sri Lakshmi bone figures from Osmanabad. That goes back to 2nd century Roman connection. There was a very strong trade relation. Next, I'm going a little faster. The toy cards, look at 2nd century. Brahmapuri, Kolhapuri. Don't you feel proud of your cultural heritage when you look at them? 2nd century, just imagine the kind of toy card they developed. It's in metal. Next, one jug from Kolhapur. It is in Kolhapur Museum, 2nd century. And then next, look at hexagonal mirror handle, Osmanabad district, 2nd century. Just look at those paintings. Shabir Bhai, can you see those paintings? Just imagine. Standing Buddha, Faulkner, now in National Museum, Delhi. It was made in Maharashtra at the time of the Vakatakas, who were contemporaries of the Gupta kings. Next, two mustard seed, Shatavarna coin, 2nd century. It shows that Maharashtra's maritime heritage, maritime tradition actually goes back to 3rd, 4th century BC. But here is an evidence that 2nd century showing the two mustard seed, which is very rare. Yavana couple, foreigners, at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, 2nd century BC, Pital Khora. Another object I'm going to show you. How many of you have seen this object? Only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, altogether 10 or 12. At Padal, it's under lock and key care of God. Just imagine, what we have. Next, the tombstone of Francisco Barbosa. This is the tombstone of one of the first Portuguese merchant and his family to live in India. And they lived in Chol. That entry of Portuguese in Maharashtra, in the land of Maharashtra. This is at CSMBS Mumbai. Next, Ajam Shah returning from a bird shoot. Golconda, 17th century. This is a beautiful cloth painting. It's a huge one, and the Chand Bibi resting on. Next, map of the fort at Janjira. How many of you seen the map? Good, that some people at least. At Raja Dinkar Kelkar Museum. Next. Well, that's very interesting, that map of the fort at Janjira. How many of you seen this phone at Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj? It is on display. And there are very few, 4 or 5 you could see altogether. In Maharashtra, we have 3. one is with the family Satara. Next, the portrait, probably all of you must have seen this in your history book if you go back to your childhood. This is in the CSMBS Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya collection of that period, 17th century, 1675 dated. Next, Swami Ramdas of that period. Next, Balaji Bajirao. This is in the CSMBS collection. And the next, very recently we have prepared this map for the children. So they remember and they provoke their parents, please take us to those places for distribution that we are going to do very soon. All these objects of different material are particularly rooted in place and time made by individual hands for a particular purpose. What you hear is one among the countless possible stories that only they can tell. Now I am concluding. Astonishingly, the state's cultural and research institutes in Maharashtra have not really progressed too far from the days of their inception. There are several reasons for this, but primarily one can attribute it to the fact that the age old traditional approach to institutes has continued unchanged. There has been complete indifference on the part of authorities towards institutes. Hardly any attention has been paid to questions of conservation, documentation, curatorial and collection research, or exhibitions and educational services. And apart from a few exceptions, institutes have failed to publish any literature or article on their collections or related subjects. I'm just sharing my observation. It is unfortunate that even 75 years after independence, the approach to institutional administration has remained largely unchanged. The fact that that is something we are not understanding. The culture industry can be a major economic asset, generating revenue and employment, has completely bypassed by our governments. They are not understanding that this sector is going to create employment. I really don't know. This is the question I ask everywhere. Even I was invited to Professor and I got the invitation. Chintan Sivir in Delhi by the government of India Ministry of Culture. And I said, that culture was never ever equated with other sectors. Though we are blessed with cultural heritage. And then I asked all bureaucrats sitting there, what is your identity? What is our identity within the country and outside the country? Our identity is our culture. But how much we spend on culture? That is the question. The allocation of fund for culture is very limited. Probably you have to see with the magnifying glass. Considering the importance of our cultural heritage, don't you think Maharashtra needs a separate institute or university dedicated to heritage management? Where we address ancient languages, to some extent Shomitbhai is addressing this issue at Shumaya. Anthropology, ethnography, archaeology, art history, heritage management, conservation, film, theater, and other associated disciplines, and teach research methodology. Amazingly, the same country that created iconic institutes such as IITs and IIMs after independence failed to recognize the need for a national level institute of heritage management. I don't know why. As a result, there is a huge leadership crisis in the country. Inadequate number of trained professionals and the absence of visionary leadership most of our cultural institutes in the country headed by IS officers. Because we could not create one institute. Just imagine, we created so many IITs, IIMs, but we could not create one single institute dedicated to heritage management. And heritage is, I think, every kilometer. Somebody corrected me, Mr. Mukherjee, not every kilometer, every meter. I said this in Delhi at the Ministry of Culture's Chintan Civil program earlier this year, and I say it again here. Being a progressive state, I hope Maharashtra, my beloved state, takes this leadership. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a thought provoking keynote address, and we are talking about the theme of the conference as retrospection. Your keynote address has highlighted the need to introspection because we need to be not only proud of our past but little more inquisitive, keen to know about the history, and that was really a key to further conference where we are going to attain the presentations by the experts on this. Thank you so much. Now I request our Chancellor Shri Samir Somaya to address the gathering.
Namaskar to you. Balchandra ji, Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor Dr. Pillai, and our Director Supriya Rai, and all of you here. I'm a chemical engineer by training. Studied the standard physics, chemistry, maths, dropped biology, although I think it's important now. Went through the normal studies, got good marks, tried engineering or medicine, didn't like biology, went for engineering, and became an engineer. Yesterday, just 2 days ago, I was talking to someone from a consulting firm, and he asked me, where is this interest of yours in, he called it left brain or right brain. I don't know which one it makes, but he called it one brain. He says you should be this brain, not that brain. So how come we are talking this other brain? So I told him my fondness of music came from my mother because she used to sing all the time. Either it was Kabir, Moko Kahan Dhoond Re Bande, मैं तो खोजी हो तो तुरंत मिल जाए मैं तो हूँ विश्वास में, or it would be a ghazal that she would sing, Nida Fazli, which is very appropriate to this topic, दुनिया जिसे कहते हैं जादू का खिलौना है, मिल जाए तो मिट्टी है और खो जाए तो सोना है. So we are talking about culture right now, which अगर खो जाए तो सोना है, लेकिन आ, आज हमें लगता ही नहीं कि ये खोया जा रहा है. Or my dad, who used to collect a lot of art, so at every corner in my house, or not corner, as you say, every meter, there would be something. So there was an appreciation I thought of, or not really an understanding, but ठीक है कुछ सुंदर चीज पड़ी हुई है, लेकिन मुझे तो इतना ही याद है कि फादर कहते हैं अरे क्रिकेट खेलते हो तो देखो कुछ टूट ना जाए. So I used to be an offside player only because onside we had a lot of art. So I have to say all my life I didn't break one thing and could never hit on the onside. And that has its roots in art. My father-in-law was a art collector. He was a woodworker, karigari, and he was also an architect. And we see the some of his sports center that is recently built reflects that architecture, the master planning on this campus a little bit, and that what we call the Kachi Haveli, which is actually from Baroda, which also is from there. Or my wife who wears lovely saris. I didn't, I didn't know a patola from a Paithani and a Banarasi or a temple. And after marriage, I suddenly got a sense of appreciation of the weaves and the beauty of that. Um, and of course, the appreciation of gardens. And so, whether it is our built heritage, whether it is our spoken heritage, whether it is our worn heritage, whether it is our written heritage, uh, I think these are things that life make life beautiful. So, although I practice chemical engineering, uh, I wonder if that is what gives me joy. Uh, I recently restored an old turntable which was there in my factory. And it has Jyotika Roy and all that LP is still there. So it must be from a past time, a past window. I am born in 1968. I've never seen it played. So I was only reflecting the last time when it was have been turned on. Who must have turned it on? What must be the time at which they must have played it? Whose fingers must have been there to put the needle on the LP? It's a nice thing to suddenly have it play at 77 RPM or 45 RPM. For those who don't know what it is, it's a nice thing to suddenly put your hands on. But walking in my factories are in rural Maharashtra and Karnataka. When you walk in these factories, तो हमारी जो पुरानी स्थापत्य है उसका एहसास नहीं होता है. या तो आप किसी महल में जाओ या तो किसी मंदिर या मस्जिद को देखो. लेकिन अगर किसी का अगर कोई घर है तो घर तो सब हम उखाड़ देते हैं, हटा देते हैं और उसकी जगह पे आज की जो वो इमारतें हैं which don't have really an aesthetic in them. But walking, my house is in Kutch. My family comes from Kutch. So when we go to Kutch, still in the villages, at least 35-40% of each village still reflects that old aesthetic. And so, but every time I go there, so if I started going there every year 10 years ago, if my own village had 70% of that aesthetic 10 years ago, today it is 40%. And why? Because, we have people who want to change their homes to modernity. And then they will sell that in scrap. And therefore, that Baroda thing which we have over here was similarly purchased in scrap. And the idea is, whether that is the right way of doing things. So the Center for Cult Studies was actually inspired by, because what we did before that is we suddenly took one of these old houses and converted it, restored it right there in the village of Tera where we come from, and made it pretty and converted it into a village library. And somebody gave us old stuff from their collection. आज तो गुजराती कोई पढ़ता नहीं है. आप हमारी તમે મારી ચોપડીઓ લઈ લો. કોઈ બીજું કોઈ વાંચશે તો ગુજરાતમાં જઈને ત્યાં અમે લગાડી દઈએ એટલે કોઈ વાંચી છે. ગુજરાતીઓ કોઈ છે તો તમને સમજ પડે જેને નહીં સમજ પડે એટલે થોડા मैंने गुजराती का आपको सुनने का एहसास दिलाया क्योंकि हमारी जुबानें सब लुप्त हो रही हैं. And so we did a second such in Roha. And the nice thing is, in this village, there was a 97-year-old man who had given that house of his to be converted into a library. And very quickly, he said, after he saw, he was 95. By the time we finished restoring it, he was almost 97. And he said, he called my cousin and said, उसकी बगल में मेरे दो और हैं. मैं गुजर जाऊं उसके पहले वो भी मैं आपको देना चाहता हूँ. इसका भी आप कुछ खरा और अच्छा उपयोग करिएगा गांव के लिए. And so I think if you show a demonstration, then maybe there are people who will see that appreciation and bring it back to life. I'm not restricting myself to Maharashtra because I'm just trying to tell you how we are trying to do this. And so of course Yamini is there and she's come because I saw that how do we try and create this in a manner that we build it further. And I think again, it's also, our lived heritage or heard heritage. I recently saw the movie Me Vasant Rao, and I thought it was a fantastic movie to try and see, Rahul Deshpande acting as his own grandfather and hearing that music come alive. And it is incredible to see that, and in therefore the School of Here, Music and Dance that we want to do over here and try to create these kind of programs that we have in this education institution. The whole idea is if we have students studying engineering, and we are not going to say don't study engineering. I think I still enjoyed what I studied and I love what I do. But I think it would be very nice if students can get a wider exposure. So only today I've made life very difficult for Monica Loda, who's sitting right here in our SK Soman college. Told her that, why don't you allow electives of languages, which, if you don't mind, thoda aapko hum hot seat pe bitha denge. So she's smiling away. So take that smile. So she said, "Sir, क्या है हिंदी मराठी गुजराती आर्ट्स एंड कॉमर्स कॉलेज में बच्चे 2 क्रेडिट का कोर्स ले सकते हैं और उनको वो माने हम वो फ्रीडम देते हैं आजादी देते हैं वो कर सकें." So then she said, brightly how that college has constructed a 2 credit course for Marathi, Hindi, etc. for exactly her students. Whereas I showed her the, you can tell me I'm saying wrong later, no problem. थोड़ा बनाते जाएंगे, थोड़ी कहानी बनाने दीजिए, so थोड़ी हम बना रहे हैं कहानी, so थोड़ा ड्रामा तो करें. So, since I said, but you look at the wealth of the courses that are there. So, मध्यकालीन काव्य होगा या नरसिंह मेहता के ये पद होंगे या तुकाराम के अभंग होंगे. So I said, जिसको मराठी नहीं आती है, गुजराती नहीं आती, उसको वो 2 क्रेडिट का केम शो सारू से बदलू तमें शिकवाड़ो. पर जिसको थोड़ा आता है, उसमें थोड़ा आप आगे भी. So let that campus come alive in its richness. And education should be one that not only educates, it should or certifies. Education is not which certifies; it educates and it enriches. And I think it should be, our education should be what we do there. So, separately, my father's art collection I have now digitized. We're conceptualizing a Shantilal Sumaya Institution of Fine Art, and we will build this whole collection next to it. I saw the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, and maybe we can do something over here of that side. Dr. Pillai had, invited Ganesh Devi, who I've read his books on the language heritage of India. And so I've only read that, and Dr. Ganesh Devi has accepted that he will come here and start the School of Civilizational Studies over here. I think it'd be fantastic, Doctor. And we have to just take it to a governing board. But and also, Dr. Pillai talks about language, which is not necessarily in books. In the tribal communities and the cultures, and all. I think it is. We have to find a place for these things, and um, I feel that in this position as chancellor of this university, I have been given a fantastic opportunity कि हमारी जो विद्या की व्यवस्था है उसका ऊपर से नीचे और नीचे से ऊपर और अंदर से बाहर और बाहर से अंदर करते हैं. I'm reading a book called Decolonizing Knowledge right now. They talk about how we need to decolonize knowledge. They're taking examples from Tanzania and various other countries where a particular system of education has come and supplanted itself there and removed and substituted. I am not here to say that you take out X and you do Y, but I'm only saying that, we must give place to our study systems. I talked about how we're experimenting in Panchagavya, or we're talking about construction in lime. In Madhya Pradesh, we are building a small school in a place called Ratapani, which is right in the heartland of the Gond and the tribal districts over there. And, we built a mud hut over there. And you look at, these systems of construction, water harvesting, sustainability are something that we have to learn from also in the present day, how we put it all together. So we are trying to building as my grandfather envisaged a Vidya Vihar, a place where education is there in all its um, expanding of horizons. And so that's what we're trying to do over here. We're building a huge section of our campus, almost 10 acres of our campus. This is a 50-acre campus. 10 acres is devoted to sport. 10 acres will be devoted to what I will call the cultural institutions. We have the Tejas Institute of Dharma Studies, which is there. The building it's been there for last 35 years, so in various forms since the 80s. Um, a beautiful new building which is coming up. Will be ready um, for the academic year 24-25. So we're delighted to see that. We've applied for the Fine Arts Institution and the construction permission for also the music and dance building. So we are hoping that we get all these permissions in the next few months. And you saw the kind of temple architecture that is meant for the music and dance building. And we will look forward to your guidance as we go ahead. For the, I really like the exhibition, sir, what you have shown for the forts. I enjoy trekking. My son and I go trekking. The first trek we picked without realizing how difficult it was Takmakad. पाणी सुद्धा घेतलं नाही आम्ही. असंच आम्ही घेतलं होतं थोडंच पाणी. I had no idea की 8 तासच आम्हाला लागेल, 6 तास लागेल तिथे वरती जाण्याकरता परत खाली यायसाठी. So I went up there, ran out of water when I was 1 hour short of my return trip. But I saw the beautiful heritage and how some of our um, other tourists put some Hansel and Gretel kachra marks as they go. And I would wish I take over as the president of the Indian Merchants Chamber tomorrow. And I did ask them whether, thank you. And so I did ask, no, now I can't ask, I have to lead because in the Indian Merchants Chamber. But until yesterday, I was asking, but from tomorrow I would have to. And whether we could do some, as Indian Merchants Chamber, work with tourism and archaeology and history to create some examples of how beautifully, aesthetically, and with knowledge we can contribute to some of the Sahyadri plots or whichever ones we choose together, but make a contribution that we do. So I thank you. We look forward to your guidance and thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, and we congratulate you on this new endeavor of Indian Merchants Chamber. And we always feel proud to work in Somaya campus as it has this rich, glorious past and the strong foundation of the values. And also, we are looking forward to the bright future. Every step we take under the guidance and leadership of Sri Samir Somaya. Thank you so much, sir. Now we are at the concluding part of the inaugural ceremony, and I request our director, Dr. Supriya Rai, to propose vote of thanks.
I think all of you will agree with me that this has been an absolutely spectacular inaugural session. Uh, Thank you, everyone. More formally, I would like to, first of all, thank the Honorable Minister. He did send us his message, Shri Mungantiwar. He couldn't be here in person, but he sent us this message saying that he will be with us in spirit through these sessions, and we are grateful for that. It is really an extraordinary initiative that he has undertaken, that in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years, he wants to conduct 75 such conferences across the state. And it is absolutely a privilege to host collaboratively the first such conference. So a big thank you to the Honorable Minister and also to the Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister, Shri Kharge. He also couldn't join us today, but both of them have been the moving spirits behind this initiative. Of course, our great vote of thanks goes to Shri Tejas Garge, Mr. Bhatkar. Of course, Professor Kulkarni is here on the stage with us. Without them, this would not have happened. And they have, I can only briefly sort of express to you here the excitement behind the scenes as all of this was put together. And we have had students, we have had faculty, we have had government officials, we've had volunteers, everyone working together to put together these 4 or 5 sessions that we have in the upcoming days. As we go ahead in these sessions, I hope all of you will join us there, because really what they are going to do is to provide us with inputs that we take back into our syllabi. How may we, as people in the field of education, take home these learnings in this conference and make it available to our student community, whether it is, like Samir sir said, whether it is a student of engineering or commerce. How may they also participate in these wonderful initiatives that are being shared here? To our keynote speaker and to our friend, mentor, Dr. Mukherjee, always a very heartfelt thank you for precisely the kind of critique that he presents, because unless there is the critique, the way ahead does not become clear. And what he has shared with us really addresses the issue. He sets the tone for the conference, retrospection, and the roadmap ahead. And again, as educationists, there is much for us to learn. And thank you very much, Dr. Mukherjee, for being there and for always being very, very supportive to all of our initiatives. Our Chancellor and our Vice Chancellor, आपलीच माणसं आहेत. पण तरीही तुमचे मनपूर्वक आभार for standing with us, behind us, and sometimes, as Samir sir said, putting us in the hot seat, Monica ma'am. But yeah, but that is the journey we have undertaken here at Somaya Vidya Vihar. And I'm very proud here. I stand here as a head of institution. I stand here as dean of faculty. Very proud to be in this university where we are taking so many decisions on areas which really need attention, really need our, collaboration to highlight, as Dr. Mukherjee said, our love for our state, for our country, and really for this beautiful world that we inhabit. So thank you, and lunch is out.
Thank you, madam. Before we move on to lunch downstairs in the Chanakya building, we will conclude the program with the national anthem.
Attention. जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नूमि जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे तव जय गाथा जय मंगल जय देवा भाग्य विनुत जय हे जय 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 हे
All are requested to come back here in the same auditorium at 2:30 as we begin with the further sessions. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
सीक्वेंस चेंज नहीं किया।
Okay. Yes. It's okay now.
हेलो, hello, can we please start the session? Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Radhika Sao from the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums. The first presentation would be of Dr. Kanetkar. To introduce her, Dr. Kumud Kanetkar is an independent researcher in Indology with a focus on medieval temples in Maharashtra. Her book, Ambarnath Shivalaya, a monograph on the temple of Shiva at Ambarnath, was awarded Yuko Hirayama Prize 2013 by the Institut de France Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, Paris. She has also written a bilingual book on the Bhuleshwar temple near Yavat. She has published numerous articles in research journals, presented papers at seminars, and delivered lectures on various aspects of medieval temples. Dr. Kanetkar holds a PhD in chemistry from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. She was postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She retired as professor of chemistry in 2004. She has a wide range of interests. She is a numismatist and a prize-winning philatelist as well. Dr. Kanetkar, you may.
Thank you. I'm audible? Yes, okay, thank you. So Priya, at the outset, I'm sorry for your perfect setting up like a jugaad, but I wanted to be comfortable. Okay, so during the discourse since morning, I realized that there was a need for an identity of the art and architecture of Maharashtra. So in that sense, I thought Ashaya Ghana, which is my title, could be good because our temples are not necessarily humongous, but they are Ashaya Ghana in the sense, simple question of how we measure Ghanata, which is density, mass upon volume. Our volume is small, but our mass is large, and therefore we are very dense. So that is what I mean by Ashaya Ghana. And I'll stress this point again and again, that we look at sculptures and we say, oh, how beautiful, how pretty. But they are not art objects. This temple art was never there as an exhibition of art. It was more, it was a pictorial script. That is what is said by Heinrich Zimmer also. It's a pictorial script, and it is readily understood symbolism. If you go to Elephanta, you find some villager who comes. He will see the neck, the snake around the neck, and he will identify Shiva. Others will not know it because we already know this script, and we know all the legends as well as whatever the. But what is important for Maharashtra, especially the two temples I have worked on, Ambarnath as well as Bhuleshwar, is they are meant to be understood. And it's an understanding which does not come by just looking. It requires introspection. It requires, I mean, I worked on Ambarnath for 13 years. And it took a lot of reading, a lot of other people's thoughts that I had to read up to understand it. And what Dr. Agrawala has said is also very good. Art by its nature is a visual commentary on or a concrete manifestation of thought, which is abstract and invisible. You cannot make a picture of an abstract thought, but you can try to illustrate it through objects of art. And this, he says that they are like documentation of a thought world that has changed. That has, people have departed, but things have remained. And I want to, this was what is the aim is to provide a brief. In Maharashtra, in the past 75 years, the research done to present in 20 minutes is a monumental task. But I want to show a few chosen temples and the concepts, what I'm saying about Ashayagana. I want to illustrate what they're illustrating. So this is Maharashtra, and you can see that I'm going to start at Markandi, Gadchiroli. Then I'm going to go to Ambarnath. Then I'm going to go to Koppeshwar at Khidrapur. Then I'm going to come to Aunda Nagnath. Then I'm going to Anwa. And then Harihareshwar. So it's crisscross. So let me start. The four dynasties, the four known temples where dynasties are known, Markandi, probably due to the attributable to the Kalchuris. And Ambarnath is, of course, known Shilahars of Thana, Koppeshwar Shilahars of Kolhapur. Aunda Nagnath, it is not, cannot say for which dynasty built it, but they were profusely decorated with sculptures, and they do illustrate something. They were trying to illustrate something, and it is more than a footprint of the ruling dynasty. So all these temples I am going to illustrate. So we start with Mrukunda Rushi temple, and I'm starting from the outside, you see. Because we were taken there by road, I'm sure there are other ways, but this is the compound where it starts, the enclosure, and goes on. But from the outside also you can see that there are 10 little shrines of the Dashavatar temples. Remember, Markandi is a Shiva temple, but these Dashavatara panels are there, and there are other temples also. Now this temple at the top has these ascetics. You can see the different, I used to think that this particular type means Pashupada, this particular type means so and so, but it's not like that. It's just that I think they're just Jatabhars that they're piled up. So this is the outside, and this is the temple. Although it has been struck by lightning and therefore it is partly broken, it is exquisite. And this, I keep saying that these are mirrors of society. What do I mean by that? For example, this one, this is the Mukha Mandap. This is also Trijanga, like Khajuraho. This is the main, you see from here to here is the Garbhagriha. This is the Kapili. Kapili is the thing that joins the Mandap to the Garbhagriha. Now you notice they were, the artists, sthapatis in those days were very particular about symmetry. So you notice that if this is the Garbhagriha, there are vasus on either side symmetrically. You see, it's always there. And this, and for some reason, I haven't worked on this temple, but for some reason the mandapa has couples of vasus. That means Mithuna, vasu. But here there's individual. But vasus belong to an era which is kind of straddling the very old and medieval. So the vasus are there. And on this, it is everything about the temple is exquisite. You have this Gajalakshmi, and here you have Kartikeya, and here you have Ganesha. Even at Ambarnath, and on the Kapili, on the north Kapili you have Kartikeya, on the south Kapili you have Ganesha, but there is no Gajalakshmi at Ambarnath. But this one, this set is also very remarkable. You see, I have enlarged. On one side is the Gajalakshmi, the Kapili, that means the panel that is joining the Garbhagriha to the Mandap. And this is the standard portrayal with the two elephants. This is Kartikeya and this is Ganesha. But on the top of the central, Trijanga part, the top has this particular image. You notice Ashtabhuja, it has 8 arms, and it is Chatushpada. Chatushpada is symbolic because a similar image is there at Khajuraho and it is inscribed. And it, because Khajuraho, Kandariya Mahadev is also Shaiva Siddhanta. There, this is also perhaps is Shaiva Siddhanta, but the Paddhati texts, they were the in between what is the spoken word by the considered to be directly from the mouth of the god, and what is actually practiced. So this is sort of go between. It tells you that there are 4 parts. One is jnana, then there is yoga, and then there's kriya, and there is charya. And about this kriya, I want to also emphasize that in Maharashtra, at least in Shilahars and whoever built the Bhuleshwar temple, it is parartha kriya. Parartha kriya, that means meant for the benefit of the others, populace. It's not because it's Gangaikonda Cholapuram, because they conquered Gangaikonda. It's not that. It is because they want to do something for the people, and this is very essential because this is what keeps society on an even keel, when people understand what are the correct things to be done. And there are, of course, I see here a Naravyal. I don't know whether you can see that. Naravyal is a half animal, half other. Usually they are Shukavyals, where it's the head is parrot, something like that. But here you actually have a Naravyal wearing earrings. So always, and there are like Shalabhanjikas, they can't be called Amrabhanjikas, but there are beautiful sculptures everywhere. This is Markandi, and we have to go fast. So I come to Ambarnath. Now Ambarnath, when I talked at the Tamil Heritage Trust, they themselves kind of christened it Vamana of the dynasties. It's a small dynasty, but it may be small, but they were erudite. See, we talk about Samarangana Sutradhara by Bhoja. He wrote that, maybe the people in his court helped him, whatever, but his name and the book is famous. Apararka Tika was one of the books that was written by Apararka, that is 3 kings after the 3 brothers who built the Amarnath Shivalaya. I mean, they were Chittaraja, Nagarjuna and Mummuni. After that, Anantadeva and then Apararka. But his Tika, even in those days, had been sent to Kashmir. And it was accepted in Kashmir. There was a debate about it. And that is one of the things that they were erudite. And another thing is the Shaiva Siddhanta concept is illustrated on the Amarnath temple is like a book. It's like a lithic book made in stone. And it's not something you can just read it. So as I said, it took me 13 years, and later on I have included all the people whose contribution, whose work in their own fields helped me understand this. So, and this is what erudition, if we are Maharashtrians, we should be proud about boasting what is not so well known, is that Mirashi, Mahamapatya Mirashi had already said in his corpus inscription in Vikaram about Shilahara dynasty that Apararka was the prince who became king following this. He was learned in Dharma Shastras. And his book Apararka Tika, a critic on the Yajnavalkya Smriti, is still considered a standard reference in Kashmir. This is what Mirashi wrote in the 50s, 60s. And it was very thrilling for me when I was reading about Bhuleshwar in connection with Bhuleshwar, Alexis Sanderson. And he has written, because he studied for 6 years in Kashmir under Swami Lakshman Ju. And I was so thrilled to read in his incidental remark, Sanderson's incidental remark, that Apararka, this within the fold of Orthodox Brahmanism, we find the doctrine attacked by Apararka, who ruled Konkan from so and so and so. And he says this is a manifestation of the divine consciousness. And Swami Lakshman Ju, who is like Gnaneshwara in Maharashtra, he was the last, I mean, he recently expired, I mean, a few years ago, but he was the last living saint of Kashmir who still survived after so many years of foreign rule. So this is what was, I thought was very thrilling. And this is another aspect I wanted to stress, that there is a difference in, say, Elephanta also illustrates this concept of the ultimate truth, which is Parashiva, as having 3 sthiti, 3 states and 5 qualities. 3 states are Saguna, Nirguna and Saguna, Nirguna. And 5 qualities are 5 attributes. They can be understood by us best if they are called Aghora. That are immediately the adjective tells us that this is something which is Samhara Murti type. Then you have Vamadeva, which is also Umavaktra, that is feminine aspect. You have Tatpurusha, which is the spirit of the universe. That means everything else is there. So these qualities are illustrated. And the second point I wanted to show, I'm trying to sort of take two steps at a time. These are the two lines, the blue line, dotted line, and the white dotted line. Above is the north view of the temple from the outside, and this is the longitudinal section. Now, when you exactly place them one below the other, you find that what is connecting the mandapa, that is the hall, to the Garbhagruha is this Kapili. Outside is called Kapili, inside is called Antaral. When you go here, you find it is exactly the steps that go from the mandapa to the Garbhagruha. And in terms of metaphysics, you can say this, what is depicted on this part, on the outside wall where there are sculptures, is sadhana. That means how to go from here to here. Basically, Tirtha is like a ford. Ford is where you're crossing over, and we don't want to go there forever. We cross over, we go to the Garbhagruha, we get whatever we want, we come out again. So that is like a two-way street. And if the mandapa is considered the Ihaloka, then you can consider the Garbhagruha as the Paraloka. That means you are trying to take a step there and you're coming back. Now this, how do you perform this sadhana which takes you there? And these are portrayed on that part. On this side I have the north, and on this side I have the south. On the same Kapili, here you have a man, see, I've got backwards and forwards, but three things are required in the sadhana. One is Gatra Shuddhi, which we all do. We take a bath, we remove our shoes. Then you have Chitta Shuddhi. For that we have an atmosphere and ambience that engages all our senses. We light incense, the sense of smell. We hear, we chant things. So all those are engaged. But the main difficulty in reaching, fulfilling our wishes to understand what is the ultimate is ahankar. That is considered the biggest mala. And therefore, if you get rid of the ahankar, then you become leaner. And how do you get rid of ahankar? By being ridiculed by others. It is understood that it is not something that comes from within. It's when outside people ridicule you, then you feel hurt. And I think these are things that occur to you eventually as you keep going to the same place again and again. So this, I have explained this ahankara. Now when I was talking, I was working on Bulleshwar. It is Natha. And therefore I was looking at the biography of all the four Jnaneshwar, Nivrutti Jnaneshwar, Sopan and Muktabai. And I realized that Muktabai must have been 10 years old when she saw her parents die. Then until she was 18, she took Samadhi at 18. She has gone through so many things that the society sort of gave them so much trouble, treated them so badly, that there was no way any ahankar would be left. So automatically they had reached that. And that is something I realized, that all the four within 8 months took Samadhi. And because we have relatives abroad. So my young niece asked me, isn't that suicide? It is difficult for me to explain to her how Samadhi is not suicide. But anyway, to reach that stage, you cannot do that unless you are completely cleaned. Gatra Shuddhi, Chitta Shuddhi, Atma Shuddhi. So, and these are the figures that are there. And these are the means which are used. So there, that brings me back to the question of what is our heritage. These are not documentation of images and plans, but it is it's the essence of the thought world and the wisdom of the ancestors, the people who preceded us, who have left it for us, so that it would last forever. And one example I already gave you about the sadhana and the Atma Shuddhi that was forced in a way or accelerated by society for the Jnaneshwar and those siblings. But the other thing is that this is noted in Amrutanubhava and is interpreted by us to mean what it, see, it says they were looking at Ellora, talking about Veru, because These people are said to have gone on a Tirtha Yatra, a big Tirtha Yatra. And the verse says, Deva, Deula, Parivaru, Kije Koruni Dongaru, Tesa, Bhakticha Vyavaharu, Kanavava. That means Kailas, Verud, same rock they have taken, same mountain side they have taken, and they have carved it in such a way that they have made the god, that is the Pindi inside, from the same thing, the temple structure from the same thing, and the Parivar Devatas also from the same thing. That is a very effective way of explaining Advaita. But that only Naneshwar would understand. We just look at Veru and we actually there are people who speculate that aliens built it, but anyway, apart from that. So these are the two things I'm trying to illustrate what I mean by Ashayagana, what is packed in, and it doesn't come to you easily. And this is the other concept that is very effectively portrayed in Ambarnath. See, this was the, although I said 5 gunas, the 5th one, the quality, is Ishana, which is the topmost facing the sky, and it is formless. So in a way, this is also represented first as Chaturmukha Linga. And those are Umavaktra, and you see, Umavaktra is feminine, you can obviously see the festoons of pearls and all, and this is Aghora. You see the fangs and the wrinkled brows, and this is in Elephanta, that's Sadashiva, because it is a flat surface, because it is not a freestanding thing. You have the perfectly calm Tatpurusha, and this actually is a Pindi, that is, this is the Linga, this is the symbol. On the, there are 3 faces, and this is obviously feminine, this is again, you see Sarpa Kundalas and everything, even the flowers in his crown are Dhatura flowers, poisonous flowers. These are not ordinary flowers. So, and this Ambarnath has taken one step further, because you have this Garbhagruha, the sanctum, and then you have these 3 outside walls. They are called, in the Shilpa Shastra text, they are called Ghana Dwara, which is so redundant. I mean, how can a Dwara be Ghana? How can a door be solid? But they are Ghana Dwara because they may be Ghana to us, but they are not, they are nothing to the Tej what is inside, and therefore what you see is the feminine aspect here, Mahakali. But feminine doesn't mean a bashful Uma, it means Mahakali, that is the Shakti. Then you have the Tatpurusha, and in this case, Ambarnath is in 11th century. So this case it is syncretic. You have Brahma, you have Vishnu, you have Shiva, and you have Surya. So that is the spirit of the universe, and here you have the Aghora. Aghora, this is the Gajantaka Murti. Unfortunately, I can't go into these magnificent sculpture and magnificent photos. And actually, Carmel Bergson, in her Columbia home, she told me she has an enlarged Gajantaka on her wall in the living room. So those, my favorite is her favorite too. Then I go to Kopeshwar, Khidrapur. This is Kolhapur Shilaharas. And there's so much, and again I said if I haven't worked on the temple, I don't talk about it. But this Gajatara, you can see here. See, Shilaharas of Konkan were Vamana dynasty, not Kolhapur. Kolhapur were fairly affluent. And you can see, in a way, all the Adhishthana, all the deities that are pictured there are riding an elephant. And Dr. Jamkhedkar calls it lack of Vahana Viveka. Everybody sits on an elephant. It doesn't matter. It is the Gajatara, their way of portraying it. This is from the back. What I want to illustrate is just a few hundred yards from this. Is the Khidrapur Adinatha Basati. Adinatha Basati, same artists, same people, but see Jainism, and this is, I'm not a learner, I haven't done Indology, so I don't know, but I'm free to that way express my thoughts, is that Jainism could survive because they were very adaptable. They modified, they understood what their devotees wanted, and they tried to cater to them. If the Jaina devotee found that his jina, he has reached his own end, he has reached his own goal, but he doesn't respond to my prayers. He will not answer my prayers. I cannot ask him for a boon. He is completely beyond me. So therefore they invented the Shasana Devatas. Each Jina has a Yaksha and a Yakshi. So they are like agents. You can pray to them and they will answer your prayers, convey, whatever. And to the extent that you see this one, on the Kapili of that Adinatha Basati, what you see is basically Ambika Yakshi. And you know it is Ambika Yakshi because they put a chhatra on her head, and she has the two kids, the husband who had turned into her Vahana lion, and the one kid is sitting here, the other one she is holding an Amralumbi. So this is an adaptation of the script. That means they are saying they're trying to express their things. And here you see there is a Yaksha and there is a Yakshi. So this is how society is reflected in the temple art. So this I have already explained, and I have tried to say that you have to look at it as it existed then. This is, we are talking about 12th century, 13th century. And there was no such animosity or polarization. Hindu kings had Jain queens. Hindu kings gave donations to the Jain basatis. And this, not only the Shilaharas, but when Shilaharas of Kolhapur were finished by Singhana, even his Krishna's brother Mahadeva gave a grant to a basati. That means there was no polarization or animosity. Everybody, I mean, these were parartha kriyas in the true sense of the word. And this is, I'm going to the next one, which is Aundha Naganath. And I'm going to rather skip the temple proper. I'll tell you what I'm going to cover. Now this is, you can see that the lower part, the Adhisthana, is obviously very ornate, very well made. It is old. These are built afterwards. This also I have some explanation for that, but not right now. What I want to concentrate on is that in Singhana Yadava's time, things had changed, socially had changed. Because on the three porches of Aundha Naganath, because there are, on either side you have panels, and all the 6 panels have this kind of a sculpture, where you have a lady on a horse leading a phalanx of elephant brigade. This is one, this is the other one. I could fit 4, but all 6 are like that. And she has been, although she has been vandalized, her torso remains, and her her lead portion remains. And you can see that the elephants are not in a parade. They are actually trampling on people. They are war elephants. Now, a woman commander on horseback leading an elephant brigade, and I looked for it because I said ki, a woman mounted on a horse leading a phalanx of elephants, her, it requires an explanation. So I went through the Yadava inscriptions read by Ritti, and there I found 2 inscriptions, one of 1218 CE and the other one of 1239, which a lady, Sahini Bhagaladevi, is mentioned. And later on, it mentions Bhagubai as Sarvadhikari. So, and I have illustrated here another temple from nearby, not nearby, but in the area, is Pangav. And it has beautiful Surasundaris. But this is a difference between the social perception of the woman who is portrayed as Hathi Sahini and Aundha, and at Pangav as simple Surasundari. This is another example. This is the only Vaishnava temple I have, because I have not studied it, it is Dr. Degilurkar has worked on it, and I have worked a little bit on it. Now this is a Vaishnava temple, and this is the main sanctum. Now I cannot go into details, but all those, you see, I explained what, how do I know what those forms are and how do I sort of logically reach that conclusion. This is the sanctum. It has 5 projections. That means 5 projections means 10 faces, 10 images. So you have 10 and 10, 20, and here because they are cut off, you end up with 32 images. But this is where all the Ashtadikpals are there. Therefore, if you subtract 8, you are left with 24. And 24 immediately brings to mind the 24 Vyuhantara Vishnus. And so the beauty of it is, in Pancharatra, Paravasudeva doesn't do anything himself. It is Lakshmi who does the creation. Lakshmi is the one that is creating everything. And so all these images are not of Vishnu, but of Lakshmi. But not Lakshmi, they are the Shaktis. And they, just as the 24 Vyuhantaras have 24 names, the Shaktis also have different names. And they're obviously not based on, Dr. Jamkhedkar pointed out, they have nothing to, the name has nothing to do with their function. It is not like Mahadeva that tells you that he is considered the greatest of gods. It's not like that. Keshavanma, Narayanma, all these things that we say, they have no connection to the Ayudhas. But they have now published these old Puranas and even Ishana Shiva Gurudeva Paddhati, but he has more than 24, many more. That, see, if you, Dakshina Adha Karakrama, that means right hand, lower right hand, then upper right hand, then upper left hand and the lower. That is how you name them. So you have this lady with a gada, then Shankha, Chakra and Padma. So she is Ga, Sha, Cha, Pa. That means the actual 24 Vyuhantara Vishnu would have been named Vasudeva, but she is called Lakshmi. Then here you have the other way around. See, fourth hand is broken, but you have Shankha, you have Chakra, and you have the Gada, which means this must have been Padma. Therefore, she is Pasha Chaga, that means she is the Shakti of Kesha, which is Kirti. I am just giving you an examples of how concepts can be explained through. And it is definitely a Vishnu temple because on the Lalata Bimba in the center you have Vishnu, and the Dwarapalikas are female. You see, these are Dwarapalikas. And they are female, that means it was dedicated to Lakshmi. And Dr. Deglurkar has mentioned that although this has been, it is very easy to take a murti out of the sanctum and put a Shivalinga in it, but he says there is a temple, I have not been able to go there and see, of a Lakshmi in the town itself. So this is very ornate, that would be befitting a goddess. I mean, you would think that it would be a little more effeminate and decorative. That brings me to another Hattar Singh Kudal Sangam in Solapur. I think it was desilted only in 1998 or something. Therefore, we don't hear of it. It is a Dvigarbha, and one, it is called Hari Hareshwar. That means both Hari and Hara are there. And you see the ornate work, and these are my favorites. You see the Kinnara and Kinnari. They're so beautifully done, this Kinnara, and you see the hind part is of a bird, and you even have the feathers. This is, and they usually have this thing that the Kinnari plays the tala. I think she makes the men dance on her tala. But these are beautiful sculptures. Then I'm going to go through a lot of stray sculptures and all that. And Padmavati Devi sculpture at Chandigarh Museum entrance. When I got to Patiala, I went to the museum, and right before you enter the museum is this huge, bigger than life-size image of Devi Padmavati. I almost felt like Atke par Janda Padkolla Sarka mala vatle, because in Patiala you have an image from Solapur. These are again Jain images, Shila Harazav, perhaps some influence of the Kolhapur dynasty. Then I am going to show you something from Ramtek, something from Mandha, Pavnar, Divyagar, and so on. So this is the Devi Padmavati. And what is interesting is that here it is in Braille. The description is in Braille. So that the person who sees, if he can feel the image because it's there in the open, no case or anything, and he can understand the description. That brings me to another Padmavati, because my husband was from IIT, so we had gone there, and they showed me a Padmavati temple which is there on the campus. And this is the, see, Powai Lake was not natural. It was constructed sort of. They made it to act as a reservoir. And therefore, original Padmavati temple which was there had been shifted on the IITB campus. And that is known as Padmavati temple. But 1925, there was a drought and the lake dried up. And they found this stone. And this stone has inscriptions. We are not connected to that, but it says Pavai, Swasti Shri Pavai Grame. That means that Pavai Gram. Pavai was the name because it was named after Padmavati, because Padma, Pamma, and that is how it got the name, and the Portuguese converted it to Pavai. So this is Padmavati for you. Vakataka genealogy I just give because we know about Harishena because of Ajanta. We don't know very much about this branch. This is again power of women, never underestimate it. They were all Parama Maheshwaras, all these. They were very devout Shaivas. And Rudrasena II was married to the daughter of, one of the daughters of Chandragupta Vikramaditya. Guptas were Vaishnava. So suddenly these became Parama Bhagavatas. And in his memory, she erected a temple of Narasimha. I tell you, you go there, you stand there in front, and you're just floored. This is the temple, which is a simple temple, very little there. Only the Dwarashaka has only one Gana on either side. But this is the image. You stand there right in front of, and it, because it is so huge and so simple. It has only that Chudamani on top and one chakra to confirm that he is Vishnu, I mean Vaishnava, and this Narasimha. So come, take that and go to this. This is from Mandar. Mandar is, it was until this Vindhya Shakti, the first Vakataka conquered it. It was Vindhya Aranya only, and there were people who were tribals. They would not have, and if the Sapati Sutradhar tried to explain to them that this is the dhyana, this is how you should create somebody. With the murti will have, you know, to indicate. But I think this is one of the part of democracy. In the sense, 8 heads okay, but you have 1 head each on the arm and 1 head each on the legs. I mean, decentralization, where do you need your power most? You also need it in the arms and the legs. I'm just interpreting. This is not what is, I mean, there is no Shilpa Shastra, but this is what you see. This is how difficult it is to convey a thought into an image. And this is again some exquisite things that were found when Vinobaji's ashram at Paunar was being constructed. They found this is, I think it can compete with any Modigliani. It's a lithe, beautiful sculpture of Ganga. And not only that, on her partly uncovered leg, it says Ganga Bhagavati. And it is she standing on a makara. So, I mean, we have so many things, and this is another very dynamic sculpture, also found there, and they have kept it there. This is the Kausavada. We hear about Kausavada, but here the details, and this is again interpreted by Dr. Zamkherkar, that when this is Krishna and this is Balarama. When they went to Kamsa's palace, when they were invited, this is the elephant Kuvalayapida with the Mahut, who charged them to kill them. They have killed both the elephant and the Mahut, and then they had also Chanura and Mushtika. And Krishna has killed Chanura, and Balarama is killing Mushtika. And at that, when Kamsa saw that up from the gallery balcony, he ordered the guards that they were to capture this Nanda and to kill Vasudeva. When Krishna heard that, he sprang like a lion, grabbed him by the head and strangled him. Now this is so much, very much more effective than saying that he killed Kamsa. That's not just killed Kamsa, this is what happened. Then there is the Ganesha mask found in the Vayagar. Again, Shilaharas, they had enough that they could make a mask which pure gold 1.3 kilos. And not only that, but the solid, and you can match the dimensions. This was meant for this. And this was buried with, because there was some civil war, so it was buried, it was found. Now look at the artistry. This is a fragment only that was there. And when you compare it with this is the halo with petals. You can see this also has halo, has petals. And this face is only 1 inch, and it is so well carved. So, and this is Brahma. You see, we all read Puranas that says Brahma was, I mean, we created Brahma rather than Brahma creating us. Man created God in the sense of images. God is always there, but we cannot, the whole See, we are only 140 crores. Rest of the world you have to take, and they all don't worship Brahma, Vishnu, or Mahesha. So there is a God, but our concepts, and then we ourselves malign the Brahma. I call it a bad case of PR. Shiva had so many avatars, Vishnu had avatars, Shiva had so many forms, and he just got left behind. And this was obviously in worship, because it's an image in the round. The fourth face is also shown. So, Surya, this is in Gargesar's museum in Ratnagiri. This is a full-scale Surya, wearing boots and wearing the chilkat-like thing and the lotus bloods. So these gods were worshipped. They died out simply because they lost followers, like our political parties die. They lose followers, they die. Now this is something which I have purposely included me in the picture. You can see how large these things are. This is at Amdapur. They don't know where, I mean, I don't know where they come from, but this is an old picture of Kandahar Fort. Kandahar Fort was the old capital of Rashtrakutas. 5 minutes, thanks. Okay, so this is something I would have loved to, but I'm not going to talk about, is Bhuleshwar. Look at the outside. I mean, this is done by Brahmendra Swami, the Peshwa. And look at the inside. It's absolutely priceless. And here, the Sthapatis always wanted symmetry. This is the original. But see, they have been built around. This is not by Peshwas, the other people. But you can see this is totally unsymmetrical. There's any number here, scattered. So this is not an old structure. But in connection with that, I just want to show you that it is a Natha. But this is before the Nathas each had their own identifying ayudas to identify them. This is the cake. See, because Trika, Abhinav Gupta, Kashmir Saivism, these are the terms thrown around. So when I was reading one of the articles by Sanderson, I found this picture. This is internal worship. You are supposed to visualize. And what kind of goddesses? Para, the supreme and the benevolent. Then you have Apara, which is malevolent. But you have Para Apara, which is both this and that kind of thing. Like we never go from Saguna to Nirguna. We go Saguna, Nirguna, but there is something Saguna, Nirguna in between. And there are 10 panels like this at Bhuleshwar. And you notice central is larger and the two are smaller. And I think it's just incidental, maybe incidental, but you see Ganeshani, Vainayaki in the Para Apara place. You remember that it is said that initially he was a Vignesha, then he became a Vignaharta. So in a way, that is my flight of fancy. But you see, these Hatha Yogic postures are there in all the 10 panels. So there has to be a connection. I haven't found it yet. But and where did I find so many connections? Dr. Devangana Desai, Jamkhedkar, Filiozas, and each one had their own contribution. Devangana Desai with Suraj and Anita, and Filiozas. He has written The Heart of the Temple of Shiva according to Shaiva Siddhanta, and it is this that gave me the idea of the Prasada Purusha Pratishtha. Then Dr. Zamkhedkar is always there to guide. And this, Dr. Davis, I finally met him in 22, although I spent a year in 2011 reading his thesis, trying to understand. And that is exactly what the thesis was, ritual in an oscillating universe. He spent more than a year in the 3 temples in the south, sitting with the priests and understanding what the ritual was. So these are the, Dr. Nagaswami. He was really upset when I showed him the Vishnu on the Shiva temple. He said, Vishnu on the Shiva temple. I said, I didn't put it there, but it's there. Because this is the society which is changing. It is not as polarized or as, and Adam Hardy, of course. He is a font of knowledge. And Kevin Standage, the photographer. And unfortunately, the day he came, all the way from England, and there was a home being conducted inside the Garbhagruha of an ASI protected monument. The whole place was full of smoke. So what can Kevin with his equipment do? So we didn't, but even then, see the beautiful picture. This is Ambarnath. When you walk in there, you wonder whether this is the picture of the same thing. The Vishnu on Garuda. So and this is the chance discovery or connection. Dr. Abels, who lives in Germany, he lived in Ambernath in 1955 to something. He was 11 to 14 years old because his father was a scientist who worked in the MPF as a statistician, because ballistics, you have to know the ballistics of the, because these are, and this is what I want to show you. You see, do these look like people, our Nagari people? They are all Adivasis. So although it is a living temple, it has come to life only after independence. But this is the photos he sent me very kindly. And now whenever we correspond, he talks about Amarnath as our temple. That means his and mine, okay? So these are and these are other things that we have to do. And I cannot stress it enough. Ambarnath has to be experienced to understand how much it can teach us. And these are all the people I take there. And for the future, I can only suggest a few things. We must understand why they were built, what was the purpose, and research both languages, it must be available. And these on-site walks are necessary. I will not go into the Bhuleshwar temple at all. But this is another one. You see this Devlana in Dhule. And it has the Kundalini, the Ida Pingala and Sushumna, how they meet and how they become one. And this is another one who is an engineer, who is turned a historian. And he has written books on because this is social history. There are inscribed Sati stones. So, and I again just remember Carmel Bergson. She told me that we must, these tourist attractions, UNESCO, etc. is okay, but once again we must acquire the sacred value they once held for the people. When they did, I mean, this is her way of expressing it, they achieved Ananda. What it means is you must understand what the temples were built for. Thank you. Okay. I'm sure I took a lot of time from the other speaker, but
Thank you, Kanetkar ma'am. I will continue the session. I now introduce Dr. Vasant Shinde. Professor Shinde is former professor and vice chancellor at the Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Deemed University, Pune, and founding director general, National Maritime Heritage Complex and Museum, Lothal, and presently CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. He is a world-renowned archaeologist cum museum expert and one of the foremost scholars in South Asia. Professor Shinde is also adjunct professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, and the Central University of Haryana. Professor Shinde is also advisor to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India on the National Maritime Heritage Complex and Museum. Professor Shinde contributed immensely to the development of concept and academic content for the first National Maritime Heritage Museum at Lothal. He has also directed a vast number of excavations around the country, from Harappan sites in Gujarat and Haryana to Chalcolithic sites in Madhya Pradesh and the Deccan to proto-historic and early historical sites in Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Presently, he has been directing a very prestigious international research project at the Harappan site of Rakhigadi in Haryana. One of the most notable works he has done is the breakthrough research contribution for the first DNA analysis and craniofacial reconstruction of Harappan people. The research paper on the DNA of Harappan people was declared by the International Conference on Genomics as one of the 9 breakthrough researches in the world in 2019. Professor Shinde has initiated several levels of international collaborations with institutes around the world, bringing Indian archaeology to a truly global level. He has established the Society for South Asian Archaeology with a view to promoting young scholarship and further global collaborations. He has also actively involved in public archaeology and established groups in Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and Haryana to protect the cultural heritage of the country and generate awareness among the general public. He will be presenting on proto-history of Maharashtra and can one develop the Rakhigadi model for Maharashtra sites. Professor Shinde, I would
So namaste. I am extremely happy to be here. And it's a beautiful campus. So for the first time, I am coming to this campus. Before I start, I would like to thank the organizers, the State Department of Archaeology, and also Somaiya University for inviting me here for this important event. Now, friends, I will begin with the proto-historic research in Maharashtra. And I'm sure that most of you are aware that Deccan College is pioneer institute in conducting research in this particular field. And the pioneer architect is, of course, Professor S.D. Sankalia, the founder of the Department of Archaeology at Deccan College in 1939. And before the research was initiated, in fact, at the site of Jorve and Nashik, in 1950s, of course, it so happened that S.S. Sali was the superintending archaeologist in the Archaeological Survey of India. He was, of course, working as a officer, in fact, in block office at Sangamner. And he had a lot of interest in archaeology. So one of the farmers from the village of Jorve brought some pottery to him. And he was very fascinated. In fact, the pottery was so important. And he realized that perhaps this is a very distinct pottery which is not reported so far from any part of Maharashtra. So he took this to Dr. Sankalia in Deccan College, and Professor Sankalia also was very excited to see this particular collection, and he realized that perhaps they have come across a very important phase in the history of Maharashtra, and of course then he began the small scale research at the site of Jorve. And then, of course, at the site of Nashik, he carried out the excavations. And then he established, the characteristic features of the early farming communities called the Chalkodik communities in Maharashtra. So that is how, the understanding was that, in Maharashtra, the early settled life began only around 6th century BCE. But at one stroke, this was taken back by almost 1100 years. Because of this particular important discovery. So, of course, the role of Deccan College is very well known because Deccan College has undertaken pioneer research at sites like Jorve and Nevasa. And Nevasa, for the first time, the Chalkodik phase was properly identified in chronological position. It was found below the early historic levels. And the true characteristic features of the Chalkodik phase were also identified at this particular site. And then, of course, a large-scale excavation was undertaken at the site of Inamgaon. And again, Professor Sankalia was the lead researcher at the site of Inamgaon. And at this particular site in the country, that most of the new concepts of new archaeology, they were introduced for the first time for the collection of data. And also, it is here that the scientific research in archaeology began. One of the important contributions of Sankalia is that he established the Department of Archaeology with basic laboratories. Perhaps this is the only department in the world. The Institute of Archaeology in London has the different laboratories, but they are in different sections. They are not part of the same department. But here, for the first time, he was a visionary, and he established this particular department of international repute. And at this department, most of the scientific research was conducted, at the site of Inamgaon. So that was a very important phase. Because of this particular research, we have fairly good understanding about the lifestyle of the Chalkodik people, or the first farmers of Maharashtra. We also have fairly good understanding about the socio-economic conditions. I will show some of the evidence from this particular site. But you can see in this map, during the Chalkodik phase, the entire subcontinent was occupied. We have some early dates coming from the northwest part of the Indian subcontinent. Also, we are getting some early dates from the mid-Ganga basin in the in UP. And in this area, the early life goes back to almost early settled life goes back to 7000 BCE. Then the next important region, of course, was the Mewar region of Rajasthan, where we discovered, again, the credit goes to Deccan College. We carried out excavations at Balatal and Giloon, and the date or the antiquity of the settled life in this area is going back to 4500 BCE. And then, of course, in the rest of the country, including Maharashtra, South India, eastern part of India, the early settled life began around 3000 BC, at some places 2500 BC, and in Maharashtra around 2000 BCE. So the whole region was occupied, and this happened because of the conducive environmental condition that happened in this part. Then I mentioned about the site of Nevasa, which was excavated by Professor Sankalia very meticulously. And here you can see the position of the Chalkodik phase, the early farming communities at the base of the cultural sequence here. And it is here that this particular phase was properly dated by seaboarding dates, and also on the basis of the stratigraphical position. But as I mentioned that, the real scientific research began in fact, at the site of Inamgaon. You can see in fact on the other side of the bank, the photograph of the site of Inamgaon, which was excavated between 1968 and 80. And it is here that, I was a trainee. I just finished my MA and joined, the excavations at Inamgaon. And two people, in fact, who have trained me in this field. In this photograph, you can see Professor Davlikar, M.K. Davlikar, my guide. And he is the one, in fact, who brought me, in fact, in archaeology and trained me in the field archaeology. Next to him is perhaps the best excavators of the country, Jeddi Ansari. And Jeddi Ansari, in fact, he taught me the field archaeology in totality. And also Professor S.N. Rajguru, you can identify him. He is the one, in fact, who began in the country geoarchaeological research. Then Professor M.D. Kajle, who was the first to develop the archaeobotanical research in the country. And then, of course, we have some draftsmen here who were also equally good. But on this side, you can see on the left-hand corner, Professor G.L. Badam. And he's the one, in fact, who developed the paleontological research in the Deccan College. So these are the scientists who actually developed the scientific archaeology in the country. And in this photograph, perhaps I don't know whether you can recognize, but you can see me in this particular photograph here, and also excavating a structure here. So I was fortunate to get a real scientific training at this particular site. So the remains that have been excavated at site, we have fairly good idea about the structural activities of the people. They mostly constructed the rectangular structures, and at this particular site also, for the first time, the application of ethnoarchaeology was done on large scale. When we were excavating, I remember, in fact, we discovered this particular platform, circular mud platform, inside the structure. And all of us were confused. In fact, I was a student, of course, but Professor Daulikar, J.D. Ansari, they were confused because they could not identify the function of this particular structure. But a couple of days later, we were invited for a cup of tea in the village, and in the village we saw the exactly identical mud platform there, which was used as a support to a storage bin. So from that, maybe that was a clue for us, and from that, we started developing the ethnoarchaeology in the country. And also, most of the structures that were excavated in at the site, they were mud structures. Only the basal cores of the structure was surviving, and we had no understanding about what kind of the superstructures the structures had. But we also came across more or less identical structures in the village, and on the basis of the ethnographic data, we were able to reconstruct the superstructure of the structural evidence that we excavated. Now, I mentioned about the reconstruction of the society at the site of Inamgaon. Now, this was the first attempt, in fact, at the site of Inamgaon to reconstruct the social organization. What we found that, in the previous picture you have seen, a single room or double room structures, at the site. So this was the common evidence that we found at the site of Inamgaon. But in the center, you can see a very, very elaborate structure. This is a 5-room structure at the center. In the next, you can see, in fact, the structure, and by the side of the structure, a public granary also. And, the excavators were wondering, what could be this particular structure. So they developed 2 hypotheses. One is that perhaps this structure belonged to a very rich person. That was an obvious hypothesis. And the other hypothesis was perhaps this is the structure belonging to a very important person, maybe the chief of the community. These were the 2 hypotheses. And this hypothesis, of course, was supported by scientific evidence, archaeological evidence. Because at most of the structures we found these type of burials, these 2 urn burials, what we call as twin urn burials. Usually, the children were buried, even adults were buried within the settlement, either in the courtyard or below the living floor. And usually they were placed in 2 pots. The children were placed in 2 pots. But we found one unique evidence, in fact, one unique burial in that big structure, which was completely different. So they had not followed the usual custom for this particular burial. So that was unique burial found in that big structure. So this was a unique, very different evidence that we had. Secondly, most of the adults also were buried in a supine position in north-south direction. And usually the feet of the people were cut off before they were buried. Now, we do not know exactly what is the reason behind that, but probably, this particular practice is happening even in some parts of Goa. And particularly the pregnant women, when they die, their feet is cut off because the general belief that they should not turn into ghost and come back. So probably that was the belief during the Chalcolithic phase. So this was this is the kind of evidence that we found in most of the structures at the site of Inamgaon. But in that big structure, we found 2 unique burials. One which I showed about the burial of a child, and the other evidence is the burial of an adult person in that. So this person was also given a different treatment, not the usual treatment as was given for the common people. So he was made to sit in this clay jar. His feet were intact. So that indicates that perhaps this burial belongs to a person whose status was quite high in the society. And probably the normal rules of the community were not applicable to this particular person. And therefore, this particular structure was identified as that belonging to the chief of the community at the site of Inamgaon. So this was the first exercise, in fact, done in the country. And by applying these new methods, by undertaking various scientific methods, this particular research was carried out. So very, very important research was initiated. And to substantiate, the presence of the chief, they also found some public structures. Trace of the fortification was also found. Along with that, there's a big embankment also was excavated or discovered, and this is also a supporting evidence for the presence of a chip. Usually, the chip plays very important role during the crisis. The granary was located by the side of by the structure of the chip, because he can take the control of the maybe granary and play important role during the crisis. Similarly, the water storage also was made in fact at Inamgaon, and it is here that the chip can play important role in the distribution of water, and maybe during the crisis, that it can play important role. Also, in the upper part of the Chalcolithic level, the usual dating in fact that we have from the site of Inamgaon is between 1600 to 700 BCE, and after 1000 BC, we do find some kind of decline in the Chalcolithic phase, and the people in fact who lived in fact after the decline, they mostly prefer these type of circular structures. So this is a kind of evidence that we find in the upper stage. And you can see some of the flimsy structures which were built by the what we call as the late Jorwe people. But we prefer to call that as the Chalcolithic right from beginning to the end of this particular phase. Also, you can see that not all the people, of course, have constructed circular structures. There were some people, in fact, maybe the rulers or people who were maintaining the settlement. They lived in a permanent structures like rectangular structures. But what is interesting that most of the rectangular structures that we excavated in the upper part of the settlement at Inamgaon, they were all burned down. And it is quite possible that they were burned down intentionally, and there is a substantial evidence for that. Also, you can see that in the evidence that we have from the burials in the lower level is very important, because we find proper treatment given to each individual in the early phase. But in the later phase, you can see that maybe a number of individuals have died simultaneously, and they have been buried hurriedly in a one pit. So sometimes in one pit we find couple of burials, multiple burials in some types. So this is a important evidence that we found, and it is possible. It is quite likely that the iron using megalithic people started moving towards this area very close to Inamgaon, and these type of megalithic burials were excavated, were discovered, and they are typical, very similar to the burials found, megalithic burials found in the Vidarbha region, and they are dated between 1200 to 800 BCE. And one of the burials that was excavated, that burial in fact produced the even Jorwe pottery, indicating maybe close contact between the megalithic and the Chalcolithic people, and probably these people may have been responsible ultimately for the for the destruction of the Chalcolithic phase. Inamgaon also was a first site in the country where we carried out the aerial photography with the help of the toy plane. You can see that this was a maybe experiment that we made in fact here, and also the flotation technique was introduced at this particular site, because of which a lot of botanical remains were extracted from the site, and they were studied, and we have been able to reconstruct the entire history of agriculture in the Deccan region. And these are some of the material culture that is discovered from the site. We have a lot of the stone beads. We have a lot of the use of copper. Copper was used for a variety of reasons. Maybe they made some tools. They also made some ornaments. Also, we have the evidence of the manufacturing of copper objects here in the form of crucibles and the instruments that were used. These people also had contact with the coastal part, particularly with Gujarat region, because we find the bangles made of chang shell or the conch shell, and this conch shell is found only along the Saurashtra coast near Dwarka. Also, we have some evidence about to talk about the religious beliefs of the Chalcolithic people. They did not really follow these religious activities on large scale. These type of small figurines were probably worshipped, because we found one unique evidence in which there is a clay box in which there is a human figure inside, and outside on top of that was a headless clay human figure. So probably, and this was buried properly in a small pit. So probably this indicates a proper evidence of the maybe religious beliefs that time. This is some more evidence about the terracotta art. We also found a lot of terracotta bull figurines, and very close to the site, we did come across a shrine. This particular shrine is worshipped by the Bhils. They come from all part of Western India, and they offer wooden bulls here. So probably that offering bull was the very old tradition started by the Chalcolithic people. Then we also found there this type of material that we have. These are the incense burner and also the lamps. Some objects made of stone, utility objects mostly. We also found some beads made of gold also. So this is the kind of evidence that we have. This is the kind of pottery that we find. We do have painted pottery, and on the basis of painted pottery, we could identify different phases in the Chalcolithic phase. This is the pottery which is from the lowermost levels at Inamgaon, and this resembles the pottery from in central India, which is connected or associated with the Malwa phase. So probably it is believed that Malwa people started moving in this region around 1600 1700 BCE. So this is the kind of pottery that we find. The pottery has tremendous impact of the Harappan people. This exactly the painting that we find, some of the shapes that we find, they resemble the Harappan shapes and Harappan paintings. And we do believe that that Harappans and the Chalcolithic people had very close contact. Just hurriedly, I'll show you the type of pottery that is found in this region, in the region of Maharashtra. These are the different pots that we found. There are some maybe legends also on the pottery painted. On this particular pottery, you can see, I don't know whether you can see, but there is a bullock cart with bulls yoked to it is engraved on this pottery. These are some of the storage jars that we find. These are the clay storage jars. This is the pottery from the uppermost levels. There is a decline in the phase, and that decline is reflected in the material colors also. Particularly the pottery becomes coarse and less painted in the upper part. They also have introduced some new pottery in this region. New shapes also were introduced by the Chalcolithic people in this region. And this pot is important because this pottery indicates the contact between the Chalcolithic and the megalithic people, because the black and red pottery was mostly used by the megalithic people, and towards the end of the Chalcolithic phase at Inamgaon, this was adopted by the Chalcolithic people after the contact. We also have the evidence of the firing of the pottery in this region at Inamgaon. We also have some evidence, in fact, at the site of Daimabad, which is another important site, which was excavated by the Archaeological Survey of India. Dr. S.S. Sali was the excavator, and he found some of the very huge catch of bronze figurines, and these figurines are probably believed to have come from the Harappan region, indicating contact. Then in the third, after Inamgaon, in fact, we did what is known as the small site archaeology, under which two sites were excavated. One, of course, the site of Valki. You can see the nature of the site, very flimsy. The site was occupied, temporarily, maybe during the particular season. And at this particular site, we have found circular structures in clusters. So these are some of the remains that we have found in the excavation. And close to the site, we also came across similar clusters which were built by the workers coming from southern part of India, and they also built the same kind of structure. So Inamgaon, the Valki was identified as the farm state of Inamgaon. So probably people from Inamgaon came here, maybe a group of people came here, and they stayed here for some time, and they carried out maybe agriculture activities, and after that they went back. So this is the evidence, which indicates the presence here. We also have a lot of evidence about the ethnographic data, and that data was used for the reconstruction of the structural activities at Valki also. Some people stayed here permanently because we have found a couple of rectangular structures, and perhaps these people stayed here for the upkeep of the farm state at Valki. Also, maybe few burials exactly same as the burials found at Inamgaon. Even the fireplaces are not burnt, indicating that they were not really used for long period. We also have the evidence of this. This is the first evidence of its kind in the Chalcolithic phase, the seed drill, and you can see that that tradition continues even today. This is the, this is a plowshare made of bone found at Valki, and today's plowshares are exactly same, except that the modern plowshares are made of metal, whereas the ancient ones are made of bone and antler. The next site that we excavated was Kaute, which is in Dhule district of Maharashtra. And here also we found more or less same evidence as that Valki. The only difference that these structures are underground. In fact, they are sunken dwellings. They are also in the form of in the form of clusters, and each function of each circular structure or circular feature here is different. But some of them were used for living purpose, some for storage, and maybe one or two for for as a kitchen. We also have similar evidence of pottery making at the site here. Then we did find a lot of bone tools at the site here. We have not found much evidence of the copper or the other metal used here. Then also we did some regional survey, and the Tapi region was the one which was which was extensively surveyed, and for the first time we have done the site catchment, site settlement pattern studies that we began, and this is one of the regions, few regions in fact in the country, where this type of research was carried out. Just give the glimpses of that. So how the Rakhigarhi model can be used here, in fact? This is the main question that I want to address here. But what we did in fact at Rakhigarhi, which also can be done here, is that we did a lot of outreach program, because when we went to Rakhigarhi for excavation, the local people say that we will not allow you to excavate the site because we have a bad experience. The Archaeological Survey of India had excavated the site before us for 3 seasons, and they say that we have bad experience because you people come here, you excavate, you go back, and you people only get publicity, whereas this village does not get anything. So then we started outreach program. In fact, we started telling that we have come from Pune, and one of the reasons that we have come here is that we know that this particular village has a very very important history, and this village has contributed immensely to the history of South Asia and to the history of the world. So we say that don't you want people to know about that, and that is how slowly they develop interest in this, and then of course I will tell how ultimately they participated in the activities that we were undertaking there. Then we also introduced some new methods of excavation of burials. I think that needs to be done now all over the country. And we will suggest, in fact, Tejas Garge is here. They can undertake maybe maybe fresh excavation at sites like Inamgaon again, and generate some maybe targeted data for undertaking maybe archaeogenetic research here. And here, while excavating the burials, maybe we can take proper precaution. I'll show you, what precaution we need to take. Then we also need to, develop collaboration with different institutions. The research at at Rakhigarhi was done in collaboration with CCMB, where I am presently working, and also with University, Harvard Medical School, and also Seoul National University. And because of their collaboration, we were able to generate such an important archaeological research at the site of Rakhigarhi. As I mentioned, that archaeogenetic research is very important. You have to really understand the genetic evidence and the archaeological evidence to understand the origin and growth of the community. Also, how people look like. For the first time, we have done this craniofacial reconstruction, and there is a lot of scope, in fact, to do this in this part also. Also, by employing new methods like to understand the diet and health, a lot of new research can be initiated here. The site needs to be developed from tourism point of view. That is what we are doing in fact at the site of Rakhigarhi also. Then also, under the tourism development, we are conserving part of the excavated remains at the site of Rakhigarhi. We are also developing, the government of course is developing the site museum. I am developing in fact the Harappan Knowledge Center for the first time. We are going to show how the knowledge that was developed by the Harappans, how it is relevant and useful even today. So that type of research, that type of exercise needs to be done. And there is a lot of scope for this type of development in Maharashtra also. And by doing so, by developing the site from tourism point of view, of course, you can generate a lot of local employment. There will be a lot of economic development happening. Also, we need to spread awareness about the cultural importance of the cultural heritage, and also they can serve as important knowledge centers. Then also, the type of scientific research that we did in fact at the site of Inamgaon, at the site of Rakhigarhi, that same kind of research can be developed in fact in parts of Maharashtra on the Chalkutik sites. So this type of different research can be done. Then we need to use, of course, latest geophysical instruments for the recording of the sites, and also for understanding the general understanding about the nature of the evidence in fact underground. So for which you can undertake maybe electric resistivity survey and also GPR survey, ground penetration radar survey. And by undertaking this, we were able to understand different activity areas in different phases at Rakhigarhi, and that has helped us a lot. In fact, because of that, we did not have to excavate the site on large scale. So this is a very important tool that can be employed in this part. The type of precaution that needs to be taken, you have to take this type of precaution. We must make sure that there is no contamination happening, because DNA is so sensitive. The modern DNA can get into ancient DNA easily. By doing this, we have used this particular method, and because of that, we succeeded in getting DNA from this particular lady, 35 years old lady, and this was published, of course, in very prestigious journal. And as I mentioned that this research was also recognized by the International Conference on Genomics as one of the 9 breakthrough researches in the world. And this was that means this is accepted by the scientific communities all over the world. We also did this type of scanning of the data that we have found from the burials, and this data was used in fact for reconstructing the facial feature of the Harappans for the first time. And we have shown in fact Harappan, how the Harappan male and female look like exactly. And there is so much similarity between the Harappans and the modern people, that was also shown here. Also we did a lot of outreach program, and now in fact people have realized the importance, and they are certainly feeling that because of this research, this village is going to be benefited immensely, and they're already getting the harvest of that. And we feel that unless there is a participation of the people in the protection and preservation of the site, perhaps we will not be able to succeed in protecting the ancient site. And this is a model of the knowledge center, Harappan Knowledge Center, that we are planning to develop at the site of Rakhigarhi. We are in the advanced stage. So this is the kind of research that we have done at Rakhigarhi, and how this new approach can really help us in developing new research methodologies in Maharashtra, and also how we can develop the sites from tourism point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shinde. We will move on to Dr. Parth Chauhan. Dr. Parth Chauhan is an associate professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Sciences, Education and Research at Mohali. He received his BA in anthropology, MA in archaeology, and PhD in archaeology degrees from US, India, and UK respectively. He was a postdoctoral associate at the Stone Age Institute, US, as well as Fulbright Fellow in India at Deccan College. His primary specializations are Indian prehistory with a focus on stone tools, vertebral fossils, and rock art. He is currently involved in the archaeological investigations at Koroshi Cave through collaboration with the government of Maharashtra, co-leading a DST Shri-funded project with Chaurusat, which is at Anand, and CEPT University in Ahmedabad, on the rock art of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, and investigating the extinction of ostriches in the Tapi Basin with Chaurusat. He is not here with us today, but he has sent us his presentation, so we will take a look at it. Is it here?
Good afternoon, everyone. My talk is titled Prehistoric Overview of Maharashtra and New Research Trends. First, I'll give an overview of the global situation and then get into the relevance of India for paleoanthropology, and then get into the evidence from Maharashtra. So our story basically starts in Africa, where we have the earliest human fossil evidence. We seem to separate from the great apes between 8 million and 7 million years ago. The earliest hominin fossils are 7 million years old, indicating the earliest evidence of bipedalism and associated adaptations. After that, we have many species emerging at different times and different places across Africa, many of them going extinct, and then one lineage continuing to Homo sapiens. Once there are initial dispersals out of Africa to Europe and Asia, there's also regional evolution that takes place outside of Africa. For example, certain species leave Africa and settle in Europe, and gradually they evolve into the Neanderthals. Likewise, we have species of Homo floresiensis emerging in Southeast Asia, as well as Homo luzonensis in the Philippines. So we have multiple dispersals of different hominins at different times, extinction events, and then adaptation to different environments, and in some cases, interbreeding between different species. So when Homo sapiens leaves Africa, the Neanderthals are already established in parts of Europe, Levant, Arabian Peninsula, and surrounding zones. So there's interbreeding between Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals, as well as other species. The appearance of sapiens seems to be around 300,000 years ago. And the latest hypothesis is that it happened through multiple populations. So basically multi-regional evolution of Homo sapiens in Africa. And then our species, Homo sapiens, also dispersed multiple times out of Africa. They left at different times with different technologies and settled in new places across the old world. Here's a general view of different technologies and ages of their invention, as well as ages of dispersal from Africa. The oldest is Lomekwian, 3.3 million years old, known from Kenya. But then there's a gap between Lomekwian and Oldowan, between 3.3 million and 2.9 million. But after 2.9 million, the archaeological record is continuous. So we have the earliest Acheulean in Africa, the earliest Oldowan in Africa, the Lomekwian in Africa. But then once the Acheulean disperses into Eurasia, we have possible regional origins of younger technologies, including Middle Paleolithic, Upper Paleolithic, and Microlithic. So this suggests that multiple species were using different technologies in time and space. And sometimes different species were using the same technology in time and space. For example, the duration of Acheulean from 1.7 million to about 300,000 years. So we have multiple origins of younger technologies, but then also mixing of technologies as humans are dispersing out of Africa and from other regions. Now coming to the Indian subcontinent, why is it important for global paleoanthropology or human evolutionary studies? First of all, as you can see on this map, it is situated in the center of the Old World. So it links the records from Africa, Europe, Levant, Central Asia, Eastern Asia, and Southeast Asia. It may have been a biogeographic corridor for animals and humans at different times. Knowledge of stone tools by scientists is known since 1800s. And there's evidence of continuous human occupation for at least 1.5 million years, and maybe even going beyond 2 million years. There is also possible human impact on different animal extinctions, including hippos, ostriches, and other species. So it's a very important region to pursue human evolutionary studies. The region also preserves different technologies from Acheulean, which is Lower Paleolithic, and then Middle Paleolithic evidence is abundant. Upper Paleolithic evidence is abundant, but not well understood. It also overlaps with terminal Middle Paleolithic and early Microlithic evidence. But in general, we have all technologies represented except for Oldowan, which has been reported but not properly proven. And the earliest fossils we have belong to this cranium found from Narmada Valley in the 1980s. The species is not well known, nor is the age, but it is clear that it is probably not Homo sapiens. The remaining fossils are younger than 40,000 years old and come from various parts of India and Sri Lanka. This map shows basically dated sites from across the subcontinent. And over 1,500 Lower Paleolithic sites have been reported. Over 750 Middle Paleolithic sites have been reported. And over 500 Upper Paleolithic sites have been reported. But very few have been excavated, and even fewer have been dated. And some of the dates require reinvestigation because it was done in the 1960s and 70s. But from a broad range, the earliest reliable evidence comes from Attirambakam, which is unique because it has the earliest Acheulean evidence outside of Africa, as well as the earliest Middle Paleolithic evidence outside of Africa at 385,000. So in short, we need more dates. And you can see the region of Maharashtra also, very few dates exist. We have some dates from Bodhi, Morgaon, Chirki Nivasa, and recently some dates from Fauna. Now coming to Maharashtra, what is the geographic relevance of Maharashtra? As you can see in this map, very importantly, it connects the paleoanthropological records of northwestern zones and southern zones of the Indian subcontinent. Once hominins enter the subcontinent and reach Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, to go to peninsular India or southern India, they have to cross Maharashtra. So some zones may have been biogeographic corridors for faunal and human mobility. One example is the Western Ghats. Because of its high biodiversity, it may have been an attractive zone for human occupation as well as a corridor for dispersal. And ecologically, Maharashtra is very diverse. It has coastal areas, it preserved Western Ghats, it has a Deccan Plateau, abundant grasslands, forests, rivers, lakes, and other geographic features. So it was ideal for human occupation since prehistoric times. Now, what are the key features of Maharashtrian prehistory? It has abundant Paleolithic and Microlithic evidence. The lower Paleolithic evidence is dominated by basalt assemblages. There's abundant record of fossil fauna, including extinct species such as elephant species, hippo species, and ostriches. There's also preservation of ash or tephra belonging to the Toba volcano. Extensive record of petroglyphs in laterite bedrock in the Konkan zone, and unique Acheulean features such as preservation of wood and other evidences that was found at Chiki. Now, what are the unresolved issues? Which areas require research attention? The age ranges of different lithic technologies are not known. The timings and factors of different technological transitions are not known. And geographically, these technologies, including lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, upper Paleolithic, and others, are unevenly distributed. So it's probably due to preservation bias and resource bias, for example, lack of certain rocks. We need to recover hominin fossils and also resolve the issue of association of tephra with Acheulean assemblages, whether it represents older Toba tephra or reworked younger Toba tephra. We also need to explain the complete absence of Neolithic evidence compared to other regions of India where it's prominent. We also need to pinpoint the age of the laterite petroglyphs and fill spatial and temporal gaps in paleoenvironmental records for reconstructions. And finally, we need to focus on multidisciplinary studies on the fossil fauna, which are abundant. Now, just to show you some maps of plotted sites. Basically what we did is we plotted reported sites in different journals, especially IAR, Indian Archaeology Review, and tried to understand the distribution pattern. And the lower Paleolithic occurrences, so far we have mapped 1,000, and as you can see, there's major clusters in Western India, including Maharashtra. So it obviously was very attractive to the earliest hominins which were adapted to Acheulean technology. The same goes for Middle Paleolithic technology, or Middle Paleolithic occurrences. The Western zone shows clusters indicating rich occurrences and adaptations to specific environments. Compared to lower and middle, the upper Paleolithic evidence is more sparse. It requires dating, technological analysis, multidisciplinary investigations, and a review. You can see major gaps in almost entire Maharashtrian zone, and this technology is only reported from periphery zones. It's actually poorly understood all across India. Now, just to look at key sites that have been reported and studied and well known, some examples are Papamiyaki Tekdi, Patne, Chirki, Bori, Morgaon, and recently Koroshi. Papamiyaki Tekdi is important because it represents a rare occurrence of quartzite and sandstone exploitation, whereas most of Maharashtra, basalt has been utilized. Bori and Morgaon have actually artifacts in association with volcanic tephra, which is very important and rare. And Chirki was one of the first systematically excavated Paleolithic sites in Maharashtra, which unfortunately has not survived and is destroyed. Patne has a sequence from Middle Paleolithic to Microlithic evidence, including an engraved ostrich eggshell fragment, which I'll show you a photograph soon. And most recently, the cave site of Koroshi was discovered reported and excavated by the state government. And in addition, petroglyphs have been found in laterite along the Konkan coast, but it's not clear how many of these individual figures belong to prehistoric age. In addition, new sites are regularly being discovered. For example, the site of Kaksar Lake, reported by Joglekar and Goswami in Man and Environment. So this shows that the entire region still has a lot of potential for surveys and excavations and research. Now, just to show you individual case studies based on the previous slide, Dev and colleagues have reported and summarized these tephra associations with Acheulean artifacts, as well as other excavations in Maharashtra. A very important study and observations of the known evidence so far. And uniquely, at Bori, the villagers are trying to protect the site for several years now. They realize the scientific significance based on research by geologists, paleoanthropologists, and prehistorians. Because of repeated visits to the site, the villagers have taken it upon themselves to protect the site through the help of local administration and the scientists. This is an extremely rare example of villagers protecting geoheritage. And this also needs urgent attention and can be a nice case study for other geoheritage sites across Maharashtra and India. The site of Papamyaki Tekdi, it has been reported by Sarkar and Sable, although multiple researchers have been studying it for several decades. What is unique about this site, as I said, the artifacts are made on quartzite and sandstone, whereas 99% of other sites in Maharashtra are made on basalt. And you can see the location of the site in the eastern zone of Maharashtra. The site of Patne in northwest Maharashtra has been known for several decades. It was excavated by Sally, and what is unique about this site is that its continuous cultural sequence, possibly spanning the entire transition from archaic to Homo sapiens, and it preserves the only known engraved ostrich eggshell in India. Additional fragments might be preserved at the site, and more surveys and excavations are required. Because of the site of Patne and the significance of the entire region as a whole, especially the Tapi Basin, my colleagues and I have been working on this area to understand various aspects of this evidence. For example, what are the factors for extinction of ostriches in India, especially in Tapi Valley? Were humans responsible for extinction of ostrich in India, for example? Or was climate a more dominant factor? So in this case, what we did is we compiled published data and plotted all the known sites, all Paleolithic and Microlithic sites, and tried to understand their geographic pattern of occurrence and see associate parameters in terms of context, drainage, vegetation, topography, and other attributes. And we're going to be using this information to locate more paleoanthropological sites, especially fossil sites, including ostrich eggshells. So these are just different case studies I'm showing of recent work done in Maharashtra from different time periods and different methodologies. Another good example of new research is AMS dating of vertebrate fossils from the Manjra Valley. Sate and colleagues have reported new dates spanning from 23,000 to 26,000 for some of the fossil fauna in this very important area. What is unique about Manjra Valley is that very little archaeological evidence is preserved. It seems to be that most of the fauna found is a result of natural deaths. So it can be a wonderful area to study extinction events impact of climate on fauna, and changes in different species over time based on dating and studying it from a geoarchaeological perspective. Now, most recently, the Konkan zone has received a lot of attention because of the petroglyphs. These petroglyphs are also found in surrounding zones, including Goa. They have long been known, but in the last 1 decade, there has been an increase in surveys by villagers, by local researchers, and by universities. Over 1,200 engravings have been reported or discovered in the Konkan zone. And it includes depictions of animals, humans, geometric designs, and other figures. Currently, the age of these figures, of this evidence, is not very clear. The cultural association is also unclear. Many of the sites do yield microliths and paleoliths, but it's not clear if they're contemporary or they're age gaps. It's also possible that some of the engravings might stretch into prehistoric times, maybe contemporary with Indian Neolithic evidence or terminal Mesolithic evidence. Majority of it might be younger than we think, but we need to find ways to date the evidence. And most importantly, this evidence requires urgent study and protection because of imminent destruction through encroachment, construction, development, and other factors. Recently, the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, has generously provided grants to various teams to study this evidence in a more systematic manner using modern technologies such as 3D scanning, photogrammetry, and traditional documentation. In relation to the petroglyphs and in the same general region, I mentioned the cave site of Koroshi. Now, the Indian subcontinent has very few cave sites, and hardly any have been excavated. And what has been excavated has yielded very young prehistoric evidence. This site has geographic proximity to the laterite engravings, and we also need to find habitation evidence in the Konkan zone, which is currently missing for the prehistoric period. So the caves are the best locations for this. We're also trying to fill the technochronological gap between lower Paleolithic sites such as Susondi and early historical evidence in Konkan. This site might help us to pinpoint the earliest arrival of prehistoric Homo sapiens and subsequent technological transitions in the region. Thus far, 2 seasons of excavations by the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra, have yielded later Paleolithic artifacts on quartzite and microlithic artifacts on quartz occurring together in stratified context in this cave. The research is ongoing, as well as the analysis of the artifacts. And we hope to have exact ages of these assemblages in the near future. We're using luminescence methods, and we will also be using AMS methods for dating purposes. Now, what are the future targets that we should focus on for long-term research? One is increase paleoanthropological research through surveys and excavations to fill temporal and spatial gaps in Maharashtra. And very importantly, we also need to survey and locate possible Oldowan sites. This is still a major issue for South Asia. Majority of evidence is Acheulean and younger, and so far, no clear Oldowan sites have been reported or well excavated. And whatever has been reported is very controversial. So no clear evidence of pre-Acheulean occupation yet in South Asia, and Maharashtra has the potential to yield that information. We also need a better understanding of human environmental and faunal relationships and possible human roles in faunal extinctions. not just for ostriches, but other species as well. For example, hippos. We also require collaborations between archaeologists, culinary scientists, historians, local residents, and other stakeholders. We also need to better preserve known sites for research and heritage tourism. If the key sites are not preserved, they're eventually going to be destroyed because of ongoing construction and development and vandalism. We should also consider establishing a regional museum of paleoanthropology and prehistory to showcase the prehistoric record in Maharashtra. And finally, we require public outreach for popularization of prehistoric archaeology in Maharashtra. This is being done in some other states in India and can also be wonderfully done for Maharashtra and lead to new collaborations and research and outreach. To thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk, as well as my home institution, ISA Mohali, for institutional support, Dr. Tejas Garge and Government of Maharashtra for support and permits, as well as the ASI for permits, and collaborating colleagues on the project for documenting and studying the petroglyphs, Dr. Praveen Sukumaran, Dr. Jigna Desai, and Ms. Mudala Mane, as well as supporting local organizations such as Nisargyatri. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can email me at parth73@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Parth. I think this is the new format that we have adopted. Sometimes it's very difficult to have speaker online, and during the rainy season there's a disturbance in the line, and sometimes even getting schedules adjusted also becomes quite problematic. So it may not be very interactive, but definitely if you have any questions, you can write to him. He has given his email ID. And now please introduce our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Manjari Bhalirao.
Sir, we will be having a quick tea break.
All right.
So kindly pay attention. We will be having a quick tea break at the Govinda canteen. Requesting all you to be back at 4:50 around.
All right. Thank you.
We will be meeting here at 4:50 for the next speakers. Thank you.
खाली नेऊया तेजस
पार्थ एक मिनिट उभा राहा ना. हो गया. नहीं I mean साउंड प्लीज. हाँ चल रहा है. Use the sound check. You want a mic like ma'am, जैसे मैंने मैम को बनाया था.
तेजस सरांकडून कन्फर्म करतो दांडेकर सरांचा व्हिडिओ पण ते काय ना क्रोनॉलॉजी डिस्कस झाली इन जनरल.
एक मिनिट हे पीपीटी मी इथे चेक करून बघतो.
Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Done. Hello. Check.
Good evening. Welcome back to the session, academic sessions. I'm really sorry we are running behind schedule. Dr. Tejas Garge came little late. So I will request Radhika to first introduce Dr. Tejas Garge and then okay, that's okay. Okay, we'll start with Dr. Manjari Bhalerao's session. Yeah. There is a small change. Dr. Abhijit Dandekar is not present here, but his video he has sent, we will be playing that video tomorrow. So right now, Dr. Pushkar Soni, Dr. Manjari Bhalera, and Dr. Balsekar, 3 papers we will have.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We will start the session of Archaeology of Maharashtra, an overview and future road. Dr. Manjari Bhalera will be speaking next. Dr. Bhalera is an associate professor of Indology in Sri Balmukund Lohia Center of Sanskrit and Indological Studies in the Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, Pune. She is a recipient of several prestigious national and international fellowships. She will be presenting on inscriptions in Maharashtra, an overview. Dr. Bhalera, I request you to please begin your presentation.
Thank you. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, though at a short notice, to this to present a paper in this seminar. But then, as this is a topic which is close to my heart, I accepted it immediately because this is a field which is generally neglected, but is extremely important to understand the history and culture of any part of the country. So inscriptions, as we know, is a branch which is, is the data which comes under the branch called as epigraphy, and we also study inscriptions when we study paleography. Many of us know, actually I am not aware of the basic background of the students or the participants who are sitting in the hall, but then just for the clarification of people, like epigraphy is a discipline which studies the content of the inscriptions, and paleography is the discipline which studies the form of the inscriptions or the ancient writings. So whatever you are seeing here on the screen is an inscription which was written in Brahmi. I don't know whether all of you know this word Brahmi or not, because this could, I understand that we can have a varied audience in the hall. So Brahmi is the script which we have in India coming right from at least 4th, 3rd centuries BC, and which can be considered as the mother script of all the Indian scripts. Here we have epigraphy or the inscriptions as one of the source to understand the history of the culture, history of the country. Even though we are talking about Maharashtra, this can be applied to every part, every state of the country. So as we know that there are at least 3 sources to understand, to reconstruct the history of any country, and that is literary sources, material and oral traditions. So among the material sources, we have a very important source called as the inscriptions, which can be stone inscriptions or copper plates or even wooden or even terracotta inscriptions also. Other than this, the use of Brahmi script can be seen in the case of the coins, about which Dr. Balsekar is going to talk about after me. So here we just understood the disciplines called as epigraphy and paleography. In India, we have the earliest inscriptions coming from the Harappan civilization, and many of you must be aware of this particular inscription which we had found at Dholavira. And even though there are some claims of deciphering this script, the Harappan script, which it is not actually convincingly deciphered as yet. I would not talk anything in front of Professor Shinde, who is a stalwart of the field. But then regarding Brahmi, you should know that even though it was the earliest script, the mother script of all the Indian scripts, we had forgotten it completely. And then it had to be deciphered and then that decipherment came in 1837 when James Prinsep, who was a mint master or an assay master in the mint at Kolkata, he deciphered Brahmi with the help of various coins, bilingual coins and all. And then from that point, we could understand whatever was written in those numerous inscriptions. Thousands of inscriptions were there in front of us, but then we could not understand them because they were written in Brahmi and the script could not be read. But then, as some of you might know, that James Prinsep deciphered this in 1837. This script was written from left to right, just as we write Devanagari today. Devanagari is, of course, the descendant of Brahmi. Then we find these inscriptions all over the country, also in Maharashtra. And then we find that even though the script was there, the languages that were used were Prakrit and Sanskrit languages to write these inscriptions. Prakrit is not one language. Prakrit is a group of languages, and which were the regional languages that were spoken in various parts of the country in those days. And then these inscriptions are found at many places, like on the rocks, pillars, walls, pedestals of the images, copper plates, coins, and then even relic caskets, etc. Similarly, at the same time in India, we see the existence of another script called as Kharoshthi script in the northwestern regions of the country. That is modern Pakistan, Afghanistan regions, Punjab also, to a certain extent. But this script was also deciphered because we had forgotten that script also. And it was also deciphered by James Prinsep at around the same time. But then this script was written from right to left, not like Brahmi. This was written from right to left. And then we also see the use of Prakrit languages and Sanskrit for writing Kharoshthi script. For writing Sanskrit, Kharoshthi was not enough because Kharoshthi doesn't have enough vowel signs to indicate the exact pronunciations of the Sanskrit words. And that is why we find that over the period, Kharoshthi died out and no script came out of Kharoshthi or descended from Kharoshthi. From Brahmi, we see now that all the Indian scripts have descended, and now it is the mother script for all the Indian scripts today. But then just like Brahmi inscriptions, we find Kharoshthi inscriptions at various places all over the country. In Maharashtra, we do not have any Kharoshthi inscription unless it is a coin. We do not find Kharoshthi inscriptions written on monuments, etc. Along with the stone inscriptions, we also have copperplate inscriptions. We also have inscriptions on wood, wooden planks, wooden rafters, etc. But then we also should see the inscriptions coming from the memorial stones or the hero stones called as Veeragala, and we also have some inscriptions on the Sati stones called as Satigala or Mahasatikallu, etc. I hope that you understand the meaning of a hero stone and what a hero stone is. Is there anybody? You don't know what a hero stone is? If not, then please be frank. You are students, so it's not expected from you to know each and everything of archaeology. Do not know. You know. Okay then. I don't see any raised hand about the knowing of hero stones, so I'll go ahead. In Maharashtra, you hardly have inscriptions on the hero stones and Sati stones, but it is not the case that we do not have. We have at Kolhapur, at Khidrapur, in the southern parts of Maharashtra, we do get inscriptions on the hero stones also. And on the Sati stone, we have inscriptions coming in the Devanagari script rather than Brahmi. But then for hero stones, we do see some inscriptions in Kannada also, Kannada script and High Kannada language. So epigraphy helps us to understand history and culture of any state or any region of the country. It helps you to understand and reconstruct the political or dynastic chronology also. In case of Maharashtra, we see that the history of Maharashtra, political history of Maharashtra has been reconstructed with the help of various inscriptions that we have found in various caves and even in temples, or also in the case in the form of copper plates, etc. So the dynasties like Satavahanas, Western Kshatrapas, Vakatakas, Chalukyas, even Sendrakas, they were ruling in this part of the country, in our state. And then we have the evidence of their rule coming in the form of inscriptions at some monuments, as well as we have got numerous copper plates which were given from various villages or towns which are in Maharashtra, even though the dynasty was a Kannada dynasty. For example, the Chalukyas. We know that the Western Chalukyas were ruling from Badami, which was their capital. But at one point of time, we can see that the Chalukyas were ruling all over the Karnataka up to Narmada, covering even the whole of Maharashtra. In Marathi, we have a saying that Marathi ne kela Kanadi Bhratar. There are so many words in Marathi which are similar to the words in Kannada. But this thing has started right from the period of the Satavahanas, not even Chalukyas. Then also we see that the word even Pulumavi, here the word Pulla means a lion. Pulakeshi, who has hair like a lion. So similarly, we find that there were many words which actually are the Deshi words, or which are the non-Sanskrit words which were used in this part of the country by people in those days. And we find the rule of even the southern rulers in Maharashtra. We also can see the relation of the Chalukyas with the Sendrakas, who were their maternal uncles. The Chalukyas had such a vast territory to rule. So we find that over the Kannada region, in Karnataka, they were ruling by themselves. But for the rule in Maharashtra, especially North Maharashtra, parts of Gujarat, southern Gujarat, Khandesh region, and even in Konkan, they had appointed their maternal uncles, Mama hote त्यांचे, Sendrakas, and they were given the charge of that region. So all these things, this history has come to light only because of the inscriptions that we have had in Maharashtra. The earliest inscription, datable inscription in Maharashtra can be, you know more than me what this is. This is the part of the inscription, the Major Rock Edict, which was issued by Ashoka, and this was found at Sopara in Mumbai, Nala Sopara, and it is preserved in the CSMVS today. So that can be definitely said as the earliest datable inscription in Maharashtra, even though there could be some, but as we do not know the patron, or there is no name of the person who had issued that inscription, we cannot date it properly. So this definitely shows that the Mauryan rule was here in Maharashtra, and even the Pali literature also tells us that Ashoka had appointed a person who to spread the Buddhism, spread the religion, and he was a Yavana Dharma Rakshita. This is also we have to see carefully and think over it. Why had he appointed a Greek person to spread the religion over here? It is very important to know that a Greek person was sent to spread the religion because there were many Greek people living in this particular region. As we see the Indo-Greek trade, which was coming from the Western worlds, and these Yavanas, who were the Ionian Greeks, they were staying in parts of Mumbai in a way, Aparanta, and that is why he had to appoint a person of their own origin to spread the religion, to convince them for the following of Buddhism. So such things come to light only through the inscriptions, and that is supported with many other inscriptions and other evidences also. Similarly, the dynastic patronage also was given to these caves in Maharashtra. One of them is the caves at the cave site of Nashik, where we have many important inscriptions, political inscriptions, which have helped in the reconstruction of Indian history. Not only the history of Maharashtra, but also the history of the country has been reconstructed with the help of the exact dates that we get from these inscriptions. Even the date to fix the beginning of the Shaka era, and the patron or the person who had started it has also been given by these inscriptions, and the struggle that we see between the Satavahanas as well as the Western Kshatrapas. So quickly we go ahead and we see that how the inscriptions have helped in the reconstruction of social and economic history also of the state. Here we have many donors who had given patronage for the creation of various parts of the caves or temples, etc. And they had written the inscriptions to record the donations that they had given in those days. So we see the donations given by traders, merchants, householders, monks, nuns, kings, officers, farmers, whatnot. So this particular inscription which you see on the screen, which was the first slide also of my presentation, is also by a Yavana, a Greek person. This is from Karla, and many of you might know that the Karla caves have preserved very important evidence of the donations given by the Greek people for the creation of this particular Chaitya Gruha. They didn't have much money to patronize the whole Chaitya Gruha, so they were giving in small parts. Like somebody had given, this Yashavadhana had given money to create only one pillar. Somebody had given money to make the Gharamukha, that is the frontage of the Chaitya Gruha. Somebody had given money to create the doorway or some sculptures, etc. So even the monks and nuns also were giving donations. That is an interesting thing to note over here. This particular pillar, which has got a flower on it, is also very unique, because we find that there was a custom of preserving the relics of a pious person in the pillar near the presence of Buddha himself. So that is why we have this flower in the pillar which has got a hole inside, and the relics were kept inside, and the inscription tells us that the relics were of such and such monk who died probably when the cave was being created. So such interesting references we get from the inscriptions, plus the development in the religion and philosophical conditions in a particular region can also be traced through these inscriptions, because we find the inscriptions on the pedestals of the images, or sometimes there are donations stating clearly what they wanted to do at this particular site. So for example, this case, I am giving a case study of Nashik, where we have in this particular cave an inscription telling us that this cave was donated by a Yavana, again a Greek person who had come from North India. His name and the place was Dattamitri, and he had given money to create a Chaitya Gruha in a Vihara, which is a unique combination, and we have first epigraphical evidence to have such a combination at a particular site, and it comes through this inscription at Nashik. Even though it could not be completed like what he had wanted, but still we have the inscription telling us the intention behind the creation of this particular cave. We also have many Jain inscriptions, so we need not talk only about the Buddhist ones, but we have Jain inscriptions, we have Hindu or Brahmanical inscriptions also on the pedestals of images. We also have many bronzes. Sometimes we also see yantras kept, now we can see them in museums, and sometimes they are preserved in the shrines, which are not accessible to ordinary people. But then many scholars, initially, they had studied them, and now we see the interpretation published in various forms of books or other material. Then we also see an application of epigraphy in the discovery of early historic sites. Sometimes we see the discovery of proto and early historic sites with the help of epigraphical references and the place names that are given in those inscriptions. I am giving a case study of a work which my friends and myself, we were involved in doing. My friend Varada Khalatkar, myself, my colleague Dr. Ambarish Khare, Mrs. Kalpana Rairikar, and my student Anand Kanidkar, all of us were involved in the study of a copper plate called as Chikurde copper plate. And that record had given a lot of information about various places in the nearby region. This place, Chikurde, is near Kolhapur. And then we could find many sites. We could actually do a reconnaissance study. And then we actually highlighted, we even found a Chalcolithic site over there. So this re-examination of published epigraphs is also very important. I am going to the way ahead portion of the presentation now, where we need to read the epigraphs again and again. Even though they are interpreted, they are translated, and they are published, it is not the end of it. In fact, we should see what has been published, and if you understand the original language, that is Sanskrit or Prakrit, you should cross-check the translations, because in those days, the translations were made by sometimes foreigners, Britishers, or even other people, French people also, and they did their best. Whatever they could do, they have done up to their capacity. But then sometimes if you have the proper knowledge of the language, you can reinterpret, you can retranslate the inscription and bring out something new out of it. A very good study or very good attempt has been made by Professor Sushmita Basu Mazumdar in case of the caves at Barabar in Bihar. as it is out of our context, I am not going to talk about it, but then that is an example or ideal which we should follow, the students should have in their mind when they start studying epigraphy. We should also look for the historical sites, and then if they give us some record like inscriptions or terracotta seals, they also help us in understanding some things of that particular site. Then again, intensive exploration is needed. But then to do this, the prerequisites are mastery over ancient, medieval, and regional scripts and languages. Because all these things are recorded in the form of a script and with the content of some language, and which you should know before studying the inscriptions. Otherwise, you will have to rely upon the English translations, and then only you will be able to understand only some part of it. And if it is faulty, if the translation is not correct, then you will go ahead with the same meaning in your mind. So it is always better to have the study or the expertise over the ancient languages. Then we should also try to study the place names. There is a society which is a formal registered society called as the Place Names Society and Personal Names Society. So you can study the personal names, you can study the place names, you can know about the family of the donor, and like that. Many works have been done in this field, especially in the case of the inscriptions in Maharashtra. We have a book by Dr. Shobhana Gokhale and Purabhilekh Vidya. It's a very important book, a pioneering book, because that is the first book, I think, in Marathi about the inscriptions which are important from the pan-Indian scale. It is not that you have only Maharashtrian inscriptions over there. You have inscriptions from all over the country, which are very important to reconstruct the history of the country. Then my colleague, Mrs. Kalpana Rairikar, and myself, we have brought out a book called as Maharashtraच्या इतिहासाचे साक्षीदार, शिलालेख आणि ताम्रपट. But again, this has got some limitations because we have given all the inscriptions which were published and which are in the rock cut caves. We have not touched the inscriptions in temples or even copper plates. Very briefly, we have given an overview of the other parts of the data. Then recently, a book by Mahesh Tendulkar has been brought out called as Marathi Sanskrit Shilalekhancha Vishwat. This particular book mainly deals with the medieval inscriptions which we find in the medieval Peshwa period temples. We know that so many people have worked in this field previously. Even S.G. Tulpule has brought out a very good book on Marathi inscriptions, which actually are found in Maharashtra. V.V. Mirashi, Shobhana Gokhale, and then those so many volumes of Epigraphia Indica. They have, these people and those scholars have done their work. Now the task is upon the future generation to work over here. When we try to see, like here, today we are working, ICHR has given us a special project to our department to work on the sources of Yadava dynasty in the form of inscriptions. So we are collecting all the Yadava inscriptions which have got some relation with the Yadava dynasty, and then we are compiling them. So such compilations are also necessary because after the publications of Epigraphia Indica or even ancient corpus, like Mirashi had published the corpus of Shilahara inscriptions or Satvahan Western Kshatrapa, many inscriptions have been found recently also. So it is again a very important work to bring all of them together under one roof. So dynastic compilations of inscriptions can also be done, which can be done by the next generation. Plus, various inscriptions are scattered, regional inscriptions, which, like for example, inscriptions from Satara district. So that such works can also be done in near future. And of course, you have to learn and interpret ancient inscriptions also. You can see the sites, place names which are mentioned in the ancient inscriptions, and then try to identify them, locate them in the nearby region. Many a times it so happens that the sites have changed their names, or sometimes they have not changed their name at all, like for Nashik. Even though in between it was called as Gulshanabad, today again we call it Nashik or Nasik. So like in 2nd century BC also it was called as Nashik, and today also it is called as Nashik. So in this way we can see that ancient sites sometimes retain their names. Sometimes there are places like Junnar. The name of this place we do not know. Even though some people have argued that this is Dhenukakata, it is not convincing. And Junnar is mentioned as Junni Nagar, meaning an old site. But what was the real name of Junnar, we do not know. So there are such problems also which have to be tackled while studying the inscriptions, and there are many more also, but I won't take much of your time, and if you have any questions, we'll discuss later on also. I thank again the organizers for giving me this opportunity for sharing my thoughts in brief about this topic called as inscriptions in Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhalirao. You can introduce
Thank
the
you.
next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Dr. Dilip Balsekar. Dr. Balsekar is serving as an executive editor and secretary for the Gazetteers Department in the Government of Maharashtra. He is the former director of Archives Department, Government of Maharashtra. He has some notable published works. Some of his works include Marathi Riyasatiche Aitihasik Nani, पेशवाकालीन त्र्यंबकेश्वर, मुद्राशास्त्रातील भावमुद्रा, नाशिकचे नाणे संस्कृती, खानदेश फारुकी घराणे, इतिहास व नाणी, मराठाकालीन नाणी, and so on. He has received some prestigious awards such as Mudra Samshodhan Puraskar, Gordharatna Puraskar, Lokmanya Tilak Gaurav Puraskar, Mahopadhyay Datto Vaman Poddar Puraskar, and so on. Dr. Balsekar is going to present on the topic of overview and research, recent research in numismatic studies of Maharashtra. I invite Dr. Balsekar to please produce. इकडनं ऑपरेट करायचं.
नमस्ते. आज के ये चर्चा सत्र में मुझे जो बुलाया गया है उसके लिए मैं डॉक्टर तेजस गर्गे और केजी सोमैया कॉलेज की जो डीन हैं उनका मैं तहे दिल से आभारी हूँ. Actually, I am more comfortable in Hindi or Marathi because I am working in the government of Maharashtra and I am publishing most of the publication in Marathi. Simultaneously, we are published the Gazetteer in English also, but I am more comfortable in Hindi or Marathi. So we will go bilingual. So today's my topic is overview and recent research in numismatic studies. Actually, क्या होता है कि आज तक न्यूमिस्मेटिक्स को जानने वाले वैसे बहुत कम लोग हैं. कॉइन कलेक्टर्स तो है, कॉइन डीलर्स हैं, लेकिन सही तरीके से कॉइन्स को जानने वाले बहुत कम लोग हैं. क्योंकि इसके लिए जैसे डॉक्टर भालेराव मैम ने जो बताया कि उसके लिए आपको स्क्रिप्ट जाननी चाहिए, उसके लैंग्वेजेस जानने चाहिए, तभी आप सिक्कों से बात कर सकते हैं या सिक्का आपसे बात कर सकता है. एंड नॉट ओनली दिस कि इसके अलावा भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग टेक्निक जो अलग अलग हुए, अलग अलग डायनेस्टीज़ हुई है, कई डायनेस्टीज़ है, कई रूलर्स हैं. अगर 6th सेंचुरी BC से अभी तक अगर आप उनका अगर एक ट्रैवलिंग देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि ढेर सारे कॉइन्स को मिलते हैं. तो आज का जो टाइम है मुझे बहुत ही कम है, इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा देर तक नहीं बोलूँगा. बहुत एक स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट्स जो है मैं आपके सामने में रखूँगा, लेकिन फिर कभी आऊँगा तो आपसे साथ ज़रूर मैं बातें करूँगा इस विषय में, क्योंकि ये मेरा पैशन है. क्योंकि आई स्पेंड नियर अबाउट 23 years in that in this field at Numismatic Research Center at Anjaneri. That is the only institute in throughout Asia which is working on specially numismatics. तो वो जो इंस्टीट्यूट है वहाँ पे मैंने 1985 to 2007 23 साल वहाँ पे रिसर्च का काम किया है एज ए रिसर्च ऑफिसर. तो कई मतलब थैंक यू सो मच. तो इसमें जो मुझे कुछ अनुभव आए, मैं अपने जो फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूँ. कि देखिए उस पीरियड में तो हम लोग जो काम करते थे, लाइब्रेरी में बैठते थे, कई बार और रेफरेंस खोजते थे और उसमें फिर एक आर्टिकल बनाना है, एक दूसरे को हम हेल्प करते थे। लेकिन जब आर्टिकल बनता था, रिसर्च पेपर बनता था, तो उसको छपाने में 6 महीना 8 महीना चला जाता था न्यूमिस्मेटिक डाइजेस्ट में, क्योंकि वो ईयरली पब्लिश होता था। और उसको फिर 2 साल के बाद कोई पढ़ता था कि हाँ ये दिलीप बलसेकर ने लिखा है, तो फिर जाकर के हमारी पहचान हो जाती थी कि भाई ये न्यूमिस्मेटिक्स में काम कर रहे हैं। आज की डेट में ये है कि सोशल मीडिया है, आप रिसर्च एक छोटा आर्टिकल लिखो, 2 दिन में आप रिसर्च स्कॉलर बन जाओगे, विद इन 2 डेज आप पॉपुलर हो जाओगे। अच्छा, उसमें भी 2 चीज़ है कि रिसर्च आर्टिकल क्या होता है और एक रिपोर्टिंग आर्टिकल क्या होता है। द डिफरेंस इन बिटवीन दैट रिसर्च आर्टिकल, थॉरोली रिसर्च आर्टिकल एंड द रिपोर्टिंग आर्टिकल। अगर आप कहीं जाते हैं और आपको कोई सिक्का देखने के लिए मिलता है या कोई स्कल्पचर देखने के लिए मिलता है, तो आप उसका फ़ोटो लिया और उसका जो जगह है उसके बारे में डिटेल बता दिया कि ये जुन्नर के पास, ये नदी के पास या कहीं तालाब के पास ये मूर्ति है और इस टाइप का है, और उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा वो मतलब 2nd सेंचुरी है या 5th सेंचुरी है, जो भी है आप उसके बारे में बता दें, छोटा सा कैप्शन डाल करके, तो वो रिपोर्टिंग टाइप का हो गया। लेकिन रिसर्च आर्टिकल के लिए आपको पूरा का पूरा हिस्ट्री, आर्कोलॉजी, एपिग्राफी, साइंस, स्क्रिप्ट, न्यूमिस्मेटिक, ये सब जानना पड़ता है, विच आर द रिलेटेड सब्जेक्ट ऑफ द हिस्ट्री। ठीक है, अभी मैं ओवरव्यू एंड रिसेंट रिसर्च इन न्यूमिस्मेटिक स्टडीज़, इसके बारे में मैं ये बताऊंगा कि शुरू में कितने लोगों ने रिसर्च किया है। पर्टिकुलरली मैं महाराष्ट्र को सामने में रख रहा हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारी डायनेस्टी है, आपको कश्मीर सुल्तान भी देखने के लिए मिलेगा, कई अलग अलग इंडिया के जो पार्ट है, तो मैं ज़्यादा वहाँ पे नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं महाराष्ट्र पे जा रहा हूँ। तो यहाँ पे जैसे मैंने कोई चीज़ आपको बताई है कि क्या क्या खास चीज़ है कि जिसको आप देख सकते हैं कि देयर आर 2 प्राइमरी ब्रांचेस ऑफ स्टडिंग द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया एंड आर्कोलॉजी एंड टेक्स्ट। आर्कोलॉजिकल ब्रांच इंक्लूड्स एपिग्राफी, स्टडी ऑफ इंस्क्रिप्शन एंड न्यूमिस्मेटिक स्टडी ऑफ कॉइन्स। तो इसमें क्या हो रहा है कि आपको, जैसे मैम ने बताया कि आपको इंस्क्रिप्शन भी जानना जरूरी है और कॉइन्स के लिए आपको न्यूमिस्मेटिक जो टॉपिक है उसके लिए भी आपको स्क्रिप्ट की ज़रूरत है। तो मैं ये आपके सामने में रखा हूँ, आप इसको देख लीजिएगा। राइट, कैन आई प्रोसीड? ये सब होने के बाद इसमें जो है, मेरा ये कहना था कि इतने सारे लोगों ने रिसर्च पेपर लिखे हैं या जो भी कोई काम किया है, वो इतना इंडिया में और अब्रॉड में बहुत जगह पे फैला हुआ है। आज की डेट में हम लोगों के मतलब जो नए स्टूडेंट हैं, यंगस्टर्स हैं, जो उन लोगों को एक करना है कि कई माध्यम यूज़ करके, आपको इंटरनेट का यूज़ करके, पर्टिकुलर फील्ड में कितने रिसर्च पेपर आज पब्लिश्ड हुए हैं उसका एक बिब्लियोग्राफी शुरू करना पड़ेगा, उसको लिखना पड़ेगा। तो उसके फ़ायदे ये होंगे कि अगर कोई सातवाना पे काम कर रहा है तो उसको रेडीमेड आज तक कितना रिसर्च आर्टिकल पब्लिश्ड हुए हैं, कितने कैटलॉग्स है, कितने बुक्स है, उसकी बिब्लियोग्राफी आपको मिल सकती है। इसके बारे में इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रिसर्च इन न्यूमिस्मेटिक स्टडीज जो है इंजीनियरिंग में, वहाँ पे ह्यूज लाइब्रेरी है, वहाँ पे मोर देन 30,000 कॉइन्स के फोटोग्राफ्स, कार्डेक्सेस अवेलेबल कर दिए ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड से, म्यूजियम से। तो ये सब चीज़ वहाँ पे है, लेकिन हम लोग वहाँ जा कर के कुछ कोर्सेज करके उनके लाइब्रेरी का यूज़ भी करना चाहिए। मैंने बताया कि आज तक शुरू में तो इस क्षेत्र में जिन्होंने काम किया है, डॉक्टर वी मिराशी है, डॉक्टर परमेश्वर लाल गुप्ता है, या अजय मित्रा शास्त्री है, शोभनाताई गोखले है, शैलेंद्र भंडारे है, अमितेश्वर झा है, डॉक्टर दिलीप राजगौर है, डॉक्टर प्रशांत कुलकर्णी है, संजय गर्ग है, डॉक्टर मंजरी भालेराव है, डॉक्टर अभिजीत दांडेकर है, पीवी राधाकृष्णन है, डॉक्टर रेहान अहमद है, मैंने भी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन किया है, 150-200 के आसपास आर्टिकल्स। तो ये जो है, इसमें इन लोगों ने कैसे काम किया है, इसको मैंने ये नाम इसीलिए रखे हैं कि जैसे मैम अभी सामने में है, इन्होंने काम कैसे किया है वो आप देख लीजिए, उनके एक दो आर्टिकल देखिए, और जो आपको मतलब रिसर्च स्कॉलर आपको पसंद आए उनको फॉलो कीजिए और उसी मेथोडोलॉजी में आप रिसर्च का काम शुरू कीजिए। ये मेरा एक भावना है। नेक्स्ट, महाराष्ट्र में अगर हम देखेंगे तो महाराष्ट्र के एंशिएंट जो डायनेस्टी है, पर्टिकुलरली मैं ध्यान दूंगा तो सातवाहन है, वेस्टर्न क्षत्रपास है, वाकाटकाज है, चालुक्याज है या राष्ट्रकूटा है, एंड शिलाराज है, यादवाज ऑफ देवगिरी है। तो इन पे भी कई लोगों ने अपने रिसर्च काम किए हैं। इसमें महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने तो काम किया ही, बाहर के लोगों ने भी अपने कैटलॉग्स और बुक्स निकाले हुए हैं। उसी के साथ मेडिवल डायनेस्टी जो है, दिल्ली सल्तनत है, तो उसमें टर्क्स है, खिलजी है, तुगलक है, सूर्य है, लोधी है। इन लोगों के कॉइन पूरे इंडिया में मिलते हैं, इसलिए महाराष्ट्र में भी उनके ढेर सारे कॉइन मिलते हैं। तो ये डायनेस्टीज आपको मतलब ध्यान रखनी है कि इनके कॉइन्स आपको महाराष्ट्र में डेफिनेटली अवेलेबल होंगे, चाहे वो एक्सकेवेशन में हो, चाहे स्ट्रे कॉइन हो, चाहे आपका होड मतलब मोर देन 2 कॉइन्स। जैसे अभी मैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्कोलॉजी के साथ एक काम कर रहा हूँ, गोल्ड कॉइन्स फ्रॉम पातुर। तो गर्गे साहब ने हमको बता दिया है कि आप ही कर लीजिए उसका कैटलॉगिंग, तो उसमें मैं काम कर रहा हूँ। तो उसी के साथ जैसे गुजरात सुल्तान है, मालवा सुल्तान है, खानदेश फारूकी है, ये भी डायनेस्टीज है जिनके कॉइन्स आपको महाराष्ट्र में पर्टिकुलरली मिलेंगे। देन डेक्कन सल्तनत है जिसमें बहमनीज ऑफ गुलबर्गा है, क्योंकि ये एडजस्टेंट एरिया है अपने महाराष्ट्र का। आदिल शाही ऑफ बीजापुर है, देन कुतुब शाही ऑफ गोलकोंडा है, बरीद शाही ऑफ बीदर है, एंड देन मुगल एंड पर्टिकुलरली मराठा तो दक्कन में थे ही, तो उनके कॉइन्स आपको बहुत सारे मिलेंगे। और ये 350वां ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का राज्याभिषेक वर्ष है, तो उसी के साथ साथ मैं मतलब उस पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दे रहा हूँ। तो स्कॉलर ने आज तक क्या काम किया है वो मैंने शॉर्ट में बताया है कि जैसे एबट है या आपटे जी है, कई लोगों ने, बिदुल्फ है, चाफेकर जी है, चिटनीस है, के एन चिटनीस है, डिस्कलकर है, दीक्षित है, मोगा दीक्षित है, डॉक्टर पी एल गुप्ता है, हुडीवाला है। तो इनके कुछ टाइटल्स मैंने बताया है कि आप इसके हिसाब से कुछ आर्टिकल्स आप देख सकते हैं जो 1960, 1964, 1970s के वक्त पब्लिश्ड हुए हैं। कुछ आर्टिकल्स आपको आज मिलेंगे नहीं है। जैसे हुडीवाला जी के, होगन के हैं, जैक्सन के हैं, डीवी काले के हैं, करवे जी के हैं, जीएच खरे हैं। ओके, ये पर्टिकुलर मराठा पीरियड के बारे में जो आर्टिकल्स हैं वो पब्लिश हुए हैं, उसके बारे में मैं बता रहा हूँ। अभी मुझे ये कहना है कि ऐसे कई डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स आ गए हैं कि जिसका आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, क्योंकि आप आईटी भी जानते हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी जानते हैं, हम लोग ज़्यादा फेमिलियर नहीं है, लेकिन इसको ये अलग अलग जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उसको आप कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। जैसे वर्चुअल एग्जीबिशंस है या म्यूज़ियम है, म्यूज़ियम ऑन व्हील है, जैसे सीएम छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज म्यूज़ियम ने शुरू किया है, एक बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है। ऐसे कई लोगों को ये सब मतलब फॉलो करना चाहिए इस टाइप का। या स्कोप इन न्यूमिस्मेटिक्स क्या हो सकता है आज के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। आप रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स बन सकते हो, क्यूरेटर इन लीडिंग म्यूजियम में हो सकते हैं, वर्क एज ए कंट्रीब्यूटर, डिज़ाइनर, रिसर्चर, एडिटर इन पब्लिशिंग हाउस, आप ये काम कर सकते हैं। कॉइन डीलर्स, आज इंडिया में इतने सारे कॉइन डीलर्स हैं, इतने ऑक्शनर्स हैं, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, कॉइन कलेक्टर्स भी हो कि हज़ारों में हैं। अगर इस न्यूमिस्मेटिक फील्ड में अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो डेफिनेटली आपको कहीं ना कहीं तो भी वो लोग बुलाएंगे और आपकी हेल्प लेंगे, क्योंकि वो उनके पास जो प्रेशियस मेटल के कॉइन होते हैं उनको जब सेल करते हैं या डील करते हैं तब ऐसे ही लोगों की उनको ज़रूरत पड़ती है कि जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर है जो प्रॉपर वे में उनको एडवाइस करे। गवर्नमेंट मिंट है, कॉइन एग्जिबिटर्स है, कॉइन कैटलॉगर्स है, कॉइन के कैटलॉग करने के लिए भी एक प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं, आजकल हायर किए जा रहे हैं। ठीक है, लेक्चर में आप लेक्चरर भी बन सकते हैं। कंजर्वेटर है, जब मतलब अगर प्रिजर्वेशन एंड कंजर्वेशन चल रहा है तो वहाँ पे भी आप उसमें कॉइन्स के बारे में पर्टिकुलरली लीड कॉइन्स है, कॉपर कॉइन्स है, सिल्वर कॉइन्स है, तो उसके बारे में आप वहाँ पे आइडियाज़ देख सकते हैं। जैसे प्राइवेट लाइब्रेरी में भी कॉइन है, जैसे एशियाटिक सोसाइटी बॉम्बे में कई कॉइन्स है आपके पास, तो वहाँ पे भी आप इस तरह से गाइडेंस कर सकते हैं। मैंने थोड़े से प्लेटफॉर्म, आप तो काफ़ी इसमें जानकारी रखते होंगे, लेकिन ऐसे कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म है रिसर्च के जिसमें आपको मतलब गूगल तो है ही है, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी इस तरह के नई कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जिसके बारे में आप ही लोग ज़्यादा जानते हैं। अभी मैं कॉइन के बारे में तो कुछ नहीं बताऊंगा, यहीं पे मैं अपना जो लेक्चर है या जो भी कुछ मुझे बोलना था वो मैं शेयर करता हूँ, यहीं पे ख़त्म करता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच। और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम लोग गवर्नमेंट में गैजेटियर डिपार्टमेंट में भी जो भी अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट गैजेटर्स निकल रहे हैं तो उसमें हम लोग कॉइन का एक अपेंडिक्स दे रहे हैं जिसमें हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो कॉइन्स है, जो फाइंडिंग्स होंगे या वहाँ पे जो कोई कॉइन्स बने हुए हैं तो मिंट है, तो उसके बारे में डिटेल उस गैजेटियर में हम लोग जानकारी दे रहे हैं अलॉन्ग विद द इलस्ट्रेशन। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Dr. Balsekar.
Thank you, Dr. Balsekar. The final presenter we have today is Dr. Pushkar Soni. Dr. Soni is an associate professor and chair, Humanities and Social Sciences at IISER Pune. Dr. Soni has received his PhD from the University of Pennsylvania in 2010 for his research on the Deccan Sultanates, after which he has received his postdoctoral at the University of British Columbia. He has worked at his alma mater till 2016 until he joined IISER Pune. Comprehending architecture as a language and language as artifact is at the heart of several of his research projects. Today he is going to present on Off the Records, Islamic Archaeology and Architecture in Maharashtra. Dr. Soni, please.
Stands between you and freedom now, as the last presenter. If this was a classroom, I would be tempted to tell the people at the back that expensive seats are available in front. So if you want to move up, please do. I will be talking about, I was asked to talk about Islamic archaeology and architecture in Maharashtra. And it's really not architecture so much, but the history of architecture that I'll be talking of. And this is a distinction I'd like to make right at the beginning, which is that architecture is a practice discipline. It's like painting, it's like art, where you indulge in the creation of things. What we are interested in as historians is the history of architecture, broadly grouped together with the history of art. So architecture is the object of study, and there are two ways you can approach it, one of which is through archaeology, and we've seen excellent examples of that. And the other really is to look at it stylistically. And both these methods are used in the absence of any kind of written record. History deals with the written word. It deals with epigraphy, it deals with textual records, it deals with chronicles, with texts. Archaeology, a lot of times, relies on a purely material record, and so does the history of art or the history of architecture. So these are both disciplines that rely on studying materials and trying to understand meaning behind various kinds of material. Now, of course, there is a problem we have in India and in Maharashtra is things for which we have a rich historical record, we do not like to think of them as worthy of archaeological exploration. And so particularly from the 12th, 13th century onwards, when you have a proliferation of Persian and Arabic records, and from the 16th, 17th century onwards of courtly record keeping all across India, nobody thinks that archaeology or the history of architecture should be a way of actually studying these periods and civilizations. Contrast that with something like the United States, where things from even 30 or 40 years ago are subject to archaeological exploration. So in many places, you do have this situation where if you need to construct anything, an archaeological review of your site is required before you can construct a road or a building or a dam. A lot of times you'll find things that are absolutely what we might think of as commonplace and routine, things like nails and Coca-Cola cans from the 1950s. You might find things that you think of as trash, but they are part of the archaeological record, and just because they're closer to you in time doesn't make them any less important. Now, one of the first problems we've had in India, and this is something that was commented on in early Indian history congresses by people like Nihar Ranjan Ray and so on, was the problem of periodization in India, where in Europe, a set of social and economic changes through 2 millennia have defined for them what various periods are called. And so they do have a medieval period, the Dark Ages, because it's something in between late antiquity, which is kind of the decline of the Roman Empire, the decline of their classical world, and the Renaissance, which is a rebirth of that classical world. In between, you have 400 or 500 years of the Dark Ages, the medieval period as they call it. We do not have the same kinds of events taking place in South Asia, yet we choose to hang on to that kind of terminology. And therefore, the periodization we have for history is not uniform across the board, where somebody who talks of medieval in South India might refer to a very different period from somebody who's working in Bengal, for example. We also do not have a kind of fine-grained understanding of many of these late historical periods. And these periods also need to be subject to archaeological research of some kind. And so, the classic way of looking at things was define a classical period when you have the rise of classical Sanskrit, typically with the Guptas and so on. Then after the Guptas, you have this big medieval period, which stretches all the way till the British show up. And then you have a colonial period. And, again, through all kinds of enterprises of connected histories, people, particularly like Sanjay Subramaniam and so on, have argued for an age of sail, an early age of globalization, early modernity, starting around 1550, 1600. And so these are, fine-grained periods that we really need to adopt. And so, again, this is not any kind of solution, but really an example of how we can have a much better periodization. And then, of course, subject historical sites within the past 400, 500, 600 years to archaeological scrutiny. And so the whole topic of Islamic archaeology becomes relevant once you start having this kind of fine-grained structure to, with which to engage with an archaeological record. Now, the archaeology of Islam, which has been an emerging field since the 1970s, since Oleg Grabar wrote about it first with Ettinghausen and so on, it's been theorized a lot, has a lot of problems as well. Islam is not uniform across the world in its practice. In its prescription, it might be, but like any religion, it gets practiced very differently in various places. And therefore, you can't have a simple model called Islamic archaeology where you identify everything that you find from an excavation merely by the assumption that it somehow is connected with Islam. there is a certain kind of uniformity, and people who talk of Islamic archaeology also acknowledge problems with it, but yet it is a field, and again, the only way to counter it is to have your own theorization, which will take it down in a book. This is particularly true in India, where we've had a long history of periodization by colonizers who sought to periodize India on the basis of what they thought of as dominant religious periods, which, as we saw in the case of Hindu or Jain patrons, was not true at all. I mean, religions flourish at the same time, they do coexist. And this all starts with, of course, the gentleman that you should all be aware of, Alexander Cunningham, who was obsessed with finding Buddhist relics and a kind of early historic Buddhist layer in Indian archaeology. He's, of course, known as the founder of the Archaeological Survey of India, but he starts off this whole business of periodizing India into periods which he will call Buddhist, Hindu, Islamic, and then to add to it the British, which is a very convenient argument that is carried on by the colonizing British for 200 years, because there is a certain kind of teleological logic to it by which they become the people who bring modernity. And so what Cunningham is doing is positioning himself in that last period, which is modern and colonial and enlightened. But before that, you have an Islamic period, which is seen as disruptive. Before that, there is a Hindu period, which might be called formative. But the real essence of India, to Cunningham, is the Buddhist period. And so if you look at his excavation reports, layers on top are cleared off to get to the Buddhist layer very quickly. In post-colonial India, we've adopted a slightly different strategy, which is we'll get rid of everything till about the 12th century and then start looking for finds. Everything, a period of 700 years, which is also very rich in material production, is usually considered a single layer, and unless there are finds worth recording, it's never studied for any kind of stratigraphy. And this kind of attitude has found itself in academic discourse for a long time. In the 1940s, a couple of very important books by Percy Brown called Indian Architecture were published. These still are the standard textbooks used by a number of architecture schools and also departments of history. And the books, of course, periodize everything into a Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain period, and then an Islamic period. And so, in many ways, this mischief continues with a book published in 1993, a wonderful book by Christopher Tagel called The History of Architecture in India. And if you look at the subtitle, it says, From the Dawn of Civilization to the End of the Raj, which also means from the dawn of civilization till the end of civilization. They've seen themselves as the people who, who bring civilization, but they've also figured out your old civilization. Everything in between is not worthy of study. And so we see this time and again where historical archaeology, particularly of the past 600-700 years, is ignored even in sites that are extremely rich, because it's much easier to rely on textual chronicles than actually carry out excavations, as a result of which we do not have good stratigraphic sequences for the past 600-700 years. So people will say, oh, this is from the Islamic period, which means it can be from 1300 to 1800 anytime. But there are ways by which you can tell pottery that's from the Sultanate period, from the Delhi Sultanate, from the early Sultanate, from the Mughals. For example, you find this blue and white pottery everywhere in the 16th and 17th century that is brought in from China. Mass-produced goods flooding the market is nothing new for them. But archaeology is not a means of exploring the past millennium for the most part. And therefore, when archaeological sites are chosen, people love sites where later deposits are fewer. You start looking for sites where you can start from the 13th or 12th century and then go before. And so, case in point, this is very small on the screen. You might not be able to read it. But again, if you look at the periods that they define and describe, there is a big chunk in between which is absolutely missing. This is the report of Python published recently, Derek Kennett and others. And so what you have in many parts of the world, this is in Iran, is very good pottery sequences, a very good understanding of the evolution of various kinds of ceramics in this last millennium, which we seem to lack. And then, of course, there is also this. I think I might be short on time, so I don't want to take up. But this is a reply by the ASI to me many years ago when I asked them, how do you decide what's a site of national importance? And they said, we don't. There are no objective criteria. We just carry on with Curzon's list with a few changes. Now, having said all this about a certain kind of non-uniformity in Islamic architecture or Islamic lands, there is a certain thread that pulls through. And that's what we look at when we look at the architecture of Islam, particularly in Maharashtra towards the end. Now, let me really say that it finds local expression in every time and place and period, which is very different. So you have Islamic architecture, certainly a mosque you cannot call by any other name. It is in the service of religion, and therefore it is by definition Islamic. But there is also a great amount of variety in the styles that get deployed for such an architectural program. Now, one thing we have to make a distinction about is architectural program versus architectural style. And we'll talk about this in just a minute. And so this is the same architectural program, which is what a building is purpose-built for. It's built as a mosque, but the style is very different. This is called the Spanish mosque, and there's a long story to this, which we won't indulge in right now. And this, which would look to you like an Islamic building, is actually a temple from the 18th century. And you will see a lot of buildings like this all across Maharashtra, which on the face of it, we will call Islamic because we see domes and minarets and certain kinds of stylistic features that we've always associated with Islam. But yet, this is the local architectural style in the 17th, 18th centuries. And then, of course, like these mosques in Kerala, vernacular architecture plays a very big role in shaping what buildings look like. You can't tell in this period in Kerala whether a building is a mosque, a synagogue, a temple, or a church. They all look like this because this is vernacular architecture responding to climate and local realities. So architectural form of religious architecture is informed by three things usually. One is practices, liturgical practices, or any kind of practice. So in a mosque, the requirement is for a lot of people to come together and pray in the same direction, and that will shape what the architecture is like. Here's a photo of a church in Goa, where again, the liturgy will dictate the kind of form you have. Then you have cosmology, an idea of how the world is shaped and how it came into being. And this forms a very important part of religious architecture because you want to create buildings that are homologies of the cosmos. And then, of course, you have beliefs. Some are rooted in history, some are rooted in folklore, which are going to shape how your religious buildings look like. So, for example, there is a description of the Prophet Muhammad's house and how the first mosque really derives from it. And this is partially rooted in history or folklore. Now, style, which is how we look at architecture, we look at elements and say, oh, this is Gothic, this is Islamic, this is Mughal, this is whatever it is really looking at shapes. And shapes of buildings are derived from materials, technologies, and the resultant forms. And so for, in Maharashtra, certain kinds of materials, technologies, and resultant forms come with Islam for the first time. For example, the widespread use of lime mortar in creating lime concrete to build buildings. Also, arcuated forms, building through arches, comes for the first time. And certain kinds of architectural programs also appear with Islam for the first time. So if you have something that looks like a hammam, you can be sure that it's not before the 12th century or before the 13th century for that matter. So architectural programs can be deemed Islamic, and so can architectural styles. And an architectural style, like I said, really derives from material, the technology you can have with that material, and there is a form that is really, a result of that. So for example, in Iran, for 2,500 years, they've been using mud brick everywhere, sun-dried mud bricks. And what can you do with these mud bricks is basically build arches of all kinds. You can build squinches, you can build slabs, and this is how their architecture will shape eventually to have a vaulted system, because you're not using big pieces of wood or stone, you're using small bricks, and the only way you span over spaces is to create these kinds of arcuated forms. And so again, I mean, you look for 2,500 years, this is Sasanian, this is slightly later, but there is a rich history of building these forms as a result of the material and technology for over 2 millennia. And this form eventually will acquire meaning because you're surrounded by it. And humans have to attach meaning to all kinds of forms. And this is a form that will survive. So even if the material changes and the technology changes, the form persists. This is the endurance of style. In fact, it will travel to India, the Madrasa of Mahmud Gawan in Bidar. You'll see it at Fatehpur Sikri. You'll see it being used everywhere. This form doesn't have to be used with this material and technology, but as a stylistic element, it continues even into the Victoria Memorial. And so architectural style is one thing you study for Islamic architecture, and the other is the architectural program. And remember, these are two very distinct things. Styles can be picked up by people of any persuasion or religion, and which is why you can always have temples that look like mosques. I mean, look at late Maratha temples with minarets and domes. I won't talk much about this. There is a certain kind of Islamic cosmopolitanism where this 9-bay mosque, the plan type that you see here, appears in Toledo in Spain and Balkh in Afghanistan within a period of 2 years from each other. This is how quickly these plan types, these forms, these styles are moving around. And so you have to keep connected with that much larger world. And there is also a local indigenous tradition, which you still have to respect because there are local realities you can't get away from. You can say anything to a mason, say, build me this, but he's only going to build what he or she can. Well, it's mostly he in this period. And you see this in painting as well, where you have, again, Iranian prototypes, Indian sensibilities, all kinds of things happening. And this is the very fertile ground of Maharashtra in the period from 1300 to 1800, where you start seeing Maratha architecture borrow immensely from Islamic forms. I won't talk about this inscription or this, but remember, these are 3 monuments from the 17th century. The one on the top left is Shivaji's paternal grandfather. On the top right is Shivaji's maternal grandfather, Lakhuji Jadhav Rao. At the bottom is a temple at Raigad, right? And you look at all these, they have parallels with Adil Shahi and Nizam Shahi buildings, including in all their details. And again, we won't venture much into those details. We can talk about this. At a place close to Sindkhed Raja, at a place called Deolgaon Raja, is a set of mausolea like this. These are not dargahs, these are not Islamic buildings. These also belong to the Jadhav Rao family, and these are from the 18th century. This is the fashion. Is this Islamic? Yes. On a purely stylistic note, yes. But on a programmatic note, no. And so these are the buildings. Again, the placement of tombs around the Krishneshwar temple or samadhis is no different from how you place shrines around a dargah, burials around a dargah. And this is the temple we were looking at. And I have examples of a lot of what might be Islamic styles coming into Hindu architectural programs in Maharashtra. So the 9-bay plan, which is used It's also the plan for a typical Baradari, which you see at the bottom left. Baradari is a 12 opening pavilion because it's based on a 9-bay plan, and you find it at the Omkareshwar temple in Pune. You look at the Naroshankar temple in Nashik. The enclosure wall of this temple is exactly the same enclosure wall as any Mughal garden. You look at the temple at Tasgaon, near Sangli. And what you see is a plan type called the Hasht Bihisht, which you see over here, which is a central domed area surrounded by 8 spaces. What you see in a lot of monuments, including the Taj and Humayun's tomb, it's actually used for a temple here, and which is why the temple has odd spaces at the back that completely cannot be used to access the temple itself. And then let's not forget, when the Marathas occupy Daulatabad in the 18th century, they built a Ganesh temple halfway up the hill. And again, had we not noticed through stylistic detail certain things, we would never know what this is, and it might have been thought of as a dargah. So the style, the Islamic style of architecture becomes so rooted here that it really is used in combination for everything. At least elements of that are used. And in the absence of convenient texts for a lot of buildings, in the absence of inscriptions, which we don't have so commonly, stylistic analysis is completely inadequate because you can't even tell if it's Hindu or Muslim. What you really need is archaeology of this period. And so I'll end right there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soni, for giving us an interesting perspective on Islamic architecture. The panel is open for discussion. We have a 10 minutes for discussion. If anybody has any questions, then please.
Temples, quite likely.
Architects in this period. Yeah. There are very few architects in this period. What really happens is one has to realize there is architectural design and there is building construction. And these two things come from different directions. Architectural design comes top down. It is a patron, it is somebody who's rich, somebody who can read and write, who will come up with designs from far away and say, I want this built. Whereas the people who build things really don't move too much. Okay. In fact, for them to change their craft will take several hundred years, whereas designs can move very quickly. And so where these two intersect in the middle is what you start finding. So the artisans are going to be local, no doubt about it. The designers, absolutely right, they might come from elsewhere at times. But if something is being built in a region for 100, 200 years, everybody starts building like this. So once upon a time, building an RCC building might have meant only a British engineer, but within 50 years, we also master it.
Secondly, one more thing, when you're talking about monuments, that's okay, very nice, it was very fine. But when you talk about archaeology, being an archaeologist, so one of the archaeologists, you can say. So what I mean to say, you said Rashtrakutas and all those periods, you don't find more in archaeology, in layers, you don't find in, when you do excavations. Because we try to go for pulling down the dates, like Harappan, whatever it may be. So we become famous. So we don't do Rashtrakutas and all those things. At the same time, we don't find those layers at most of the times because they are disturbed.
No, but also in many places, sites are chosen so that you don't have to deal with those layers.
Yeah, because sometimes it is a single cultural site, suppose it's a double cultural site. We don't have, only Nevasa, as you said. Nevasa, we have Mughal period, and it has been very well excavated. I think, Shinde sir, there is a Mughal period, sir, in Nevasa. So it has been thoroughly, he'll continue. Thank you.
Hello. I think, this is very interesting discussion that has been initiated by Pushkar. Monument or architecture, that should be studied, in properly, from perspective of the context, what it contains. That is very important, and that gives you some, idea or indication about the function of that particular maybe object or maybe features. So I think, it is very important that we do take proper care of all the different periods. And the other thing that I would like to mention here is that we do not really care much for the context of the objects. Even when we have excavated these sites on large scale, even Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and even Dholavira,
tells. So I'm on Pushkar's side for this. Medieval archaeology, and apart from the joke about nobody to tell me what I'm doing, I'd really like there to be more people telling me that I'm wrong and that they found something which contradicts what I've said. It's very lonely when you're the only person doing medieval archaeology.
Any questions from students? Not the veterans. Veterans keep on talking. So.
Hello. I have a question for Dr. Kanitkar, and the second half can be answered also by Dr. Sohoni. Dr. Kanitkar showed one photograph of a tapasvi seated near or on the shikhara of a temple. So what is the exact role of that tapasvi which is being placed there? And normally we also see such tapasvis in medieval period, like late 18th century, early 19th century, and then again in colonial Bombay also, like Babulnath temple. So what exactly is the role, and have it changed in the later period? Thank you.
Sandeep, I cannot say that I can answer that, but I agree with you that the same thing that you see at Markanda, you see at Babulnath also, or even the Suryanarayan temple in the it's there near that gold temple. So maybe I'm just guessing that just as you have burial at Sanctos, that means you bury next to the Buddha, you bury next to the saint or some church, like the royal family of Britain is buried in the St. Peter's. So something like that is that somehow getting people who are supposed to be ascetics and supposed to be punyavan, their presence somehow enhances the sacred quality of the temple. This is totally a guess. I have no idea. I mean, there are no inscriptions, there are no texts that prescribe this, but they're there. Yeah.
No comment.
Well, I don't consider Sandeep student. So, no questions? Please.
My question is to Mr. Soni. As you said, that like it's the dome, elements like the dome and the minaret are just elements that, swing between, it doesn't really matter like if the structure that you are creating is specifically Islamic. It's just the elements that have been used for a different purpose altogether. How much do you think this same theory can be applied to structures that are far older? For example, elements that are used in Buddhist the rock-cut architecture, especially the caves and the temples. How much do you think this same theory can be applied back then?
No, absolutely. Because, like I said, artisans have habits which are very difficult to change. And so even if you build for a different architectural program or build in a completely new context, people work with the same habits. And so you find this in earlier periods too.
But this is something, that I have noticed that we normally use for, since we don't have specific dates for any, rock-cut temple or caves, we use these elements as standards for dating structures, which I personally feel is wrong or is incomplete.
So this is the thing, you have to understand the difference between what is being used stylistically and what's being done by an artisan as a matter of habit. And it's very difficult to do sometimes.
Absolutely.
But you can tell the difference between a Victorian Gothic church and a Gothic church from the 13th century, because while stylistically they'll adopt the same elements, the methods, the handiwork, the fingerprints of the artisans are completely different.
Absolutely.
And so it's not the design that you should look at, it's the construction. And that's where this approach is more archaeological. This is the German Bauforschung school. In any case, I am firmly by my training on the side of material evidence, as Dr. Shinde or a lot of people here, because it's very easy to lie with words. It's more difficult to lie with materials. So, you can have a description of a 100-roomed palace, but when you excavate it and it only has 4, you know what the reality is.
Thank you so much, sir.
Anyone else? Yeah.
So my question is for Kanetkar madam. Madam, you mentioned while showing these sculptures on the temples that they are not created as the objects of art. So, but we do study them from the aesthetics perspective. We have so many components that we apply to it, iconography, styles, and many other. So, I would like you to explain little more about what can be called as object of art and how should we study these sculptures?
The difference is usually a temple has an iconographic scheme. It's not like in your new living room you decide that you'll put a photo of your grandparents and then you'll have a favorite cinema actor. It's not like that. It's a scheme, pre-planned scheme. And that is why I'm saying that it is Ashayagana, at least in the ones that I showed you. It is, they come out to be beautiful, that is different, because it's the artist who is doing this. And he has his own concepts of what is beautiful. Now you see, look at the Mahishasura-Mardini from Elephanta, which is in CSMVS. You look at the Mahishasura-Mardini at Ambernath. They both have the same purpose, but the depiction is definitely, in my mind, of course, much superior in Ambernath, because it's very delicate, very dynamic. So these are, I wouldn't say that was the purpose. And like Pushkar said, it is the artisans who decide. I mean, the Mahishasura-Mardini at, a lot of the South Indian temples, I find it's like Dr. Livingstone and Stanley standing with a rifle above the head of a lion, dead lion or something, because they want to convey something else, whereas Ambernath is conveying, like, for the last 1,000 years, the fight is going on. It's an ongoing. So that is the skill of the artist. So therefore, it is also an art object, but it was not meant as an art object by the person who planned it. The person who executed it made it a supreme art object. I don't know whether that answers, but that's all I could say.
Good evening. I have a question for Shinde sir. So my question is related to the problem of epistemology within Indian academia, and also the problem of the objective versus the subjective, and history versus, I mean, I don't want to use the terminology versus here, but history versus archaeology as we see, at least in public discourse. So for example, I mean, your work along with Dr. Neeraj Rai's work related to the Rakhigadi woman and the genome and the DNA of the woman, along with the work of Kenneth related to the Harappan skeletons, systematically and even objectively disproves the idea of Aryan invasion. But within history, we are still told that history is purely subjective and theoretical, and thus Aryan invasion also becomes acceptable, which I consider to be extremely problematic when the sciences prove objectively that such a phenomenon did not exist or did not happen, but the discourse continues within history. So, I mean, what do we do about it? I mean, that is, I mean, one of, I think, the major problems that we deal with.
See, unfortunately, archaeologists and historians, they don't talk to each other frequently. there is no good relation between these two communities. We always criticize historians. We say that the data that historians use, there's a lot of exaggeration in the data. Perhaps they are not able to write maybe true history, and they also feel that what we do is not relevant to them. So that this needs to be changed now, because one example that I would like to give, and this was maybe started way back in 1980s. R.S. Sharma. Now he synthesized archaeological and archaeological sources and historical sources, and tried to bring out the true history of maybe Gupta period. We may not agree with his conclusions, but the methodology that he has initiated is very important. So he studied, he put down all the list of the objects or the history written based on the historical records. And then when we analyze the archaeological data, then it was not matching. So he said that maybe his conclusion that maybe Gupta age was not the golden age. If at all there was a golden age in ancient Indian history, it was the preceding phase, that is the Kushan phase. That could have been the maybe the golden age. So this type of approach needs to be done, and we have to use all the available sources. Whatever, in case of the DNA that we did, we are not, basing our conclusion based only on the DNA analysis only. We also have used archaeological data, and in the archaeological data, we find continuity for 10,000 years. There's no, break at any stage, nor we find the induction of maybe on large scale the foreign elements in Indian subcontinent. At the same time, we also get the evidence of the movement of the people right from the beginning of settled life. And that is reflected both in the archaeological data as well as in the genetic data. So the sources that we use, that is very important. And also, as I mentioned, that we have to use a lot of the scientific analysis to understand various aspects. And by scientific analysis only, we can fix some of the issues that we have. So that is being done now in India, particularly in the field of archaeology in some of the universities. That is happening. So this new data that, the new discoveries, new hypotheses that are coming up, now they should find place in fact in the textbooks, and that needs to be conveyed to the to the larger masses. Then only perhaps the mindset will change. And gradually it is changing. I'm sure that the work that is happening, that is certainly creating buzz now in fact in the country. That's what you wanted to know. Okay.
Yeah, that's the last question of the session. Please proceed.
Okay, so actually this is a question to all of you collectively, and not specifically in regards to any of the papers that were presented, but as young people, as young students, we often find it intimidating to come and approach you, to talk to you, to put forward our questions. So any tips and how we might make that easier?
No, I think you need to start initiative. In fact, I think then I don't think anybody coming to me particularly, I will never say that I will not give time, or whatever question you ask, I will never say that this is stupid question. I think we do make efforts in that respect. Only that you have to maybe share that fear that you have, and you should approach us in fact, because unless you discuss and keep talking about issues, perhaps this you will not really understand that. So I will request all the students that that they should make efforts, and don't think that whatever we say is the final word. Maybe you have different opinion. You can always voice your opinion, and then we can have proper dialogue in fact in the subject.
Thank you, sir. On that note, we come to end of this session, and I would like to place this on record that it was quite ambitious on part of organizers to put 90,000 BP to Maratha modern or colonial, everything together in one session. So, though we wanted to have it in chronological order, right from prehistory to colonial period, but we did have a very Ashayaghan start of the session with Dr. Kumud Kanetkar, and I'm highly obliged to her for coming here and delivering this lecture. And I think it took us to altogether a different note. So I think a lot of people, I could see they were listening to her very carefully. People had questions in their mind, and this is what we need to carry forward. Then of course, from her we jumped back to prehistory, Dr. Parth Chauhan, and idea was to give a brief preview of available data and what is the roadmap of prehistoric research ahead. And again, I'm grateful to my guru, Dr. Shinde, for being here. He was not only my PhD guide, but he was, and still he is my mentor. And I wanted to have an overview from him about Chalcolithic research in Maharashtra. And thankfully, he also came down to petroglyph sites in Konkan. And now the scope and span of Chalcolithic research is quite expanding. And the kind of scientific applications of research which were done at Rakhigadi, now let us apply to that any of the Chalcolithic sites that are in Maharashtra. And I'm sure there'll be a new set of dates or new data with more and more applications of scientific technology. We can't really rely upon only Inamgaon. I think, how many years, sir? Inamgaon excavation? 13 seasons, and today we are in 2023, so we still talk and take pride about some excavation which took back 50 years back, 40 years back. So now we need to explore new horizons and excavate new and new more sites. We have more tools of scientific technology. Of course, from to cover historical segment, unfortunately Dr. Abhijit Dandekar was not here, but we'll be able to hear his lecture tomorrow, which is pre-recorded lecture. And again, I'm thankful to Dr. Manjari Bhalerao and Dr. Balsekar for coming here on very short notice. So sometimes we tend to forget that epigraphy and numismatics is also part of our research. And it is very important from the perspective of reconstruction of history. If we don't have them, our study of history or Maharashtra is really incomplete. They gave a very good overview, and I think their lectures were quite important for the students who are looking towards choosing their career options. And I look forward from them when they have their papers in writing that a roadmap ahead, what lacunas they find in present status of research, either in epigraphy or numismatics, particularly related to Maharashtra. And it's not only about career options, but new topics of research, the dark areas where you want to throw more light, that also needs to be explored. And we had a wonderful paper from Dr. Pushkar Soni. It was quite thought-provoking, and it's always a pleasure to have him on any of the archaeological platforms. He always comes up with something different. So you start thinking. It is very thought-provoking. So thank you, Pushkar, for being here. And thank you all of you for being patient listeners. This is almost 7 o'clock and you're still here and nobody is yawning. So thank you all. Thank you so much. Over to Radhika.
Thank you so much, sir, for this amazing vote of thanks. And thank you all the speakers for giving these fantastic series of talks. I would like to call upon Dr. Supriya Rai to felicitate Dr. Garge. I would also like to request Dr. Garge to please felicitate all the speakers as well, starting with Dr. Kanetkar. Can you please also felicitate Dr. Professor Shinde, Dr. Bhalerao, everybody? Thank you, Dr. Garge. There is an announcement. We have two publications by the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums. The first one is Gad Samvardhancha Margavar, which is being given away free of cost. And the second one is written by Dr. Garge, Aurangabad and its neighborhood. It is being sold at 40% discount. If anybody wants to buy it, you can please. It's right outside. There's another announcement.
In continuation with the session, we will be having a Pingoli show after this. So I request everyone to be on the seat. Please don't leave your seats and give us 10 minutes for the arrangement of the show. Okay, so kindly please do not leave your seats.
आपल्याकडे पिंगोलीवरून सावंतवाडीवरून खास आर्टिस्ट आलेले आहेत ते दायती लोककला संवर्धन अकॅडमीचे आर्टिस्ट आहेत चामड्याच्या बाहुल्यांचा शो करतात ते पण आज आपल्याकडे कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांचा शो होणार आहे पण त्या सेटअपसाठी आम्हाला थोडी 10 मिनिटं द्या प्लीज थोडा पेशन्स ठेवा तोपर्यंत आम्ही तो सेटअप करून देतो थँक्यू
भाई एक सेकंड.
भूषण आता मी थोडं 5 मिनिटं बोलणार आहे. त्यांना माझ्यावर लाईट टाकायला माझ्यावर किती ते झालं की आपण कार्यक्रम चालू.
मैं बस
हॅलो माईक टेस्ट. नमस्कार, मी कृष्णा मजगे. सॉरी मला समोरचं काही दिसत नाही आहे. आम्ही सिंधुदुर्ग जिल्ह्यातील कुडाळ तालुक्यामधील पिंगुळी नावाचं एक गाव आहे छोटंसं. त्या गावामधून आज तुमच्यासमोर आमचा कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांचा कार्यक्रम दाखवण्यासाठी आलेलो आहोत. कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांचा कार्यक्रम हा पारंपरिकरित्या जर आपण बघितला तर रामायण आणि महाभारत ह्या 2 कथानकांवरती चालतो. आज आपण त्याच्यातलाच एक छोटासा भाग बघणार आहोत, तो म्हणजे लंकादहन. लंकादहन कशा पद्धतीने झालं आणि मारुतीचं त्याच्यामध्ये काय समावेश होता हे सगळं आज आपण बघणार आहोत. काही महिन्यांपूर्वीच आम्ही इथे एक शो केलेला, तो म्हणजे पंचवटी. त्याच्या पुढील हा भाग आहे. मागचा भाग आम्ही इथे लेदर पपेटमध्ये दाखवला आणि आज आपण तुमच्यासमोर आम्ही कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांमध्ये हा शो दाखवणार आहोत. कळसूत्री बाहुल्याच म्हणजे स्ट्रिंग पपेट, ज्या धाग्यांवरती नाचतात, त्याच पपेट आज तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना बघायला मिळतील. आमची ठाकर नावाची कम्युनिटी आहे. ठाकर जी ट्रायबल कम्युनिटी आहे, आदिवासीमध्ये आम्ही येतो आणि ह्या आदिवासी कम्युनिटीच्या वेगवेगळ्या 12 लोककला प्रकार आहेत आणि त्या 12 लोककला प्रकारातलाच हा एक लोककला प्रकार. याच्यासाठी यांचं ग्रीनिच बुक ऑफ रेकॉर्डमध्ये पण नाव नोंदवण्यात आलेलं आहे. माझे वडील, माझे गुरु श्री गणपत सखाराम मजगे यांना 2005मध्ये सर APJ अब्दुल कलाम यांच्या हस्ते नॅशनल अवॉर्ड मिळालेला आहे ह्या कलेचं संवर्धन आणि संगोपन करण्यासाठी. आणि थँक्यू. आणि नुकताच 2021-22चा महाराष्ट्र सांस्कृतिक खात्याचा आदिवासी गिरिजन हा पुरस्कार मिळालेला आहे. आणि आत्ताच मागच्या काही दिवसांमध्ये मला CCRTची फेलोशिप मिळालेली आहे ह्याच कला प्रकाराच्या अभ्यासासाठी. सो आज आम्ही तुमच्यासमोर हा छोटासा आमचा भाग दाखवणार आहोत. कृपया सगळ्यांनी बघावा आणि आम्हाला फीडबॅक द्यावा. आपण चालू करूयात लंकादहन हा भाग. थँक्यू सो मच.
Oh त्याग केला. सोबत सीता जानकी आणि बंधू लक्ष्मण घेऊन हा राम वनवासासाठी निघाला. पंचवटीच्या ठिकाणी आम्ही दोन्ही बंधूंनी पंचवटीचं निर्माण केलं. परंतु कुणी एका दानवाने सीता जानकीच्या मनाला मोहण्याचं कर्तव्य केलं. या दानवाच्या म्हणजे हरणाच्या मागून हा राम त्या हरणाला मारण्यासाठी गेला. एका बाजूला लक्ष्मण आणि सीता ही पंचवटीमध्ये असतेवेळी कुणी एका दैत्याने त्या सीता जानकीचं हरण केलेलं आहे. सीतेच्या शोधासाठी आम्ही दोन्ही बंधू या रानावनामध्ये अहोरात्र फिरत आहोत. माझी प्रियकरणी, माझी सीता चहू दिशेला पाहिलं असेल तर मला सर्वत्र माझी सीता दिसते आहे, सीता दिसत आहे. माझ्या प्रेमाचे बंध त्या दैत्याने कुणी तोडले.
म्हणतात ते काही खोटं नाही. दैवाच्या गहनगती न चुकती मानव जात. या विश्वाच्या ठिकाणी त्या परमेश्वरानं जसं ठेविलंय त्याप्रमाणे राहावं. पण दादा, जो विचार करावा तेव्हा मती कशी कुंठित होते. पण दादा, ज्यानं सीतामाईचं चौर्य कर्म केलंय त्या नराधमाला मी सोडणार नाही.
लक्ष्मणा, तुझ्या मनाचा जो घाळमेळ होतो हा राम ओळखून आहे. परंतु लक्ष्मणा, यावेळी प्रसंग हा सीतामाईला शोधण्याचा. चहू दिशेला ज्या दिशेला पाहीन त्या दिशेला मला सर्वत्र माझी सीता दिसत आहे. एक सारखा सीतेचा चेहरा माझ्या नयनासमोर तरळत आहे. लक्ष्मणा,
दादा, तुमच्या देहाला झालेले श्रम मी ओळखू शकतो. याच्यासाठी तुम्हाला विश्रांतीची गरज आहे. चला माझ्या मृदू मांडीवर काही क्षण असे नका, तुम्ही विश्रांती घ्या. या म्हणतो.
होय लक्ष्मण, तुझं म्हणणं काही चुकीचं नाही. माझ्या देहाला आणि माझ्या या जड झालेल्या मस्तकाला विश्रांतीची गरज आहे. अरे अरे या झाडावरती बसलेला तो मरकट जो दिसतो आहे तो कोणी सामान्य मरकट नव्हे. कपी कुळामध्ये ज्याचा जन्म झाला ती पहा त्याच्या बेंबीमध्ये ठेवलेली त्याची कुंभी. यावरूनच ओळख हा मरकट कोणी सामान्य मरकट नव्हे.
दादा आपण बोलतात ते सत्य आहे. पाहिलं त्याच्या बेंबीतील ती अमृत कुपी. नक्कीच ही कोणी सामान्य व्यक्ती नव्हे, हा कोणी सामान्य पशु नव्हे.
याने माझ्या नाभीतील कुपी ओळखावी म्हणजे हा कोणी सामान्य नाही. आठवला तो प्रसंग जो माझ्या अंजनी मातेने मला सांगितला की हे बाळ जो कोणी पुरुष तुझ्या नाभीतील कुपी ओळखे तोच तुझा प्रभू, तोच तुझा परमेश्वर. म्हणजे याने माझ्या नाभीतील कुपी ओळखली म्हणजे हाच माझा परमेश्वर. त्याच्या चरणाशी लीन हो.
आशीर्वाद आहे.
तुझा आशीर्वाद मिळाला. खरोखरच मन समाधानी बनलं. पण एक मनात प्रश्न निर्माण होऊ लागला. तो प्रश्न विचारू शकतो का?
विचार.
मग हे प्रभो, रानावनात फिरण्याचं कर्तव्य केवळ आमच्या प्राणीमात्रांचं आहे. मग आज या रानावनात तू फिरतोयस का म्हणून?
मी माझी भार्या सीता आणि सगळा सौमित्र आम्ही तिघांनी अयोध्येचा त्याग केला आणि या अरण्यामध्ये आम्ही वास्तव्य केलेलं आहे. या अरण्यामध्ये वास्तव्य करत असते माझी भार्या म्हणजे सीता जानकी. या सीते जानकीच कुणी एका दैत्याने अपहरण केलेलं आहे.
माझ्या प्रभूची पत्नी म्हणजे माझी आई. माझ्या आईचा चौर्य कर्म कोणीतरी केलाय. मग सांगत राहो कोण असा उन्मत्त निर्माण झाला त्याने माझ्या आईचा चौर्य कर्म केलाय. फक्त त्याचं नाव का देत का त्याच्या देहाचे चिन्ह विचारायचं. हा तुझा सखा हनुमंत करणार आहे.
हनुमंता जटायूच्या म्हणण्याप्रमाणे त्याने दिलेल्या शेवटच्या शब्दांप्रमाणे हा दानव दुसरा तिसरा कोणी नाही तर लंकाधीश रावण.
लंकाधीश रावण माझ्या माईचं चौर्य कर्म करण्याचा कर्तव्य केला. मग नाही या लंकाधीश रावणाला सोडणार. मग प्रभो दे म्हणतो तुझा आशीर्वाद. निघाला सखा हनुमंता निघाला.
हा हनुमंता
प्रभो
अरे माझ्या भार्येच्या मुक्ततेसाठी मला प्रयत्न केले पाहिजेत. मी त्या रावणासोबत लढण्यासाठी सज्ज आहे. परंतु योद्ध्याला समोरच्या योद्ध्यासोबत लढते वेळी स्वतःच सैन्य असावं लागतं.
नक्कीच प्रभो. पण प्रभो तिथं तू जाण्यापेक्षा सीता माईची सुटका करू हा तुझा सखा हनुमंत नक्कीच घेऊन ये. पण प्रभो साम्राज्याच्या परिस्थितीत मला गरज आहे ती माझ्या बंधूची. तोच म्हणजे सुग्रीव. या सुग्रीवाची मदत जर मला झाली ना नक्की सीता माईची सुटका करून प्रभो तुझ्यापर्यंत मी घेऊन येईन.
हनुमंता सुग्रीवाची मदतीने आपण सीता जानकीची मुक्तता करू. मग चला विलंब कशाला. हनुमंताची हाक या सुग्रीवाच्या कानापर्यंत पडली. क्षणाचाही विलंब न करता या पंपा सरोवरापर्यंत माझी पावलं वळलेले. कोण रे सगळ्या हनुमंता एकाएकी या सुग्रीवाला आवाज देण्याचं कर्तव्य केलंय? याच्या मागे कोणता हेतू?
सुग्रीवा, तुला इथं मी पाचारण केलं याच्याही मुळाशी कारण आहे माझ्या प्रभूची आज्ञा, आणि त्या आज्ञेनुसार तुला इथं बोलण्याचं कर्तव्य माझ्याकडे मी घडलं. पहा, माझा प्रभू, या प्रभूने तुला बोलवण्याचं कर्तव्य केलंय. माझा प्रभू रामचंद्र यांनी तुला बोलवण्याचं कर्तव्य केलंय.
माझ्या सगळ्याचा म्हणजे हनुमंताचा प्रभू, तोच या सुग्रीवाचा प्रभू. हे देवा, हा सुग्रीव तुझ्या समोर नतमस्तक होत आहे. हे शुभ आणि मंगल सत्रेचा आशीर्वाद आहे. शुभ आणि मंगल सत्रेचा आशीर्वाद आहे. हे सुग्रीवा, या ठिकाणी या अरण्यापर्यंत मी आलोय तो कशासाठी असेल? माझ्या प्रिय पत्नीचं लंकाधीश रावणाने चौर्य कर्म केलेलं आहे. तिच्या मुक्ततेसाठी सुग्रीवा तुझी मदत मला हवी आहे. हे देवा, मी तुझ्यासाठी सदैव आहे. परंतु देवा, जी गोष्ट तुझ्या बाबतीत घडली तीच गोष्ट या सुग्रीवाच्या बाबतीत घडली. देवा, माझा ज्येष्ठ बंधू वाली, या वालीने माझं राज्य आणि माझ्या प्रिय पत्नीचं हरण केलंय. देवा, तुझ्या साह्याने या वालीचा वध जर तू का केलास तर देवा, हा सुग्रीव तुला शब्द देतोय, हे नक्कीच तुला मदत करेल. हे सुग्रीवा, तुझ्या मदतीची गरज या रघुत्तमाला आहे. म्हणूनच चला, विलंब नको, त्या वालीपर्यंत तू जा. युद्धाचं वातावरण निर्माण कर, युद्धाला बोलवणं कर. तुमच्या दोघा भावांमध्ये युद्ध सुरू असते वेळी हा रघुत्तम काय करेल? या सप्त दिशेला लावलेली ही ताडमाडाची झाडं यांना एकत्रित आणून एकाच बाणाने या ताडमाडाचं छेदन करून त्या वालीचा वध करेन, तरच नावाचा रघुत्तम म्हणून सांगेन. हे प्रभो, तुझा शब्द खरा ठरवत यासाठी विलंब नको. चला, माझ्या मागून या आपण किष्किंधापर्यंत जाऊया.
हिचं मी हरण करून या राज दरबाराया वनचरांचा राजा म्हणून मी आज या राज्याचा भोग घेत आहे. या मनामध्ये खंत वाटते आहे, तीच म्हणजे तो सुग्रीव वेळोवेळी दर 6 महिन्याने मला युद्धासाठी आव्हान देतो आणि भ्याडासारखा त्या विषम पर्वतावर जाऊन लपून बसतो. आता कालावधी त्याचा होत आलेला आहे. त्या सुग्रीवाने मला मारण्यासाठी जी गुहा बंद केली, त्या गुहेतील तो प्रसंग मला अधून मधून स्मरणात आला की तळपायाच्या मस्तकाला भिडत आहे.
देवाची आज्ञा घेतली आणि देवाने दिलेला शब्द घेऊन हा सुग्रीव या किष्किंध्याच्या नगरीपर्यंत पोहोचला आहे. चला, विलंब कशाला? देवाच्या नाव घेऊन या वालीला युद्धाचा आव्हान देऊ. कोण रे वाली?
अरे निशाचरा सुग्रीवा, तुझ्या ज्येष्ठ भ्राताला युद्धासाठी आव्हान देतो आहे. अरे वेळोवेळी पुच्छा लागून पिशा लागून तू पळून ऋषभ पर्वताचा आश्रय घेतो आहे. पण यावेळी तुला सोडणार नाही. तुझा नाश केल्याशिवाय हा वाली राहणार नाही.
नाश कुणी करावा हा येणारा वेळ सांगेल. पण लक्षात ठेव, या 6 महिन्याच्या कालावधीनंतर हा जो सुग्रीव आलाय, या बाहूमध्ये अजब अशा प्रकारचं बाहुबल घेऊन आलेलं आहे. यावेळी तुला पराजित करून ही संपूर्ण किष्किंधा नगरी माझी करून घेणार आहे.
अरे एखाद्या भ्याडाप्रमाणे पृष्ठ दाखवून पळून जाणारा तू काय मला वालीला मारणार? अरे माझे वालीचे पराक्रम या चराचरात प्रचलित झालेले आहेत. मी तुझा नाश केल्याशिवाय कदापि राहणार नाही.
एवढा जर का तुला ताकदीवरती विश्वास असेल तर होऊन जाऊ दे तुझ्या माझ्या बलाची तुलना.
मी तुला शरण येत आहे रे. निश्चिम भक्त असताना सुद्धा देवा मला अधर्माने असं मला का मारलंस रे देवा? सांग देवा. माझे पंचप्राण जात आहेत, गुटमळत आहेत देवा. सांग रे देवा, मी तुझा कोणताही अपराध केला नव्हता.
हे वाली, आधीच रावणाने माझ्या प्रिय पत्नीचं हरण करून नेलंय. जर रावणाला मी जर मृत्यूची शिक्षा देणार असेल तर रावणाप्रमाणे तुझ्या हातून घडलेलं कृत्य हे तेवढंच मोठं आहे आणि याच कृत्याचं शासन म्हणून तुला ही शिक्षा दिली गेली आहे.
देवा तू मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम रे. देवा मला सांग, माझ्या कनिष्ठ बंधूंनी मला मारण्यासाठी केलेले प्रयत्न म्हणून मी त्याची अर्धांगिनी हरण केलेली आहे. देवा, जर राजा रावणाने तुझी अर्धांगिनी तिचं अपहरण केलेलं असेल, देवा मला जर सांगितलं असतंस तर हा वालीला या पृथ्वी तलावर कुणी आव्हान देणारा नव्हता. ह्या रावणाला माझ्या काकेमध्ये मारून मी सप्त समुद्राची आंघोळ करायचा. देवा मला सूचित केलं असतंस तर मी राजा रावणाला तुझी स्त्री आणून देण्याचं भाग पाडलं असतं.
हे वाली, माझी भार्या चौर्य कर्माने चोरीला गेलेली आहे. या भार्याची मुक्तता करणं हे माझं कर्तव्य असणार आहे. मला तुझ्या सहाय्यतेची गरज होती, तरी सुद्धा तुझे कृत्य केलेले आहेस. या कृत्यासाठी तुला माफ करणं हे या रामाला शोभणार नाही, आणि यासाठीच तुला या ठिकाणी तुझ्या पंचप्राणांना मुकावं लागतंय.
अरे देवा, पण माझं मरण असं जगा वेगळं होतं. देवा सांग रे, 7 ताड माडाचे वृक्ष जो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम एका रेषेमध्ये घेऊन हनन करील, त्याच माणसा जवळून माझा मृत्यू असताना देवा तू हे कसं काय केलंस रे?
वाली, अरे ही संपूर्ण जी पृथ्वी आहे, ही पृथ्वी शेषाच्या फडावरती आहे. अरे शेष म्हणजे दुसरा तिसरा कोणी नाही, साक्षात सौमित्र म्हणजे शेष. या सौमित्राच्या पायावरती या रघुत्तमाने भार दिला. अर्थातच याचा त्रास त्या सौमित्राला झाला, याचा त्रास त्या शेषापर्यंत गेला. शेषाने आपलं मस्तक हलविलं, धरती माता कंप पावली आणि 7ही ताड माडाची वृक्ष एका रेषेमध्ये सरकली. तदनंतर या रघुत्तमाने आपल्या धनुष्याला चांप चढविला आणि एकाच बाणामध्ये ते 7 वृक्ष आणि वाली तुझं या 8ही जणांचं छेदन केलं.
वा देवा, धन्य झालो, देवा धन्य झालो. तू सृष्टीचा चराचर सृष्टीचा पालन करता म्हणून राम रूपाने तू जन्माला आलेला आहेस. देवा मी धन्य झालो. देवा मला मुक्ती तुझ्या जवळून पाहिजे आहे. देवा माझे प्राण कंठामध्ये आलेले आहे. देवा मला तुझ्या जवळून अभय मिळून माझी मुक्ती मला प्राप्त व्हावी.
हे वाली, तुझे पंचप्राण माझ्यामध्ये येऊन सामावणार आहेत. म्हणून वाली, या ठिकाणी हा रघुत्तम राम तुला सांगतो आहे, तुला वरदान देत आहे. या पुढील दुसरा अवतार माझा जो असेल, या दुसऱ्या अवताराची सांगता करते वेळी या अवताराचा शेवट करण्यासाठी तुझ्या माध्यमातून हा माझ्या अवताराचा मी शेवट करेन.
धन्य झालो देवा, मी धन्य झालो. जय श्रीराम.
Thank you. म्हणजेच वालीचा वध झाला आणि सुग्रीवाचा राज्याभिषेकही झाला. पण साम्राज्याच्या परिस्थितीत जबाबदारी आहे ती माझ्या माथे आणि तीच जबाबदारी पूर्ण करण्यासाठी माझे 7 वीर सप्त दिशांना मी पाठविले. पण माझी माई कशी होती, ती कशी दिसत होती, तिचं वर्णन मला सांग, म्हणजे मी शोधण्यासाठी तत्पर होईल. मग सांगतो
हे सख्या हनुमंता, तुझे सप्त योद्धे सप्त दिशेना जातील, परंतु हनुमंता माझी सीता नेली आहे ती लंकाधीश रावणाने. अर्थातच या समोर दिसणाऱ्या अथांगाच्या समुद्राच्या पलीकडे असणारी ती लंका, या लंकेपर्यंत तुला जावं लागेल. जामवंताने सांगितल्याप्रमाणे या समुद्राला लांघन करणं अर्थातच उड्डाण करून जाणं हे हनुमंता तुझ्या शिवाय कोणी करू शकत नाही. म्हणूनच हनुमंता या लंकेपर्यंत जाऊन सीतेचा शोध घेणं हे तुझं कर्तव्य आहे.
हे माझ्या प्रभो, सीता माईचा शोध मी घेईल, लंकेपर्यंत जाईनही. पण सीता माईनं माझ्यावरती विश्वास ठेवावा तो कसा? मग तोच विश्वास बसण्यासाठी हे माझ्या प्रभो, तुझी अशी ओळखीची खून म्हणजेच काहीतरी वस्तू माझ्याजवळ दे, म्हणजे सीता माईची ओळख आणि तिचा माझ्यावरती विश्वास नक्की बसेल.
हनुमंता, तुझ्या मनामध्ये असणारी इच्छा मी ओळखून आहे. मग चला, विलंब कशाला? ही माझी मुद्रिका, ही तुझ्या समोर ठेव. ही घे मुद्रिका.
प्रभो, मग हेच मुद्रिका पाहून जर सीता माई मला ओळखत असेल तर प्रभो क्षणातही विलंब न लावता निघाला सखा हनुमंत, उड्डाण करू या लंकेपर्यंत. पाहिलं असेल तर समोर कोणीतरी व्यक्ती येत आहे. मग ही व्यक्ती कोण आहे हे पाहण्यासाठी समोर दिसणारे वृक्ष, या वृक्षावर बसावं आणि ती व्यक्ती कोण आहे पाहावं. ती व्यक्ती कोण आहे पाहावं.
तुझ्या स्वयंवरामध्ये माझा झालेला अपमान, त्याचप्रमाणे तुझ्या त्या रामाच्या कनिष्ठ बंधूने माझ्या भगिनीचा केलेला अपमान, त्या दुष्कृत्य पट्टराणी मी करण्यास आतुरलेला आहे.
रावणा थांब म्हणते, मनातील विचार बाजूलाच ठेव. मागील गोष्टीचा विचार जर तू केला असशील तर आठव तुझ्या बाबतीत घडलेला प्रसंग. यापूर्वी सुद्धा तू मला लंकेत घेऊन आला होतास. त्याच वेळी केलेली मी प्रतिज्ञा, त्याच वेळी माझ्या मुखावटे निघालेले शब्द आठव. काय म्हणाले होते मी? ज्यावेळी मी इथं पुनश्च येईन त्यावेळी तुझ्या कुळाचा कुळक्षय हा नक्कीच होईल, एवढं लक्षात ठेव. आठव ते शब्द माझे.
हे सीते, हे तू स्वप्नात पाहत आहे. तुझ्या त्या दशरथाच्या कार्याचा नाश करून मी तुला माझी पट्टराणी बनवल्याशिवाय कदापि राहणार नाही. येईन पुनश्च मी या ठिकाणी येईन.
राम नामाचा जप करते म्हणजे ती माझी माता सुद्धा असू शकते. मग दूरवरून बोलण्यापेक्षा तिच्यापर्यंत जावं आणि आपल्या मनात असलेले विचार तिला सांगावे. जय श्रीराम. हे माते, तुझ्या पूज्य आणि पवित्र चरणी या हनुमंताचा सादरणीय प्रणाम.
हे रावणा, तुझ्या खानाखुणा मी ओळखून आहे. तुला काय वाटलं? दिनी प्रतिदिनी वेगवेगळ्या रूपानं माझ्या नेत्रासमोर तू उभा राहतोस. तुला काय वाटलं मी माझ्या मतात परिवर्तन करेन? मुळीच नाही. चालता हो माझ्या नेत्रासमोरून.
माते, तू समजतेस तू मी रावण नव्हे तर त्याचा गुप्तही नव्हे. माते, मी कोण असेल तर साक्षात प्रभू रामचंद्रांचा दास, सखा हनुमंत.
हे वानरा, हे मरकट, तू मला सांगतोयस की मी म्हणे रावण नव्हे, मी सखा हनुमंत आहे. असे उद्गार तुझ्या मुखावाटे बाहेर पडतायत. पण मी कसं समजू? मी कसा तुझ्या शब्दावर विश्वास ठेवू? सांग म्हणते.
कारण प्रभू रामचंद्र अगं तुझ्या शोधार्थ वन फिरताय. पण माते, जर माझ्या शाब्दिक बोलांवरती तुझा विश्वास बसत नसेल तर पहा, प्रभू रामचंद्रांजवळ असलेली ही पहा त्यांची मुद्रिका. पहा.
हे सख्या हनुमंता, हातातील मुद्रिका पाहिली. अगदी प्रभू रामचंद्रांच्या हातातील मुद्रिका तुझ्याजवळ आहे. हे कसं शक्य आहे?
माते, याची कारण आहे. तुला शोधण्याचं कर्तव्य आम्हा 7 वीरांवर दिलं. 7 वीर सप्त दिशांना गेले आणि मी आलोय तुझ्या लंकादीपापर्यंत केवळ तुझ्या शोधार्थ. आणि ती कुणाची आज्ञा असेल तर साक्षात प्रभू रामचंद्रांची. आणि म्हणूनच तुझ्या शोधार्थ या लंकादीपापर्यंत माझं येणं झालंय.
क्षमा कर मला. मी तुला ओळखू शकले नाही. याच्यासाठी एकच तुला विनवणीच्या स्वरानं सांगते, माझी मुक्तता कर. मला प्रभू रामचंद्रांपर्यंत घेऊन चल.
नक्कीच माता आहे. तुझीच मुक्तता करण्यासाठी मी इथपर्यंत आलोय.
हे सख्यानु म्हणता, प्रभू रामचंद्रांचा विरह मला सहन होत नाहीये. याच्यासाठी जा म्हणते, प्रभू रामचंद्रांना माझा संदेश दे. रामचंद्रांना संदेश दे.
तुझा संदेश प्रभू रामचंद्रांपर्यंत मी घेऊन जाईनच. पण सांप्रतच्या परिस्थितीत माझा जठराग्नी तप्त होतोय. मला लागली ती भूक आणि त्या भुकेचं शांतवन करण्यासाठी सांप्रतच्या परिस्थितीत या अशोक वाटिकेच्या ठिकाणी अनेक फळं मला दिसतंय. मग हीच फळं खाण्यासाठी मी जातोय. फक्त तुझी आज्ञा असावी.
थांब सख्या हनुमंता, फळं तू खाशीलच, पण झाडावरील फळं खाऊ नकोस. जी खाली पडलेली फळं आहेत तीच फळं तू प्राशन करावी, भक्षण करावी, अशी आज्ञा आहे तुला माझी.
माते, तुझी आज्ञा अगदी शिरसामान्य मानून निघाला सखा हनुमंत, निघाला. जय श्रीराम. अरे बाप रे, जिकडं तिकडं पाहिलं असेल तर फळं कुठं पडलेलीच नाहीये. मग तीच फळं आणि माझ्या भुकेचा शांतपण करण्यासाठी या वृक्षांना गदागदा हलवावं आणि सारी फळं या भूमीवरती पडावी आणि आपल्या भुकेचा शांतपण करावं. मग यासाठी निघाला सकाळ.
मरकटाने मारावा. मनाला कसं भेडसावत आहे. मग यासाठी जान या स्वर्गाचा अधिपती इंद्राला पकडून ते इंद्रजीचं नाव संपादन केलेलं आहे. तो माझा मेघनाथ. त्या मेघनाथाला या ठिकाणी पाचारण करून त्या मरकटाला पकडण्यासाठी त्याची त्या ठिकाणी नेमणूक करावी. कोण आहे रे?
माझ्या कार्यामध्ये मग्न असताना एकाएकी पिताश्रींची आज्ञा जसा अशील तसा राज्यसभेमध्ये आणि यासाठी हा इंद्रजीत या लंकेच्या राजदरबारामध्ये आलेला आहे. परंतु सर्वात प्रथम पिताश्रींचा आशीर्वाद घेऊया आणि त्यानंतर मग कशासाठी बोललोय याची विचारपूस करूया. भगवान पिताश्री हा इंद्रजीत शस्त्र आहे. या शस्त्रांचा उपयोग करून या मरगडाला तुमच्या समोर आणून वगैरे त्याला नावाचा इंद्रजित म्हणतात. Oh
लक्षात ठेव, या ब्रह्मास्त्राचा अपमान मला करायचा नाहीये आणि म्हणूनच या तुझ्या अस्त्रामध्ये हा सखा हनुमंत बंदिवान होतोय, बंदिवान होतोय. जय श्रीराम, जय श्रीराम.
पराक्रम दाखविलेला आहे. या अंगुष्ठ्या एवढ्या मर्कटाला पकडून या राजा रावणाच्या दरबारात तू आणलेला आहे. वा वा, अरे पुत्र असावा पोटी तो तुझ्यासारखा असावा. वा रे मर्कटा, या लंकेमध्ये येऊन माझ्या अशोकवनाचा नाश दूष करली. कोण कुठून तू आलेला आहे?
हे लंकाधीशा, मी कुणी सामान्य नव्हे तर प्रभू रामचंद्रांचा दास सखा हनुमंत म्हणतात मला. या लंका दीपापर्यंत माझा येणं झालं ते कारण काय असं आहे तर माझ्या सीतामाईचा शोध, माझ्या सीतामाईची सुटका करण्यासाठी केवळ हा सखा हनुमंत या लंका दीपापर्यंत आलाय. तुला बऱ्या बोलानं सांगतोय, जर माझ्या सीतामाईची सुटका जर तू केली नसेल तर जी तुझ्या अशोक वाटिकेची दशा झाली आहे ती तुझी परिस्थिती होईल, हे मात्र तू लक्षात ठेव. क्षणार्धात तुला यश भेटलंय म्हणजे या पुढे तुला यश भेटेल. रावणा, काळ हा सांगून येत नसतो, तुझा काळ बनून माझा प्रभू रामचंद्र येतोय, तुझा काळ बनून येतोय.
या मरकट म्हणजे सामान्य दिसत नाही आहे. याप्रमाणे जटायूचा विश्वासघाताने वध केला, त्याचप्रमाणे युक्तिप्रयुक्तीने ह्या मरकटाचा घात केला पाहिजे. हे मरकटा, सांग रे, तुझ्या पराक्रमाची आणि शौर्याच्या एवढ्या उल्लंघना करतो आहे, मग तुझं खुरा योद्धा असेल तर सांग, तुझं मरण कशामध्ये आहे?
शेवटी तू तुझ्या जातीवरच आलास. अरे काय म्हणालास? सांग, तू जर वीर योद्धा असेल तर तुझं मरण कसं आहे हे तुला ऐकायचं असेल तर ऐक. माझ्या जीवनात मी कधी असत्य वदन केलं नाही आणि म्हणूनच माझं मरण कशा प्रकारे आहे हे तुला मी सांगणारच आहे. मग ऐक, माझं मरण कशा प्रकारे आहे तर माझ्या पृच्छेद केवळ या सख्या हनुमंताचं मरण, केवळ या सख्या हनुमंता.
अरे मरकटा, तू तुझं मरण सांगून मोकळा झालास, मग हा लंकाधीश राजा रावण काय करतोय हे तुला प्रत्यक्षात पाहायचं आहे. सैनिक हो, आमच्या भंडारखान्यात मरकटाच्या पुच्छेला गुंडाळावी आणि ती आवळी लावून या मरकटाला मारून टाकावं.
वारे लंकादिशा, माझ्या पृच्छेला आग लावण्याचं कर्तव्य तुझ्या करवी घडतंय. पण एक गोष्ट लक्षात ठेव, जी आग तू माझ्या पृच्छेला लावतोयस ती आग, त्या आगीचे परिणाम तुला नक्कीच भोगावे लागतील. जय श्रीराम.
अरे तुझ्यासारखे परिक्राम आणि मला भोगावे लागणाऱ्या यातना हा लंकेचा राजा रावण आहे. मी माझा समर्थ आहे. होऊन जाऊ द्या.
काय परिणाम होतोय. जय श्रीराम. जय श्रीराम.
हॅलो.
नमस्कार. आता जो तुम्ही कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांचा कार्यक्रम पाहिलात हा आमचा पारंपरिक कार्यक्रम आहे. फक्त ह्याच्यामध्ये थोडंसं नाविन्य केलं ते आम्ही रेकॉर्डेड केलं आहे. बाकी सगळ्या आमच्या बाहुल्या ह्या पारंपरिक पद्धतीच्याच आहेत. हा कार्यक्रम सादरीकरण करण्यासाठी माझ्यासोबत असणाऱ्या टीम मेंबरांना मी इंट्रोड्यूस करतो आहे. सर्वप्रथम माझी बहीण शमिका मस्के, त्यानंतर माझी पत्नी मीरा मजगे, त्यानंतर माझा भाऊ प्रमोद मजगे, त्यानंतर माझा लहान भाऊ संस्कार मस्के, त्यापुढे भूषण सिंगनाथ, आनंद ठाकूर आणि विवेक पालकर. ह्या 8 माणसं आणि मी स्वतः कृष्णा मजगे, आम्ही 8 जण पडद्यामागे होतो आणि आमच्या ह्या बाहुल्या सगळ्या प्ले करत होतो. हा आमचा पारंपरिक कार्यक्रम. आम्ही आमच्या ह्या कलांचं म्युझियम देखील आहे. सिंधुदुर्ग जिल्ह्यामध्ये कुडाळ तालुक्यातील पिंगुळी गाव येथे आम्ही आमचं हे छोटंसं म्युझियम उभारलेलं आहे. 2005मध्ये बाबांना पुरस्कार मिळाल्यानंतर 2008मध्ये बाबांनी त्याची स्थापना केली आणि आज बरेच विदेशी किंवा स्वदेशी बरेच पर्यटक आमच्या म्युझियमला भेट देतात. आमच्या सगळ्या कला तिथे पाहतात. तिथे आमचे सगळे कार्यक्रम होतात. पारंपरिक पद्धतीचे सगळे जे आहेत आणि मॉडर्न पद्धतीचे पण आहेत. आम्ही आता थोडंसं कारण सध्या सगळं जग बदलत चाललेलं आहे. परंपरा ही आपली पिढ्यानपिढ्या चालू आहे. पण सध्या 2023 चालू आहे आणि 2023ला जी लोकांची मेंटॅलिटी आहे त्या लोकांना काय आवडतं त्या हिशोबाने आम्ही आमच्या पारंपरिक बाहुल्यांमध्ये थोडासा बदल करून आम्ही आधुनिक बाहुल्या देखील बनवल्यात. त्याच्यातलाच आमचा एक जो बहुचर्चित असणारा प्रयोग म्हणजेच वीर सावरकर, जो शॅडो पपेट्रीच्या माध्यमातून आम्ही प्ले करतो. त्याच्यानंतर क्लीन इंडियाचा शो केला ज्याच्यामध्ये मोदीजींचं पपेट आम्ही बनवलं आहे. आणि सध्या आमचा कार्यरत असणारा जो शो आहे तो म्हणजे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचा, जो या कळसूत्री बाहुल्यांच्याच माध्यमातून सादर केला जाणार आहे. बस बाकी काही नाही. तुम्हाला कसा वाटला तो मला नक्की कळवा किंवा कुणाला काही विचारायचं असेल तर विचारू शकता. थँक्यू सो मच.
धन्यवाद. मला माहिती आहे खूप उशीर झाला आहे. आपण उद्या 10 वाजता भेटूया. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. पाऊस आहे बाहेर तरी एवढा पेशन्स ठेवून सगळे थांबलेत. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.